Mm, oh, oh.
Hello, hello, MJ, Mason, Keith. Hope you guys are doing well. Keith, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Good, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
You're just fine. Yeah, doing
Well,
well,
if you
man.
can kick my Fathom thing out, I didn't mean to have that load in here.
Oh, it's okay. We have some guys that come
Oh,
in
okay.
on them. So if that's something that helps, you can totally do that. It's not a problem.
Okay, cool.
Um, yeah, so I think today might be a little bit of a packed house. I don't know, maybe people are just hopping in. We've got you, Keith, joining us new. Got another guy, Righteous, who's joining us later today. Robin just hopped in last week, and so I think it should be a relatively packed house. I'm gonna give it a minute or so before we get started here. Ryan, hope you're doing well, bro. Jeremy, hope you're doing well. All right. Yeah, Robin hopping in. All right, cool. So I think we probably get started. Robin, hope you're doing well.
Doing great.
Sweet. All right, guys. So, um, before we delve in, just a few things. One, Mason is not showing his ugly mug today. Reason.
I will speak on behalf of myself, first of all. All right. Let's just lay down the law. No, but I don't have my camera on just because I don't have my camera with me right now, so I'm setting a really bad example. But always have your camera on for the new guys and just everyone in here because we do want to see your face and make sure that you're not doing anything crazy while we're trying to coach you. We like to have conversations with people. So, um, yeah, punch to my face, but I'm sure next call you will be able to see how much better looking I am than Kushik.
Mason's ugly and I'm uglier. So, um,
Yeah.
but hope everybody's doing well. Before we get started, guys, as you guys know, the OG's in here. When we have a new member, we want to welcome them with open arms. We have two people joining us today. First, we have Keith, who we're going to do introductions right now. And then we have another member, Righteous, who's going to be hanging out with us for a month or so. And he's going to hop in around here in about an hour or so. But before we talk about Righteous, who you guys will all get to meet, I wanted to turn things over to Keith really quick so he can introduce himself. So, Keith, just really quick, you already know this, but just who are you? What got you interested in joining the program? Like, what are the key things that made you, helped you come to that decision? Third, what are your goals? So if you have one, two, three goals, whatever it is that you want the guys to know. And then lastly, what is one question you wanted to ask the guys to get their perspective to help you hit the ground running? Guys, let's make sure we give Keith our full attention. And then, if you guys want to chime in, great. I'll probably be calling on some of you guys to answer Keith's question. That being said, I'll shut up. Keith, go ahead. The stage is yours.
Hey guys, greetings from frigid Michigan. It's about 6 degrees here. So, my name's Keith Banger. I graduated film school, the local film school around here about 20 years ago. Always intended to move off to Hollywood and stuff, but I ended up getting married instead, and so I stayed around here. Um, I own a business. It's really kind of more like a job at this point. Owning a job. It's called Evolution Six Media. Been in business for about 10 years. Pretty much everything flows through me. I can use subcontractors here and there, but I focus mostly on video production and web design. I can also do SEO and Google pay-per-click, Facebook ads to a limited basis, stuff like that. Basically, why I joined is I'm just really sick of owning a job versus a real scalable business. This the material really spoke to me. the video licensing aspect, the ads aspect. Most of my work has been referral and repeat business. I have some people that will kick me work here and there. But I just last year really started to feel that slow down, and I was just kind of thinking like I'm not getting any younger and I need to do something dramatic here and really kind of reinvent my business and, kind of create something that I can scale. I just kind of feel like I've been spinning my wheels for a long time and without really any kind of real direction on how to, um, really take it to the next level. So, I've been in other programs that were just not a right fit. This really spoke to me. Everything that I've talked about with Koshik has been like, really awesome. It does give me anxiety, changing things up, but I am ready for it. I'm ready to embrace it. I'm ready to rock and roll. So my top goals, honestly, at this point, my number one goal is to be able to take a vacation and not have to sit and stress the entire freaking time that my business is going to fall apart while I'm on vacation, having to deal with client calls while I'm trying to sit by the pool. The last vacation I took that was nice and tropical, I was doing that for a while. My wife was getting kind of annoyed. But I monetarily, I would love to hit like the 25K a month point. I told Koshik, 50, but like we'll start with like, realistic expectations to begin with, and we'll get there eventually, maybe. And then honestly, I just, help with like a reduction in my anxiety over the future of my business and, whether or not someday I'm ever going to, have something scalable, something I could sell, maybe something that, I can retire off of, etc. So, and I guess my one question for the group is, since things have been really kind of easy for me, with referrals and repeat business, it's like very warm leads. Like practically by the time something comes to me, it's like it's already almost sold because it's been referred by somebody else that's already working with this client. And so I'm not very confident in sales. So if you're like me and started out not really being so confident in doing like the discovery calls, the sales calls, stuff like that, what advice would you have for getting to, that place of confidence and just doing it? And, Koshik talked about gamifying it and everything. And is there something that, you watched or something that resonated with you to help you guys like get there? So.
Sweet, man. Thank you for introducing yourself and being really thorough with that. There are a few people that I want to call on because I feel like they'll resonate with you. But before I do, the guys that, you heard Keith's question, does anybody want to just like hop in and kind of address what he said? Again, his main thing, and correct me if I'm mistaken, is like, hey guys, do you have tips in terms of like doing the discovery, the sales call? Most of my clients are word of mouth referrals. By the time they get to me, it's like, I just have to not crop the bed. And so does anybody here have advice to help Keith out? Because I think that's something that maybe there's a little bit of anxiety there, and maybe just kind of hearing some of you guys will help him with that. Does anybody want to chime in first?
Yeah, well, numbers, Keith, bro, just you're gonna get a shit ton of leads off
Mhm.
this initial 6 week, six-figure program, and it's gonna throw a lot of numbers at you. Your first two, maybe three, are gonna be shit. Sorry, it's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like the discovery call, even the sales call, because you're new to it. That
Yep.
selling online anyway. But the best way to do it is just repetition. So once you do one, make sure you've recorded it on Loom. Go back, rewatch it, write down what you liked and what you didn't like, and then apply that to the second one. Record that one, go back, rewatch it again, apply what you liked, what you didn't like, put it to the next one. And eventually, after probably by third, fourth one, maybe fifth one, you'll be fucking primo. You'll be good to go.
Awesome.
It's just numbers practice, and rewatching what you've done. That's the biggest part.
Okay, cool.
Solid
Thank you.
advice stuff.
Thank you.
Who else wants to chime in? I'm gonna call on some of you guys, but who else wants to chime in?
I could say something quickly. So I think the number one thing to kind of think about, Keith, is think about things of like one step at a time. So I think a lot of people, what they do is when they have a lot of new information thrown at them, especially a lot of it, they kind of like to jump all over the place and think, okay, well, I'm going to be getting on sales calls soon, which means I need to know exactly what to say on the sales call. And before I even get to there, I need to know exactly what to say on the discovery call. But the way that I look at things is like the way that business works in my eyes is you have to envision like a faucet or like a pipe, and water is going through that pipe. And what a lot of people do, especially like business owners and new business owners, which I'm sure you already have experience, like because you pretty much owned your own business, even though you called yourself an employee, like
Yeah.
it's really trying to figure out what is causing the water not to move from one side to the other. And commonly, what I see what business owners do that is the wrong thing to do is solve the problems inside the business that aren't letting the water go free. So, in other words, what I'm saying is don't worry about the sales call until you're done learning and you can convert it to a sales call. The only anxiety you should have is what is my next step, not what are the steps that are going to come and cause problems.
Sure. Sure.
Good stuff, Mason. So yeah, just to kind of echo Ryan, 100% is like acknowledging you're just going to get better. The very first few ones, you might crap the bed. That's okay. Two, what I also really liked about Ryan that's like just masterful is that you have to review your calls and reiterate. Like literally before you hopped in, I changed, I think, my onboarding because there was something that happened. I was like, okay, I can make this better. So small little shift. And again, I've been doing this for years and I'm still making tweaks. So it's constantly about taking your discovery call and your sales call and tweaking it over and over. And like what Ryan said was like genius. You'll do that. And so what you'll notice, man, is like, dude, like if you look back at my call on you versus other people, you might be like, hey man, this was like so like custom tailored to me. Sure. But if I had a call with somebody else and you watch it, dude, you'd be like, dude, it's like he says the same thing. It's very much
Right.
and that's what you want to have. You want to have a very copy and paste system. And again, you're going to reiterate it over and over until it's copy paste that just works for you. Okay.
Cool.
What else? So again, that's Ryan. And then Mason, what Mason said is like super key is like, I think like he's speaking to like where you're at, which is like, dude, like you're focusing on like 10 steps ahead. It's like just focus on the next one. And so, if you were to imagine this pipeline, there's like getting traffic, getting leads, doing discovery. And so just focus on the one that you're on right now. Don't think too far ahead because if you do, it'll give you anxiety. There's always the next thing. Always, always, always.
Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, who else has something for Keith to help him out in terms of the initial discovery and sales calls from the funnel, because he's used to referrals and not paid ads to close deals. Anybody else have anything else that they want to chime in? Robin, you just like launched your ads. Like, so here's the thing, Keith, you, Robin, and then we just had Righteous hop in. All three of you guys are literally in the same place. You guys are all launching the funnel. You guys are literally like in the exact same chapter. Robin, do you want to maybe speak on like I know we're going to delve in and with you deeper, but do you have anything you want to chime in just really quick that might be able to help Keith out? I don't know if there was any anxiety for you or you're like, I don't know, we'll just see what happens. I know you're kind of blown away, a little bit surprised, pleasantly surprised with the results. But is there something you want to share with Keith that might kind of relieve his anxiety a little bit?
Yeah, I see your post, by the way, in Slack. That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, and I actually just booked a second discovery call like 5 minutes before this one. And then I've got a third one that I'm probably gonna hopefully get booked up tomorrow once they get back to me. Honestly, the biggest thing, like sometimes I get like anxious about like going into sales meetings and stuff from like before this program. And it's really the only anxiety that I had came from the fact that I had so few leads. Like last year, I had 10 leads that I got of just like meetings with people that were interested in doing video, right? I ended up closing 7 of them, but it's like it was a little bit of anxiety because I knew I really can't afford to like let these like slip by because I have so few of them. And then I launched the ads at 8 a.m. this morning and I already have 2 discovery calls booked. And it's just like, dude, I can like mess up as much as I need to because like I'm paying like $10. I think I've paid so far $10 or $20. And I've already got like 3 calls booked, which is like, a third of like the total number of leads I had last year. So it's like, there's like no pressure anymore for like, messing up on the calls or anything like that.
Good stuff,
That's
Robin.
amazing.
That's a good,
Yeah.
that's a really good point.
There's so many different, everybody kind of like, what you'll notice, Keith, is like everybody kind of has like different things that speak to them. You know what I mean? That like kind of make this whole experience up. But like like everything that everybody's saying is true. And so one thing that we spoke about, Keith, with you is like the crippling anxiety that you have in some domains, man, is the fact that you have these retainer clients and they've been with you so long, and you're just like, I can't crap the bed. If I'm on vacation, I'm like sweating bullets. And so with Robin, case in point, this is what I told you when we initially met. I said, dude, when you have the experience of like getting these leads, closing deals, and just like you're just so chill. And it's like if a client drops, you just turn the machine back on, get another client. It's not that serious.
Right.
And so you can see Robin's like, he's not his head. It's like, dude, I'm not stressed. Like, no matter what happens, you have this machine. Dude, it's like a cheat code, honestly.
So that's
So
like the whole framework that I basically just got to wrap my head around, because I'm coming from a place of, yeah, I've got clients, but like we know, if I lose a few or one or two, like it's gonna be painful, and I don't really have a replacement process for that very,
Yeah.
very efficiently. So once I can get my head around the fact that, hey, I'm actually have like a real lead gen system, I think it's gonna, yeah, help my framework a little bit. So
yeah.
appreciate
So
it, everybody. Thank you.
When you don't have like a solid lead gen process as well, it's like a lot of the times you're on defense and like
For sure. For
it-
sure.
it's like if one of my clients leave me, that like sucks. And it's like you have to kind of do whatever you can do possible to keep that client. And
Yeah.
now it's like, I mean, you can get so many clients now where it's at the point where it's like if you're not getting paid the way that you want to, or it's like they're just becoming a client that's just too hectic for you, you have the opportunity to just be like, okay, I'm just gonna pick someone else. So
Yeah.
that kind of gets rid of your anxiety as well.
and just one last thing I'll share. It's just a really quick personal story. Is I'm really huge on like you rub your finger across sandpaper and then smooth just feels so much smoother, and you go back to sand, you just are reminded and you become grateful. So many years ago, I built this funnel. There's an automated webinar funnel. It was just working like hotcakes. And then it kind of came to the end of the cycle. And I remember I was traveling. I was gone for about a month and a half and I had no income coming in. I wasn't really big on reoccurring revenue at this time when this funnel broke down way back when. And I remember I was gone and then I came back and yeah, my bank account was like nice and looked pretty good, but I had fear for the first time in years because what was happening is I saw my bank account going down and I didn't know how the fuck I was gonna make it go back up. Like I had no leads, no nothing, I don't know what the hell to do. And so that goes to again is like going from feeling probably what you're feeling to having this automated machine to then going back to that and just the fear of God goes, but then you get the machine working again and just what I've just come to realize, man, is when you have this dialed in, it's like having oxygen and you can just breathe. And so that's the number one thing I want to get you, man, is just get that oxygen. You're gonna feel so much better.
Yeah. Cool.
So,
Cool.
that being said, Keith, do you have anything else before I transition? I want to move on to Wright just to do an introduction with him.
No, I'm good. No, I appreciate everyone's feedback, and just being in this group right now, I'm like getting super excited again. So
Good,
yeah,
good.
thank you.
Welcome. Righteous, I'm just doing welcomes right now. And so, what I wanted to do, man, and we have to have our initial call, but typically for these calls, and I kind of gave you a voice note about this. Just want to hop in, man, just really quick, just share, who you are, what got you involved. Again, you joined the program years ago, but what got you involved? And then also, like, what are your top one, two, three goals? And then one question that you wanted to ask and kind of get perspective. I know I sent you some voice notes, kind of went over some of the stuff, but
Yeah,
go and take the stage, man. Introduce yourself.
absolutely, man. Thanks, Coach Sheik. Yeah, my name is Righteous Bridges. I've been in the course really for a long time now, a couple years, but just kind of behind the scenes, just watching everything and just kind of brainwashing myself really just so I could get familiar with just the overall idea of running an ad and booking a discovery call to a sales call and actually closing a deal. Um, so pretty much the reason why I really joined, I need help. Right. I just had to raise my hand and, I mean, put the pride to the side and, realize that most people that have the success like the real success where they have like a business they can walk away from type thing and it's actually predictable, they had help as well. So they had somebody show them, this is the step you need to do just to keep going. But that was one of the reasons why I joined Cinema Marketing Cheat Code is to pretty much get help I'm looking to replace my full-time job as a car salesman because I just kind of really got into like a real background about me. Started off selling cars like back in 2017. I really pretty much been doing that like the whole time. It wasn't anything that I really love to do. Like I do like sales. I like meeting people and being able to help them solve their problems, but it wasn't really like a passion for me. And that's where videography came to place. When I was recording videos, stuff like that, I could see that it's not something that like if I'm doing it and I'm not getting paid and I'm happy, I'm sure that you know what I mean there's something there that it's like, you know, I just have to figure out, you know, how to make it, you know, work for me. Um Also, I wrote a bunch of notes down here, so I'm just kind of making sure I'm going in track. I did want to be in a community of entrepreneurs in my field. Like, I'm really not a person that's like going out partying and stuff like that. I don't go to social events or anything like that. So, being in this type of community was just perfect for me because there's people that are like I see way ahead of me. So I know for sure if I just follow their steps, you know what I mean, I can get to my desired outcome. Let me see here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Uh, see, yes, one goal within this agency here, I would like to build a strong foundation, right? Like you mentioned, Coach Sheik, when you kind of had stepped away from your business and you know it's still performing. That was kind of the idea that I wanted to be able to do because as a videographer, like if you're just doing projects and you're not able to actually land a real deal where you're doing something monthly or you're getting monthly recurring revenue, you know, you kind of got that feeling where, you know, you can't breathe really, right? Because you close one project and you constantly got to get the next one. And it's the same way with cars, right? So like that's kind of why I wanted to get out of the car business. You know, every month I got to go and sell 10 to 20 cars, and then at the very next month I'm back at zero, right? So I'm starting back at bottom and I got to work my way back up again. So that's pretty much my goal within the agency here is to build a stronger foundation. Also adding value to the group. So things that I come across that I learn, I like to be able to share it to the group to add value. That way, maybe if I come across something that people haven't touched yet, or per niche per se, or something like that, we can kind of, you know, grow together in that aspect. Because I see everybody has different niches here, and it's powerful for me. So. A question that I would like to ask the guys, I got one. Let me see here. You actually just hopping on. You might have answered some of my questions. I was going to ask if anybody was actually running that six figure 6 weeks funnel, which there are people in here running it. So we can definitely bounce some ideas off each other to, you know, figure out a game plan for us at that level on the 6 figure 6 weeks stage. Um, the only other question I would have for the group is just like tips for somebody like me that's just getting started, like, you know, and you kind of answered it in the voice note is just, you know, work the leads, bro. Work the leads. So that's what I've been doing. Today I actually spoke to a guy that owns an escape room. So I have a discovery call. I set it up with him this week, but I forget what day. I just have to go back in to go high level. So I'm actually booking this sales calls and discovery calls, which wasn't doing before. Ads, it's much more painful trying to get somebody from that doesn't know you, hasn't seen any content, you're just DMing them. I did do like the code DM method, and I was able to get like one one sales call, and it was with a tattoo shop. So that was actually a good win, and that's coming up the 29th. Let me make sure I'm hitting everything here. But yeah, that's pretty much all I really had. If you guys got any questions for me, then feel free to ask. I'm an open book.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Great introduction, right? Just so I guess so you had two questions, which is who here is like running the 6 figure 6 week sales funnel, and then the second was like kind of just like any tips for somebody like you just getting up and started. So I guess who here has like So I guess like Robin, did you get a chance to listen to my voice notes regarding, like you asked that question of like, hey, what do I do after this? Do I refund them? Do I keep going? Did you get a chance to listen to that? And if so, I guess like where is your mind in terms of niching down? So Righteous, before he hops in, again, Robin is like right where you're at, and he asked a question of like, okay, after I close my first deal, do I like what do I do from there? Do I refund them and niche down, or do I keep going down this path? So I don't know what Robin is going to say, but I guess we can kind of hear his perspective, and maybe that'll help you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So as far as like what I'm thinking right now, I think step one is probably going to be just get like, one or two retainers locked in just to like give myself that oxygen to be able to breathe and not stress about anything. Kind of go from there and figure out. I did end up I got kind of like overloaded. Basically, like a few months ago, I realized I didn't like, my jobs were sparse and I didn't have enough on my plate. And I started like, I tend to like have a lot of momentum. And so when I'm like out there doing stuff, I tend to like continue doing that. And then once I like don't have a lot going on, I tend to like not get anything done. Right. And so I started adding things on my plate. I took on like that peer support job, and then signed up for some classes this semester. Got overloaded with everything. Like joining this program was like, okay, now I've got enough. I need to cut something out. And so I'm like, okay, gonna cut out the extra classes. I've still got one I've got to finish up, but I'm gonna cut out the extra classes. So that gives me a window over the next several months to maybe even throughout the rest of the year where I could potentially look at niching down at that point. Just depends on how long we think it's going to take to kind of get the initial bit of work for that done, where I could kind of get it a little bit closer to autopilot, by like beginning of next year, and then I'll kind of gauge what I want to do from there.
Thank you for sharing that,
Gotcha.
Robin. Right, just a little bit more context for Robin. So Robin kind of came to me with, again, this would represent Robin, and he's saying, "Hey, Kaushik, he's like he's very passionate about like mental health and like, just like doing what he can to impact the world." And so he's pursuing one thing that's on his plate is potentially to go to medical school to pursue something like psychiatry. So that's kind of
Okay.
his long-term vision. And he's in a place where it's like, well, I would like to pursue that, but like I got bills to pay. I do have this skill with videography. Like, how do I maximize that? Maybe have some cash flow. And then I kind of sort of figure out how I want to make impact in terms of mental health. So for him, I think what he's saying is like, hey, the 6 week works. It allows me to breathe. Let me just close a few deals, have the reoccurring revenue come in, probably shut off the funnel, service those clients, and then maybe I'll see, maybe I'm just good, and then I can pursue that and like my classes and pursue medicine. And if all is well, great. And then if maybe a client churns, I'll turn the ads back on, close another deal, and maybe he just like runs through that. Maybe that's what it is.
Right.
Different. Or he's saying, I'll close a few deals, and then based off of that, I'll see maybe do I enjoy it, do I not enjoy it, do I decide, hey, you know what, I actually want to actually make the niche funnel, and then again do the video licensing thing because that's more scalable and that's going to allow me to make impact in the mental health world by niching down helping psychiatrists. So that's kind of where he's at. I would say Robin is probably the most different out of everybody here in terms of like where his life is, his goals are and stuff. He's very flexible, and I love that because it gives you a different perspective compared to other people like maybe like a Ryan or definitely like a Cam. Him and Cam are the exact opposite. You'll meet Cam here in a bit. I guess for somebody that is like somebody that like I don't know, maybe Ryan or Jeremy or MJ. I would say Ryan. I think you'd be good on this one, man. Is like for either Jeremy or Ryan, like why is like for you like niching down an absolute no-brainer compared to six figure? Like Ryan, for example, give you a little bit of context, Righteous. Ryan hopped in super like you, man, sales background. He closed a deal in like 2 days from the 6 figure 6 week, shut that bad boy down, and then went right into niching. So I guess like for you, Ryan, like for you, it was a no-brainer to niche down. Like what made you move in that route for you?
Scalability. That and I think your guys' advice, just listening to it and trusting it. And it was definitely the right move because I guess what we found out just recently is I can't spin too many plates at once, or else I just crumble down and nothing if I can happen. So being able to niche down into this one niche now and just straight focusing on that and only that you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, basically.
Yeah.
So getting away from the 6 week figure as soon as possible. Like if you can juggle a couple of different things, and it works within your life, go by all means. But niching down is key, I think, for scalability.
There you go, Righteous. And no matter what you do, bro, you'll notice like if you want to be like the best, if you really want to serve people at a high level, like there's not many things you can do. So in my experience, you either do the 6 figure 6 week, you're very kind of chill, you get okay results, you know, so and so. Or if you niche down, it allows you to be the Alex Hormozy in a particular niche. Like you'll see some of the stuff me and Ryan are talking about. It's like next level. Like we're talking about like systemizing things, systemizing trials, and you'll just be like, holy cow, I never thought about it that way. So if you go down a niche pathway, there's a lot that you can there's a lot of nuts and bolts. It's kind of like I'm sure you maybe have like a routine. It's like when I wake up, I brush my teeth this way and then I walk in this specific spot and I do this. You're creating that's an SOP for you. And so when you niche
Right.
down, you
Yeah.
have all these very specific nuanced SOPs, right? So yeah, man, I would just say, different people have different prerogative, different goals. I would say for somebody like you, I would assume that niching would not be a bad idea for you.
Okay.
I don't think niching would be a bad idea for you at all. And then in terms of niching down, if you're wondering like how do I even niche down, dude, we have a whole process. There's like a quiz to take. It spits out a number. I give you feedback. We're very objective about it. It's not like a woo-woo thing that you figure out. We're very like hands-on with you, and I'll go over that with you on our call that we'll have. Um,
Wait.
So those are some things, man. Like I guess like what's brewing in your head? Do you have questions based off of this? Or what's brewing through your head? How are you feeling based off of like my feedback, Ryan, and then Robin, what we've told you?
I feel like, it's definitely doable. What I mean, at first, like not being on the call and like being behind the scenes, I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do if I close anybody outside of the niche the classes that you have in there. I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So this gives me more confidence to be like, bro, just hit the lead, work the leads, get them on a discovery call, get them on a sales call, obviously close the deal, get good at taking payment, and then what I mean, from there, we try to get them some results, what I mean, or depending on what type of client it is, refund them. But I'm sure you'll have information and videos for me like to go about that. So um I'm liking the 6 figure 6 week the funnel, man. Like I feel like the niche funnel I mean it works. I've seen somebody using it here in Columbus. That Creative Flow guy, I think that was the page, Creative Flow Marketing. I've seen that, and I've seen him making some videos. I thought he was in the course for sure. I was like, he's got to be in the course. So like, don't nobody know this stuff. But I'm liking both, so I'm just gonna kind of test them both out. Well, test the 6 figure 6 weeks funnel out first, since I've already got the ads running. People are tapping in, like leaving comments on the ad and DMing me. So um, just get good at the basics. You know what I mean? Get familiar with the SOP. So. And then probably move on to niching down after I say, I'm getting people some results that I'm comfortable with, and I know that for sure I can get them those results.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll go in more depth, man. I'll give you like a specific like video. I'll give you some very specific videos to watch so that when me and you chat the next time, I think you'll like know like I'm niching down, I'm not niching down. Here's what I want to do. You'll be very. I just gotta get you
Okay,
you got some internal secret sauce. I'll get that over to you.
got
That
you.
creative flow guy, I know him. So he's a friend of mine. He doesn't do the niching funnel. He does so both the 6 figure and 6 week sales funnel and what he's using are the same. So he uses the social funnel. I use the 6 figure 6 weeks. So what he does is something that I'm teaching you guys inside the program right now. But both he's not niche down. So he's not niche down and the 6 figure is not niche down. So the niching funnel is something that I'll show you. We have like Cam, Ryan's doing it right now. Um, Jeremy's doing it. So that's a different fun. I'll share some stuff with you regarding that. And then you'll be very crystal clear on like all these different methods. And then we'll basically create a plan of attack for you that you feel really good with.
Perfect.
So
That sounds good.
cool, cool. So guys, we're about 30 minutes in. We had two introductions. I'm gonna hop in and get started. Just really quick before I do get started, Righteous and Keith, since this is both your first call, there is no expectation in terms of staying for the whole or leaving. Literally last week, I was on for 5 hours. Me, Mason, like the whole group. You don't have to by any means. Just come hang out for as long as you guys want. Feel free to say peace, whatever. But yeah, and then if you guys have questions, feel free to type them in. But yeah, I'm gonna go and get started, guys. So that being said, who do we got first? I think I think Jeremy, we've got you first before we move on to Robin.
Well, I messed up. I meant to type 6:30 and fat fingered the zero twice because I saw you had introductions, and as he always does, well, not this time. Yeah, who was it? Well, Robin beat me this time. I'm always typing in. I'm going to do the 6:15 and somebody beats me as I'm typing. So I meant to do 6:30 because Robin popped in right in front of me. And so I was trying to say I can do 6:30. And then I looked back and saw it said 6. So I'm out of order. I'll go wherever I need to go.
Okay, so in that case, then let's go ahead and we'll start with Robin. So Robin, I sent you a bunch of voice notes. I'll leave it up to you, man. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start here, or do you want to start here, or do you have a specific question for me? Where did you want to start, Robin?
Let's see. I think I got everything, I needed with the the like to niche down or not to niche down. Do I keep the client, not keep the client? Depending on like which, deal I happen to close first. Like I said, I've got the three that are seem most interesting right now are a limo company in New Orleans. They do about 10K a month right now. They want to do 50K. That seems like it could be, could we target, people going for prom or special events, wedding couples, stuff like that. Seems like a potential good one. The other one's there's another place in New Orleans. It's like a nightclub, music club type of deal. It's New Orleans. So they do a little bit of jazz and blues and bluegrass and stuff like that. That one is a bit interesting because trying to think of like how a funnel would work with something like that, because it's not like they're not going to know very easily, what their like average lifetime value of a customer is, because they're not tracking, like they don't have a CRM for every person that walks in off the street, right? And so it's like, how do we figure out, but then when we run ads, thinking of like, what are the offers that we could do? And then as well as, how do we track conversions on that? Seems like an interesting problem that it has my brain spinning. And I'm thinking like, could you do like ChatGPT AI kind of conversations, or something like that, something super basic to get people engaged and be like, I was thinking like St. Patrick's Day, show us that you're wearing green socks and get $5 off the door entry fee or something like that. Or get a free, half off a drink or something like that. And they seem really interesting. And they also want to do, this one is doubly interesting because they also are interested in like having someone like manage their social media. So it'd be like also a video retainer on top of that, which I like. So it's a little bit of both worlds. And then I guess the other thing we're talking about with the GLP-1. Actually, we'll get to the GLP-1 after. I'll just start with this.
Okay, so out of these two, I will tell you, I actually like the nightclub one a lot more than the limo one.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being is, and again, I have to do market research. You'll notice that, when you go into week 4, one of the big things I talk about is funnel hack. Are you familiar with that term?
Funnel hack. Mm-mm.
So funnel hacking is just
like finding someone else's funnel.
Yeah, exactly. What we're doing is we're just going to, Facebook ads library, and we're seeing what they're currently running. So if we're going to look at limo companies and see what kind of ads they're running. And so this whole section here, how to find a winning offer. So you can do things like you go to Groupon and kind of see what kind of offers people are running there. You go to Facebook ad library. And so we're gonna go to different places. And again, there's all these different like ninja level tactics that you can use to kind of see what the market is doing. So admittedly, I haven't done this for limo, right? This is my first time hearing about a limo business. But what my gut instinct is telling me is that the LTV is just not going to be high enough. Right. So like, how are we going to run ads? Are we going to run ads for Spillover Palm? Because then now it's not like it's like a seasonal thing. And then, like just what kind of offer, what do you do to get people to say, I want to do a limo thing? I think limos are kind of sort of dying. So, I mean, is it possible? Sure. Where my mind goes to is for the nightclub stuff is the new material that I'm working on for you. Literally what we started talking about, me and you, Robin, from day one, man. Like this is it. Like it's I think it's gonna be a walk in the park, man. I think it's literally as simple as you go into the establishment and you're there like on Fridays or Saturdays, if that's something I don't know if you wanted to do it, but literally if you did that and then you were getting enough content to post on social media, and you literally just boost some of those posts, like get some of those posts out there, and all you would do is just it would be a follower ad and a DM ad. And so you could literally just do follower ads to get them followers. And then every single time they get followers, the person that's managing the social media can be like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Getting a conversation started. Oh, dude, we can totally hook you up with a table. So imagine you're running an ad to get followers. Every time there's a follower, the person's idea having a conversation trying to get these people to book a table. So that's the follower side. When it comes to DM side, you could totally do something. You could do like, I mean, it's like nightclub stuff. You ever see those people like interviewing each other, like talking? Like there's a guy and a girl. You could do like that kind of content. There's so many. There you
I
can
just
do.
put in, hey Koshik, I just put in an ad from the Facebook ad library into the chat for Zoom. This is a nightclub that runs ads literally year round around me.
Okay, sweet. So yeah, I mean,
Margaritas After Dark, la discoteca latina más grande.
so I'm not going to delve into it, but I'm willing to bet there's some kind of an offer there. If you run just like a DM ad with something like this, man, you're just going to get so many conversations started, and from there, 3 to 6% is a conversion rate. 3 to 6% of these people are going to end up buying their stuff, whatever it is. And the great thing about these kinds of ads for the clubs is you can just mix and match so many different kinds of offers, club, drinks, discounts,
Ladies free night.
yeah, all kinds of different stuff. I mean, dude, yeah, imagine like Lay's Free Night. You're running an ad for that. You're getting a bunch of followers for that. And then just like you're trying to book a table. Like, hey, Lay's, when you want to come out. And then from there, you're not going to track the ROI. I mean, yeah, you're not going to track the IRR collecting money at the front door, but how much money are they going to make once they're inside the bar and guys are buying them? Dude, a ton of money. So yeah, I think I think it's really simple, man. Going in there once a week or bi-weekly, creating content, being in charge of posting on their social media, running a follower ad, a DM ad. They're gonna get so many followers, they're gonna get so many DMs, dude. They're gonna love you. It's a walk in the park. So that's where my mind is with that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that sounds great. And it's I try to would you think it'd be necessary to do twice a month, or do you think, because I'm thinking of how I would charge for it. I don't know what I haven't talked about budget yet. And so if we could probably help bring budget down, and the fact that I have to, it's, a 2.5 hour drive there for me. And so there's a little bit of travel costs, gotta get a hotel and everything. I don't want to, do something too crazy. But yeah, just trying to, go and create, a month's worth of content and then doing the DM ads. That sounds great.
Yeah, dude, you can do that. Once a month. It's about when you position the offer, you just have to position it in a way where it's going to seem extremely valuable. And you can start thinking out beforehand of like, okay, are you going to have a filmmaker or a photographer go out there and get the content? And you're going to pay them like $200 for an evening. I know people do that all the time, and tons of people want to, they'll easily take $200. So let's say you position, either you're going to position the offer with the end goal in mind of like, here, we're going to have your Instagram, we're going to have it popping, you don't have to take care of it. How you're going to do that, you don't let them need to know that. And then now they're like, okay, yeah, I'm sold on it. I see the value. Option two is you make your vehicle, your pathway part of the value, which is like, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have it pop in and da-da-da. But guess what? We're going to be there every weekend, every Friday. You're going to see my ugly mug getting the best shots, getting the hottest script, da-da-da-da-da. So now you have a different kind of angle of value proposition. But this one, you're kind of like, you're kind of saying you're going to be there versus this one, you're being a little bit more safe and saying, hey, focus on the end result. How you get there, they don't need to necessarily know that.
Another thing as well, just to mention for the value stack, is like for this nightclub in particular, like I'm on their list, but they have my phone number. So they have a really unique way of getting it. I would actually study these guys. I actually unsubscribe because they pretty much text me every weekend and I never go out. I'm kind of like righteous over here just trying to grind. So what I will say is like SMS is huge for these types of people because they basically, instead of running ads, they get a list that's so goddamn big. And because everyone that goes here is super local, all you're doing is selling to customers that have already been sold before. So if you develop a system where not only can you run ads to people between the ages of 20 to 30 every single day within a 15-mile radius from the actual location, and then not only that, collect all of the phone numbers from the people that go to you all the time, you can hit them up and be like, yo, 50% off tables tonight. There's only 5 left. Who wants one? Boom. Urgency. Sold. You got it. You booked them.
I like that.
Yeah. So I would say, using some of the SMS stuff Mason just shared, it's a no-brainer, man. I think it's a pretty easy one. And then again, he obviously opted in because it's a free video, right? So that becomes part of the offer. It's like, hey, you don't have to pay. Your chances are you're paying a photographer, videographer, or the promoters are paying. Don't worry about those costs at all. We're going to take care of that for you. Just save you hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, those are my thoughts on that one, man. Questions, comments, concerns?
No, I think that's good. Gives me a lot. That gives me a lot to work on for. I got to dive into the sales call stuff. I've got the sales call booked for Thursday, and so got to get through all that material and then go to that one. And then
Make
last
sure
question
you
was
make sure like you can listen back to this call. We're at the 45-minute mark, but like all those different kinds of funnels we went over, follow rat, that leads to a conversation that you want to make sure you draw that out from left to right so they can visually see it instead of you just talking kind of like how I'm talking. I'm just kind of all over the place. You need to visually show the funnel from A to
Oh
Z.
yeah, I'm gonna make some. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna probably make like a little Canva graphic or something to lay out the options and probably frame it as like thinking like, okay, here's the rate that it would be for the videography services, and then when you combine it with the the marketing side of things where we do the DM kind of funnel as well, and run ads to that, it's this much more plus your ad spend or something like that, and then kind of combining that all into one.
I would say because you've gone through the discovery call stuff and obviously you're crushing it there. If I were you, what I would say is go through the sales stuff first and then because you'll see there's a very unique way that I do it. There's a very unique way I position it. I compare videographers to us versus digital marketers, and there's a unique kind of selling proposition. So I would say, once you get that training, then you can come back to me and then tell me like, here's what I'm thinking specifically. Because you'll see like because the way you position, the way you just did, that's very much like, that's like a Connor way to do it. But this is like more like the agency route, and we want to kind of get rid of that element of like the videography. And yeah, I would say the most important part in my experience when it comes to this, it's really the diagram, showing them all the way from the traffic level to the end. For example, again, you saw a six figure, you saw a video, like you saw how it all worked, and then you're like, oh, it makes sense. Even when I sent you that Loom video and I talked about, I remember you'd left a comment where I talked about partnerships and you're like, oh, this is how this all works. There's like a light bulb moment that went off. So if you can give these business owners that light bulb, they can see it all. Boom, there you go. Like that's the most important part in my experience. So that's why I think you should really focus on that.
Yeah, sweet. And then the last thing was the GLP-1 stuff. So yeah, a little bit more about him. I know you said something about like Botox. I don't think he does anything like that. His main thing is, he knows that he made a dumbass mistake in buying the 200 grand worth of equipment. It's like some of it is like specialized like exercise equipment. He's got a DEXA scanner, which I think that's like the most like legit thing that he's got, because I'm like, those are actually genuinely useful for like measuring body composition and stuff. But then he's got some other stuff that's like, this is a laser that like burns your fat. And I'm like, what's the catch? Because like that sounds like sci-fi. Is it like, oh, it technically does, but it's like 1% of your body fat after 20 treatments that are very expensive or something like that. But yeah, so he's mostly doing the GLP-1 stuff, and then he's trying to get more bookings for the other side of things. And maybe it's he shouldn't be focusing. Maybe he should focus more on like the consulting side of things, right? Because he is trying. That is his goal, is to like get away from just like the GLP-1 stuff, because he's like super paranoid that like there's like some regulatory stuff where like this could disappear for him as like a revenue source like overnight, basically. If there's like different regulatory changes, or like it becomes the point where like anyone could just go to their doctor and get it once it becomes more available, then that whole line of revenue is gonna like disappear. And so he's trying to figure out, how can he build something more long term and sustainable.
So regulatory wise, I don't know if you know this, I'll just kind of share with you. Maybe you do know, but basically, do you know the difference between Wegovy and Ozempic?
I thought they were the same.
No.
Marketed different. Oh, okay. Like chemically different?
No, the chemicals are the same.
So okay, gotcha.
So basically, you go to the doctor, and then you either have diabetes or you don't. If you have diabetes,
yeah, Wegovy is for non-diabetes, just for like weight loss. Yeah.
So if you get Ozempic, guess what? Insurance covers it. If
Oh,
Exactly. So this is where the money comes in. So if you go and you have diabetes and they say, hey, you want Ozempic, great, insurance covers it, no problem. If, however, you're going with the BMI over 30 or something like that, they'll say, okay, you qualify for semaglutide, which is an active compound, but it's going to be Wegovy. And so then you try to get Wegovy, and it's like $2,000 a month. And so there lies the problem. So either you have diabetes or you're overweight. If you are diabetes, well, then insurance, you're fine. If you are overweight, what does that leave you with? That leaves you with medical spas or telehealth businesses. So medical spas and telehealth business, what do? They're getting generic forms from
yeah, like a compounding pharmacy. Yeah.
So that's where that comes in. So when he says that, um, I don't know that that's going to happen anytime soon. I think that this is going to be here for a very long time. I think these guys are going to, the guys up top charging for $2,000, $1,000, whatever, they're going to milk that for a few years. So compounded pharmacy, semaglutide is going to be a thing for a while. So just so you know for the future. So I guess that being said, I mean, like, what's your specific question? Like, how can I help in like in terms of, yeah, I guess, like, what's your question? Like, how do I make this funnel work, or what was the issue? Like, how can I help you specifically regarding that guy?
Yeah, I guess my biggest like basic question is just like, what's the cost per like acquired customer that y'all are getting for these? Like, what's the baseline? Just so I could like when I talk to him next, because I've got to edit this video for him and be like, hey, this is something we could like try out, and also just have a baseline to see how his current marketing company that's running ads is doing. I want to see if they're kind of like up to snuff.
Yeah. So I was going to create a post about this on the Wins channel. This is it for everybody. And I was looking at Amon's numbers, I was looking at Jorge's numbers, and I was looking at my numbers, and I was like, dude, Amon, we're normal. Like, we were trying to like solve a bottleneck issue, and they were like, no, dude, Amon, your numbers are normal. And so what I came to find is that these are like average numbers. Like, your conversion rate from lead to purchaser is anywhere from 3 to 5.5%. So in other words, if you generate 100 leads, 3 to 5.5 of those leads are going to turn to purchasers. So the question simply becomes, what is the cost per lead? Because you want to bring that cost down. And then what is the lifetime value? So this is why Hormozi is always talking about just charge more. And I'm always talking about LTV, add on additional things, focus on the offer. It's all about that. And because you can't really focus on bring costs down, because costs are going to go up eventually. So you have to just focus on, how do I make each customer more value? How do I just charge them more? How do I just give them more value so that they want to spend more money with me? All right. All that to say, I know that doesn't directly answer your question, but I just thought that's important information for you to know, so that you can say to him, hey, on average, what we're going to do is we're going to convert 3% of the leads. So it's going to be lead to purchaser. So he knows that. That's something you can leverage.
Gotcha.
Now, in terms of cost per acquisition, I don't know, Jeremy, I don't know, what's your cost per acquisition for Alpida? For me and Aman, in terms of like all the clients that we're seeing, it's about $200 cost per acquisition for GLP-1 stuff like semaglutide. So
and what's the LTV for those?
So it depends. So again, right now, the machine that we're doing is we're spending $97 for like a skinny shot thing. So it's like, for $97, you get your first injection, and then you get like a B12 shot, and you get like this other thing. And so it's like $97. The true cost of it is probably, I don't know, like it could probably like go for like 250. And so when people, it's like, oh, it's fantastic. And then from there, you're turning that into like a package sale. So it's either a 1 month, a 3 month, or like a 6 month. And so this is like 3K or something like that. So it just depends. It depends on how good they are. It goes back to, again, 3% are going to purchase. How valuable can you make them? And how valuable you can make them is how good you are at sales and how good you're at nurturing these people. So right now, I mean, I can like pull up. So like one of Amon's clients is absolutely crushing it. So this lady, dude, she's nuts. Okay. So $97 slim shot package. She spent $600 on ads. Her CPM is $22. Leads, she got 36 leads. Out of these 36 leads, she basically sold 3 of them. Okay. You might say, okay, that's not a lot. But what she did is she extracted $7,500 from them.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's crazy.
Good.
This is why I want to dive into the numbers with him. I've been trying to get him to give me access to like his Facebook ads manager and his like CRM, so I could see exactly what he's dealing with, because he didn't know any of the numbers off the top of his head. So I'm like, the other thing that like that it keeps coming back to me that you've said is business owners suck at business. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that explains so much. I've been like going like this whole time since I've like been having my business. I look at all these other business owners and I'm like, I'll see things. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. But then I'm like, well, I'm just like going off of like what Alex Hermosi said on an Instagram reel. So what the heck do I know? These are like, this guy's been doing this thing, running this business for 20 years, you know? And I'm like, oh no, business owners just suck at business.
They just suck at business. They've been running around with the fire on their head, and they just don't know that they're in a tremendous amount of pain. And they need somebody like you to come around with a fire extinguisher, be like, calm down. This is what's wrong with your business. Let's have good behavior. But yeah, so I don't know where the issue is going to be without looking at the ad. So we have to look at it like I kind of alluded to this, like ad level, then lead level, and then like discovery calls, and then sales calls. And so we have to like figure out what the issue is at each of these levels. And so like the reason I also want to share this with you is like what we were doing is we were comparing each of these clients. So this client right here, she, again, if we consider the number of leads closed, right? So if we just do some math, right? So 3 divided by 36 times 100. So she converted 8% of her lead. If we look at Eternally Young, this person converted 3 out of 124. So this is more normal, actually. So this person converted 2.4 versus Fabulash converted 8, which is not normal, actually. So maybe we just need more data here. But this one, it's 2.4%. But you'll notice they only extracted $600. So in this case, so everybody's selling a $97 thing on the front end, but she's so good at sales that she got the first person to spend 100. She got the second person to say, hey, you know what? I love you and I love this thing. I'm going to spend $3,500. I'm going to buy the whole darn thing. And this person, same thing. Versus here, they said, okay, you know what? I just want to do the first injection here. This person said that. Second person, I just want to do the first injection. This person signed up probably for like a month package. Right?
Yeah.
So if I look at this example, 33 plus 47 equals 80 leads. And then from here, they converted 3. So 3 divided by 80 times 100. So that's going to be a 3.75% conversion rate. Very normal, very average. However, again, same thing as Eternally Young. So out of these 3 people that converted 3, the first person spent $400, the second person spent $500, and then I don't know what the heck happened with this person. So maybe both these bought like the month-long package. I don't really know what happened. Maybe this person still owes money or something. I don't know. But as you can see, like, again, conversion rates are very similar across the board. The difference between goats and not goats is, again, how valuable you make your customers. And so the question becomes, where's the bottleneck? If I look at, by the way, when I looked at these 2 individuals, if you look at the number, again, ad level, everything is fine. Lead level, they're working the leads. Actually, no, you got your discovery call and then you got your sales call. Okay, so ad level, everybody's running the exact same ad, exact same everything. Cost per lead, cost per everything is fine. The difference between Fabulash and these 2 people, what we came to find is that she's like, her sales is way better. And she's basically like, the thing with Fabulash, she's actually using Ozempic herself. She actually uses the product. So she tells the story and how it's benefiting all her stuff. She's like so vested. And then what she does is she actually presents options to buy. She basically treats the discovery call like a sales call. She goes over financing, all these different things. So by the time they're done talking, they're like so inspired that they go and get the financing. So when they show up to her, they've already got the money. Versus these people are really Eternally Young and Belle. They're like working really hard on the discovery call to get them to a sales call. And they're not fully sold by the time they get here versus her, they're already sold. So this is what we were able to identify. So again, you have to view it and like under a microscope to figure out what the issue is. So now that we know that, what we're doing now is we're taking both of these individuals and we're working with them on their discovery calls. We're retraining them on their discovery calls. We're basically taking what she does, finding the best parts of it, and then retraining these people. So
yeah, this is giving me like, I know the questions I need to ask him and to like be able to dive in and figure out, because this is another thing I was considering is like, you know, is he getting enough leads in? But like, I don't know exactly what his process is. I think it might be as simple as he hired this marketing agency, they run ads for him, and the ads just like lead to the website, and then that's it. And then it's like, maybe they call and book an appointment, or maybe they just like walk in the door. You know, I think it might be that simple. I don't even think he's doing like discovery calls and sales calls. It's just kind of like they just see who walks in the door, right? And I'm like, that could be something that is like, oh, you need to like get someone to like follow up with these leads as soon as you get their information to like, you know, have a quick conversation with them for 5 minutes. And that can, I'm sure, would do a ton to like actually, you know, get people in the door.
Exactly. If I look at like these numbers, so again, you can come back and rewatch this, but if I were just do 348 divided by 33, your cost per lead here is $10.54. The cost per lead here is $9.69. I think this is probably around $10 as well. So that goes to tell you, like, if his number is like $20, what does that mean? That means it's the ad level. Versus if you see that his cost per lead is about $10 as well, you're like, okay, the issue is probably not the ad level.
Yeah.
All right. So, but yeah, maybe if you were to find that out, say you're driving traffic to a website and then nothing is happening, what's your cost per lead? Okay, it means no, you have to stop going to a website. You have to do the instant format. That's going to get your lead cost from $30 down to $10. You cut your cost in a third, your numbers will be drastically different. So that's how you have to kind of diagnose those things.
And everyone for this is running they're all running a Go High Level funnel.
So for GLP-1 stuff,
Mhm.
everybody's, I mean, different people do different things, but for the most part, everybody, what they're doing is it's an instant format. Are you familiar with those?
Instant form. That's where you fill out the form built into Facebook.
Exactly. So this would represent Facebook. This would represent the ad. They click name, email, phone number. And then what happens is there's an AI automation that like texts them and say, hey, I saw that you did this thing, da, 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 da. What's a good time for you to have a conversation so that we can make sure it's a good fit for you? They respond back. And then from there, you do the discovery call. And then from there, you do that sales call. So that's what typically things are looking like. And not even just, so you're typically doing a discovery call here. And then I call this a sales call because this is where you're trying to upsell packages and stuff like that. But really it's like discovery call and then like treatment. I wouldn't even call this maybe sales. It's like, this is where people are
That's where
coming.
they come in for the first treatment. Yeah.
And so
Do
that's
they
what,
put down a deposit on the discovery call?
question, solid question. I like the way you think. So this is another thing that me and Aman came to find out. So what we were doing is on the initial discovery call, we had a few different variations. We were using like an AI bot to like call. We were doing like manual calls. And so we had these two, but then out of these two, we had two variations. So this variation and then this variation did a deposit, this variation did no deposit.
Mhm.
So we tried to do bot versus no bot and then deposit versus no deposit. And so what we came to find is that if you do a deposit, your conversion rate drops significantly. That's so initially we were collecting deposit, and typically that's what you do to increase show up rate. But now what we're coming to find is maybe the market's changed, maybe the industry has changed. I don't know, but what we've done is we've gotten rid of deposits, and that's increased everything.
No deposits. What about AI versus manual calling?
So very, very, I like your question. So what we came to find is, again, if we consider the variable between her and these two, what's the variable? What's the difference? She's much better on the discovery call selling. And so what I came to find is, and what I literally was having this conversation with Aman the other day, I was like, we got to get rid of the AI bot. Jeremy, by the way, this is for you. Me and Aman determined that we don't think that the bot caller is the best use because it's just she's so much better at it. So here's what I also want you guys to think about. Think about the discovery call for the 6-week sales funnel. You know how there's 4 archetypes, maybe not be a business owner, maybe never have not tried ads in the past, have tried ads but bad experience, and then currently running ads. See how nuanced that is? A bot cannot do that. A bot cannot distinguish between these 4 and then have a conversation, put that to a discovery call. And so, yeah, so it's just not worth it. Like you're losing money.
Yeah. Can people tell that they're bots?
Yeah, some people can tell. We had
that would just piss me off. I guess maybe it depends on how expensive the thing I'm trying to buy is. If like, you know, that I'll like anytime I can detect like Zapier. I think I actually thought that you were sending me a Zapier automation the first time around, and then you sent me a voice note, and I'm like, oh, okay, sorry about that. Oops. Because like I always see those, and I always like, I don't want to talk to a bot. I'm not going to talk to the computer.
Where I do think AI works well is if you had something where you did not have to be very sophisticated on the discovery call. Like for us, for example, there's 4 different archetypes. You have to kind of sort of do a bait and switch to the sales call. That requires a lot of skill and a lot of like feeling it out. Versus if you are doing something like Botox, fillers, which is like, hey, you want to do Botox? Okay, how many units do you need? Okay, when do you want to get? Okay. Why does that work well? Because now you're working every lead like a machine instead of a human, your leads fall through the crack. So that's
Mm,
where I see AI voice bots come in.
yeah.
I think AI text is fantastic. AI text is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet. Part of me wonders is like, if you could do a test between like, what is like the I'm sure that the person that's like great at sales and everything, they're gonna like completely destroy the bot. But what if you have
Oh,
someone that's like really bad at it, right? Where they're like in the position where it's like, okay, is the bot gonna be better than like hiring a person that's like better at the sales stuff than me?
I don't think the tech is there, man.
Mm,
Tech is there. It's not there. It's not advanced
out
enough.
there. Yeah, I that's what I was suspecting when I first heard y'all like talking about like the AI, chatbot stuff. I'm like, this is interesting. I want to play with it, but I don't know if that's like, if it would work. Especially the voice one. That one is like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
It was so challenging to get it set up. I'm glad we did it because now we know like that's not the route. Now we know it. But the text just not there, man. I look at the AI text as like it's almost like having an assistant. That's where
Mm.
it's like so
Just
the
asking
ad,
like basic questions, like stuff you can get like a VA to do.
yeah, exactly. It's really good. It beats a VA. It's way better than having a VA for sure.
Mm.
Um, it's really good at that job. Um, but aside from that, like I mean, sales is just you can't outsource that to a bot right now.
Oh
Not even,
yeah.
not even close. So,
That's
um,
it.
yeah, man. Other question that you have, we can
Mm.
keep going down this, or if you had other question that you wanted some help on,
Mm. No, I
um,
think that was it for me. I think that got through the main stuff I want to talk about.
okay. Um, how are you feeling about stuff overall?
Feeling great. Ready to
Not
rock
feeling
and roll.
overwhelmed or anything like that? You're feeling pretty chill about stuff?
Feeling chill.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Well, if that's everything, then I'm gonna move on to the next person. Rob, you can hang out for as long as you want. You want to ask more questions, we'll circle back at the very end, or if you want to peace out here in a little bit, you can certainly do that as well.
Sweet.
So I'm gonna go ahead and move on, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Cool. Um, Mr. Jeremy, Spot Stealer. Um, I think you're up now.
All right. Well, I didn't want to jump in front of MJ there. Basically, I got 2 meetings this week since we kind of did the reeling it in and going to a different part of the lake.
Yeah.
And I took notes on it, but I was trying to take notes and do what I was trying to do. So I was wondering if we could just do that one more time, have you help me reel in the bait and go to a different part of the lake to fish in. Because I think it didn't work. I still haven't gotten around to filming ads, and it's because of the Chiefs. My sister-in-law, who I want to film, really the only day I can film her is on Sundays. And even though the Chiefs played on Saturday last week, she's always at the games. So I won't have her this weekend either because doggone it, we're in the AFC Championship again. Anyway, I still got to work on that, but I still believe my ad has some life in it. I just got to find the right place to put it. So if you want me to share my screen, I will. I'd just like to have you kind of walk me through step by step on that again. And then because I don't have a lot, going on, I can give you some updates on everybody I'm working with, but
Yeah.
nothing else really big.
Yeah.
I'd
So
love to just show you Alpida's opportunities. I just want you to see it. That's
which
all.
one? What do you want to do first? You want to go over that first? You want to go over this
Yeah,
first?
well, let me just do this real quick because I didn't even want to go in and change like the money spend. I've still been spending $50 a day, just but this is the campaign. Here's the ad set that we turned on last week, a week ago today. So if you can't read this, 147 on the CPM,
That's a little
$350, 23 link clicks. I just want to show you something else really quick. This is odd. I always fill out my form before we get on the deal today. And I went last week, Go High Level showed I had 102 unique clicks.
Mm.
This week, Go High Level adding the week of time in on the stats still only shows 102 link clicks, which is, I thought was weird. Because even Facebook showed I had some clicks, but oh, now of course it goes up a little bit. Oh no, that's because so if I just do January, it still shows 102 link clicks. I thought that was weird. I don't know if something quit tracking or.
What you want to look at is not all, you want to look at uniques, by the way.
Yeah, that hadn't changed. Nothing's changed. It's just,
That's weird. That is not.
and I know I'm getting clicks because I had a couple meetings booked. They were both worthless, but I had meetings booked. So I don't know what happened. I haven't changed anything. I didn't change where the ad is going. I didn't change anything. So I'll keep an eye on that and just see if it does it again.
Let's click on the ad level. I'm pretty sure we duplicate it in the way that we need to, where we don't even change.
This is what we do. We did duplicate the ad set.
Right. So go back to go click into the ad level, and I just want to, let's just go and click on edit. And then scroll down to the link. And we're sure that's the right link, yeah?
If I click it, it should go, yeah, there it is.
Okay. Just to double quadruple check, click on where it says there's the arrow next to advanced preview on the upper right hand corner. Right, to the right of that. I'm sorry, left. Go back. Click on that arrow to the right of that. Yep. That drop down and click on Facebook post with comments.
Yeah, and I'm getting those too. I see the little notification every now and then that comes in and says so and so liked your whatever. I'm not getting comments, but I am getting people liking the post. I mean, it's only been 9, but
click on book now. Just want to make sure. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why Go High Level is not recording that. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I'll sleep on it. If something jumps out at me, I'll let you know. This is maybe a Mason question. I honestly don't know. I wish I could tell you.
I've never seen it do that before. So maybe just a glitch. Maybe they're having some troubles. Who knows?
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounded like to me right now. Like there's some weird, funky glitch going on there.
Even though I wasn't getting a lot, even Facebook shows 23, so it should have gone up a little bit. But anyway,
so
this just didn't do as well.
You got 23 link clicks. How many leads have you gotten from this?
It says 1, but I did get 2 booked discovery calls.
So you're spending $150 for a book sale discovery call right now?
Yeah, 125.
Okay, so
this one, yeah.
Well, go back to your Excel. What's your average?
72.
$72, $76, $85.
October is out of whack because I only ran it literally for like 2-3 days in October. So I've thought about just like eliminating October all over, but I thought, well, I'll let it go for a couple months just to see. But that one is, if you look at the numbers, everything is an outlier because I only ran it for maybe 4 or 5 days, if at the most, that month. That's when I niched down.
So for the month of January, you've spent
$8.75.
$8.75. You're getting clicks. How much are your clicks cost? About $8. So I mean, it's all average. So it's good that you're catching it now, because if we wait too long, it might be out of whack. But thankfully, we're still within average ranges. It sounds to me like it was just like this past week or so. Like the results kind of just tanked in like the last week.
Yeah. Want to leave it alone for a little longer and see what happens?
I don't see, Robin. I think what we can do is we can duplicate it, because your cost per click is a little bit, it's like $15 or something like that, right? Right now.
For you, unique link click is $8.58.
Your averages, but like if we go back to Ads Manager.
Oh,
yeah. And I mean, this is obviously not the accurate data, so
it's not that far out of whack from everything else. It's just, not getting any bookings. So I thought, well, everything looks basically the same. I'm just not getting the fish to bite this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Let's duplicate it. Let's go and just duplicate it. Let's go to the ad set level, duplicate, and kind of take it from there. Um, and you're gonna want to, I would say, take the time this week. And I always, and Jeremy, I don't know if I told you this, I always tell people, I say like the number one, your highest level priority, like red alert is this. It's more than Alpida, more than anybody else, because the moment it goes back to the very beginning with Keith and everybody is like, hey, do we have consistent leads coming in so that we can just rest assured and just always be okay? So what I would what I would suggest is this week, what you can do is take some time to maybe tweak up this main ad where you can tweak up maybe the first 1 to 3 seconds, right? I know you're waiting for some people to film and create that content, but that's probably what I would be on top of this week and see what you can get in terms of ads so that in the event, the reason I'm saying it is in the event that we don't end up in a good pond next week, right? We have some ads that we can test out.
I'll see if I can get my sister-in-law to cave. And the big reason I want to use her is, first of all, she won't charge me. Secondly, she's a very good talker. She's pretty. And she has been using Ozempic. So I can do like before and after stuff. She's lost like 40 pounds in the last 2 or 3 months. So, that to me, first of all, I thought if I can create, I'll have her create them for me, but I'm going to create some generic stuff where she doesn't say the name. And that way I've got it for anybody who does this. I could give them to Amon or whoever, but,
I don't know. I think Aman right now is currently running more of like the testimonial ad. I don't think he's even running this top of funnel ad anymore.
Yeah.
So, we want to get ahead of it. We want to film some ads. Like if I were
Yeah.
you.
And I feel that pressure on my chest because we've been talking about it for like 3 weeks now. She's hard to, she's a mama and got a life and
Record some yourself. I know we spoke about different avatars and everything, but get ahead of it. Do what you can, right?
Yeah.
I, yeah. And then the other thing I was going to advise you is like if you can take your conversation with Alpida. And again, it's maybe a little bit of challenge with her, but you have to again kind of pre-frame her before the conversation and make sure she's good with helping you out a little bit. And then if you say the right question, you can use that and then create a video that we can run ads with because that's working really well for Alman. I see that work really well for some other med spa owners. Is like they're interviewing their client and their client's talking about the amazing results, and you can literally run ads with that. So that's something you could proactively do this week if you wanted to. So I would say if I were you, I'd record some ads. So a few things you can do. You can take this core ad and tweak up like the first 3 seconds. You can do something there. Right. Again, I talk about this. If you go inside of the course, if you go into the FAQ module, there's something on like how to deal with fatigued ads. And one of the things I talk about is like tweaking up the first 3 seconds. So you can do that. The other thing I would do is I would literally just record some ads yourself. Like you sitting down, talking, just record a few yourself. Why not? And then third, see if you can get something with Alpida where you can take that and then create kind of like a testimonial based ad. I would say go to Aman's Facebook page and see what his ad looks like. Study that formula first before you have a conversation with her. Kind of see what he's doing, see the magic sauce, see why that works.
So I'm sorry, you said, I'm trying to keep up with you here. So go get like a testimonial video from her saying how good this has been doing.
Well, before you do, the first thing is go to Aman's Facebook first.
Okay.
Go to Aman's Facebook and look at his ad so you can kind of see. Do you have his or do you need me to pull it up? I can pull it up if you don't have it.
I know it's visuals by Amon, so maybe go to the Facebook ad manager and take a look, or a library and look at it.
Yeah, I'll if you want to stop sharing your screen for a second, I can just pull it up for you.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, give me just a second here. I'm trying to pull it up.
Because I'm still nervous to ask her just because, but anyway, I have been thinking about it. She would be a good person if I can get her to just record a simple video for me saying, hey, even if it's just like he's working really hard and I'm getting leads, it's just something simple.
It's very important that you and everybody that's listening to this right now, like you guys, should be on, weekly, bi-weekly calls with your clients. And when they say cool stuff, you capture it. Like you guys, all these calls are being recorded. There's a camera out to the side. If I have something good, I'm going to use it in my marketing maybe, right? Robin earlier was talking about how he got these amazing results so fast. I can use that in my marketing. You guys always should be doing that. So it looks like he doesn't have it popping up right now. I don't know why, but just message me and I'll reach out to Aman and see if I can get that ad for you. But literally the way it was is like, if you were to imagine the screen here, Aman is in the bottom right hand corner, and then he's just like, hey, so what kind of results, what's going on? And then she's just like talking, she's like, Aman, you wouldn't believe it. Actually,
imagine.
trying to pull up the exact ad because he was sharing results about it. But what it is, it's very similar to, I don't know if this is going to be in here because it was so long ago. Do you remember the call that Aman shared where he was like talking to one of his clients? Do you remember that? Were you here for that?
I don't know if I saw him do that.
Yeah, he that's basically the ad. He took a conversation he had with her and posted it in here.
Okay.
And he was just like talking to her. So it's not like a testimonial. It's just like you're just talking to your client.
Like we're a fly on the wall watching them discuss things.
Exactly. There you go. It's the fly on the wall kind of style. It's not the style like, where you see like people like Eric Duran and you just know it's like a thing that's been set up. It's not that. It's not where I tell you to send me a video and record and you send it over to me. It's fly on the wall. It's like these kinds of conversations. So that's what's working really well.
Okay.
And again, if you just message me, I'll send you something.
Okay, I will. Cam, I see you popped up on there. I have not forgotten you. I promise.
What's that?
Cam has asked me to do a testimony for him as a guy, and I will admit I have forgotten it, but I haven't forgotten it. I'm just really busy, man. Sorry.
You're good.
So those are the things, right? So if I were you, those are the things I'm going to prioritize this week. Yeah, I'm going to prioritize this week, and let's just get ahead of it. You got to get ahead of ads.
Yeah.
They are going to die.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing about not having any booked meetings is I do have the time. So I took on one client that's a charity that I'm doing a video for, but that's it. So it's a nice little paycheck for not a lot of work. But other than that, I've been kind of keeping my calendar clear. But this is really the first week I've come into the week where I don't have a scattering of discovery calls. So that just kind of got my antennas up. I let it run over the weekend, just thought I would talk to you and see what you thought. Because like you said, the numbers don't look crazily different. There's just no bookings coming in. So I may have just hit a little skid. But so do you want me to duplicate this or do you want to be
if you want to pull it up, just make sure we're doing it the right way.
Okay.
Yeah, so just go and get that bad boy selected, duplicate it. Yep. I'm
gonna try to click slower this time.
That's it.
Yes, duplicate.
Yep. And that's it.
And just publish.
Just publish, yep.
Because the ad everything there should stay the same, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
You only have to, the funky stuff we did last time where we put in the post ID, you only have to do it the first time. You duplicate every other time, you just do this.
Okay. So now do I just go into the previous one from here? Well, let me turn these off. This one, I just turn it off, right?
Yep.
Make sure the ad did too. Okay.
Well, did you turn off all of them?
No, because this computer is just a really slow computer. It's just my little admin computer. This is what I normally work on, but the Zoom computer is just very slow. So
I was just checking to make sure that, so click on the ad set that we just turned on.
Yeah, this one is it right here.
So
120/25. It's turned on.
You put a check mark next to it really quick. And then let's click on the ads tab. Yeah. Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Sit back, relax. I mean, give it 3 days and kind of take it from there.
Okay. All right, I'll get some new ads created and maybe have those ready to show you. I just want to have you look. Now I'll sign into Alpida's. Her stuff. What's frustrating is, and she finally got approved by what's called Legit Script. I'm sure you've heard of them. So now she has that emblem on her website, and she can officially advertise semaglutide and tirzepatide without having to say skinny shot, slim shot, all that stuff. But we have 44 people who have submitted a form that we're in, doing our results calls and texts, trying to get them to, they stopped just shy of booking an appointment. We have 6 people who have said, I just need a little time. I'd like you to call me back because I got to wait for my money to come in or whatever. Although she did sign up with Klarna and Afterpay and Credit Care and all that. So now she's offering financing.
Good, good.
She has 22 booked appointments to talk to her that came straight out of the ad, where she is going into the sales process, getting money. She has 2 that are booked to actually speak to a doctor, which means they paid. They're ready to go. She has 9 1 opportunities. Now this is since this month. So, and then we got the lost. And then anybody who doesn't respond or we just put them into a long-term marketing list stage so that we can start up like a newsletter at some point here.
How many leads do we have total really quick? Just how many leads were total
So
leads?
44, 50 plus 22 is 72 plus 2, 74, 83.
83.
That are legitimate opportunities to sell. Now, out of those 83, 44 of them are people we haven't got on the hook yet, but the little bobber is bouncing up and down in the water.
So here's what I'll tell you, man. Like, she's a shark, dude. Because if you just do the numbers, what's that? You're looking at 9 divided by 83, which is like a 10% conversion rate from lead to purchaser. That's not normal. That is average.
Here's the thing though, is
Good.
you can scan the internet, and I've done it. She's offering the best prices. There's just nobody, she's offering 6 months of semaglutide for $600. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's 4 shots. That's 24 shots. So I don't know how she's just, but she told me, she's like, look, I don't want to make a lot of profit right now. I just want to get volume.
Yeah.
So she's going for the big thing. She's not going for making little $1,000 here, $1,000 there. She wants $1 million.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is, my antenna, you talk about antennas up, average conversion rate is, 3%, if that. We're talking 10%. That is insane. So I remember you told me it's like $10 $100 per customer per month is like her profit, and she just wants to get a bunch of them, and she's just like chilling. Yeah, I mean, keep it up, keep up that whole thing. If it were me, maybe I'm too greedy, but like my mind is just like, what kind of back end program can you sell? You got 9 purchasers, and if you get those 9 purchasers, can you get one of those people to spend like $2,000 on something?
Yeah.
How you're really cooking now. Yeah. So, but
Yeah,
man,
I did have you so talk about having weekly check-ins. That makes me laugh. I have daily check-ins with her. And this is usually like one or two texts, maybe an email, and usually a Zoom call every day.
What do you guys even talk about at this point? Like, what's there to talk about?
It's so hard to explain.
How was your day, Jeremy?
Yeah, not that.
What'd you eat for lunch, Jeremy?
It's just she is constantly looking at the numbers. I have to tell her every single day, let's not change the ad. Don't change the ad. It's working. Please don't change the ad. Because today she wanted to go in and tweak some of the verbiage on the ad. I'm like, Alpida, it's working. You realize, I said, I didn't say this, but I'm no Koshik or Mason, but I have seen enough and they have told me enough. I've seen it with my own eyes. If you change a few things, that can throw the whole thing out of balance. We've got this thing like oiled. I told her that even though she got legit script, we created a new ad last week that actually says the words semaglutide, tirzepatide, all that on it. I told her, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to run those. I mean, because this is working. Why would we change? And she's like, it might work more the other way. So I said, I finally talked her into just let's do 25-25 and let's see which one does better. If the one that says Skinny Shot does better than the one that actually says the words on it, then stick with that. Because there may be a whole bunch of people who have no idea what the term semaglutide and tirzepatide means, but that thing about those are those shots. I know what that is, and so, yeah, anyway, I really enjoy working with her. But I've got my wife and somebody else doing the morning and evening calls. Well, this morning my wife woke up and had to make 44 phone calls, and it took over an hour and a half. So that's what prompted the conversation after we got done talking about what she wanted to talk about was, Alpita, what you're paying me, we don't have to worry about paying my wife or me to make phone calls, but you can't have somebody making an hour and a half or 2 hours of phone calls every single day, 6 days out of the week, and expect to only be able to pay them a couple $100. It ain't going to work. Not even the Philippines will work for that. So I made that clear to her. I also made it clear to her that, I'm growing. I'm trying to get new customers. I'm trying to help people. The day is coming soon, hopefully, that I just won't be able to talk to you every single day. I know I've kind of set this precedent, but you have to understand that's because at the time I signed you, I wasn't doing this for a whole lot of people. So anybody, but I wanted to learn and I wanted to help you, and I wanted to maybe go into something that I had never even studied, which was these shots. So there's coming a day where you might get an hour out of me a week, and then we got to, that's more realistic. So anyway, she claimed to have understood all that. We'll see how it goes tomorrow when I start getting texts. But I really, like I said, I always kind of tease about how much time she spends talking to me and stuff, but I do really like her. She is very good to work with. And it seems like every week there's some little thing where I'm like, we got it. This thing's working. And she finds a little crack.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. As long as I can keep learning something, I'll keep it going. But as soon as we get to the point where it starts, sputtering a little bit, where it's like, look, now we're going over territory. I see my footprints here. Now that'll be where I'll have to put the brakes on it. But
yeah,
I do have the ladies from Houston all set up. All I have to do is connect their Stripe account. But I swear, and that she has paid me for the first 2 months, and we haven't even started her ads yet. But it is like pulling teeth to get them to just. I've had 2 conversations just to get the Stripe email and phone number or password, and they don't know it. They can't find it. I'll call you tomorrow with it. They don't call. I mean, it's as long as I know the main lady who hired me, I think she's fairly wealthy. At one point, I was trying to get into her Go High Level, and they told me she has 14 of her businesses in Go High Level. So I think she's doing okay for herself. So as long as it's not, I checked that the payments have been made. She's not stopped them. She's not told me to refund them or anything like that. And I have made them aware, hey, because the little thing I set them up, just auto bills. I've made her aware of that. The doctor who told me he wanted to wait till February, he's paid both of his bills. He's paid me $2,000. I don't even have anything with him yet. But anyway, as long as they're okay with that, I just stay in touch with them. Usually once a week, I send them an email and say, I'm here. If you need anything, you just let me know. With the ladies in Houston, though, I'm like this close to launching. And I'm really excited because they'll be my first brick and mortar where I'm, not like with Alpita, we're literally advertising, I want to say, in 44 states now. That's part of the reason her numbers are ridiculous. I would never expect this. But these ladies in Houston, we're only going to advertise in Houston, Texas. So I really want to see if all the stuff I've learned with Alpita will work on a smaller scale. And that will give me the confidence to believe, to get my friend, he and I have been talking to get him on the phone and start calling.
Are you doing, you're not doing semaglutide with these ladies? Are you doing something else with them?
No, they did. When I initially spoke to them, it was Botox, Botox, Botox.
I see.
We got through Christmas, got back on the phone with them, and it was semaglutide, semaglutide, semaglutide.
So
So,
what's gonna work for them is not the same thing as Opita for sure. Then what's gonna
well,
work for them
yeah,
is what I was talking about Robin earlier. So if you want to go back to the beginning of this call, the kinds of stuff that I was sharing the screen of 3 of our
yeah.
like it's gonna be
So
the
I'll show you, since we're still sharing, I'll just show you what I've done. And this is my plan based on things I've heard you say and what Amon has told me. So, bear with me just a second here, this pitiful little computer. Okay, so here's the initial ad and offer. So they spent they have one program for semaglutide, it's $315 a month. That's all they don't offer it in one shot increment. They don't, it's just, that's it. So I put Slim Shot Transformation $74.99 because when you divide 315 by 4, that's basically, it makes, they're not losing money, in other words. And she told me a B12 shot costs them nothing. So we put, okay, so that's it. You $74.99 plus a free B12 shot you book. And then what we did is I put in all of their services on their website and went to ChatGPT, copied and pasted all those websites in and created 3, 6, and 12-month packages. And each month subscription plan has 2 options. So I created the 3-month subscription plan, the 6-month subscription plan, and the 12-month subscription plan with monthly and paid in full options based on the services they offer. So they've looked these over, they've approved them. It's, so they understand. I've gone over and over and over with them. Look, you're selling the $75 shot. That's not the sale. We're trying to get people in the door for you so that they can see everything you do, but you're giving them a semaglutide shot for 1 week. It's not going to work. That person might lose 1 or 2 pounds. Your job is when you've got them in that chair to explain to them, hey, you said you wanted to lose 30 pounds. So you probably need to be on either one of our 3 or 6-month plans. And here we've created some plans that will save you some money. Because if you come in with us and just do this, it's just $315. And well, with this, you get 1 semaglutide, 1 B12, and an IV therapy session. You get all this, So I said you can go ahead and sell them on your $315 a month plan, or you can offer these and get even more money. And I got like I said, the paid in full where they get a little discount. And I've tried to explain to them, if you just want that inflow of cash quickly, you really want to get these paid in full plans. That's what you want. And, I don't know if it's legal, but create something where if they sign up for a 6-month plan, they want to quit after 3 months, they have to pay some sort of an early termination fee or something like that. But I've got these and given these to them so they can like print these out or put them on their website, whatever they want to do. I told them, I was like, the way I envision it is you print these out and laminate them. And as you've got the person, you give them a shot, and as you're giving them the B12 shot before they get out of that chair, you slap these things right in front of their face. Tell them how that shot's you're gonna notice this and this and this, but it's not really gonna work. These are the plans we recommend, and go from there. And they seemed all on board with it. So that's the difference between them and Alpita. Alpita is
so the route that
Go
the
ahead.
route that, so when I talked about LP and I was like, man, I would be doing something different. I wasn't necessarily talking about this specifically. What was going through my mind was some like personal training, online personal training, something that you can charge like $2,000 for, and maybe we could bring a personal. Again, I'm thinking, don't worry about that. I'm just like,
Yeah.
that's just how it works. When it comes to people, you're doing the right thing, right? Like this is 100% the right thing. But here's what me and Aman came to find, and we're moving through this right now. Everything that you're saying, out of the 3 clients, what's happening is they're doing the discovery call, they're getting through the door, and then they're doing this thing. They're trying to show the package, they're trying to do the thing. And maybe those guys just suck at sales, right? Maybe if they heard it from you, you're able to get them to sell it. But again, if you go back to the very beginning, you'll notice that actually, let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
So these are the numbers that I was showing earlier. We have 3 people, right? So we have this lady right here who you know, she, again, everybody's doing the same thing. She got 36 leads. Out of those 36 leads, 3 became purchasers, right?
Mhm.
She extracted 180 from the first person, 3,500 from the second, 3,500. So basically she turned $600 into 7 grand. Not too shabby, really good. You got internally, and then you got Bell. Both of these people are doing a crap job. They spent $1,200. They extracted $600. They're in the loss. So they
Yeah.
sold 500 on the first one, 97, 97. So these people were not upsold. These people were not upsold. This person may bought a 1-month package. These people right here, they spent a total of, I don't know what that is, you know, 500-ish, $600, and extracting 950 here and nothing here. So they're at a loss. So what I'm seeing over and over again, what I want you to know just to prepare is ad level, you know what to do there. What I'm doing with what I've come to find is it's the secret sauce is here. So you're talking about here. You're talking about get them to a sales call, tell them that not much is going to happen. You guys sign up for the package. Here's a discount. That's what they're doing, and that's what they're doing, and that's what most people do. What I saw with her that she's doing different is on the discovery call, she's like telling her like, oh my God, this is what I do. I do Slim Shot. I do Ozempic myself. Here's how it changed my life and all these things, and fully getting them sold. And then she gives them like, again, we have to experiment with this, but she's getting them financing. So so again, what Alpita is doing, she's talking about financing and packages, and then they basically take care of the financing beforehand. And I think they even see the packages beforehand. So by the time they actually come into the establishment, they just sign up for the package. There's not really hard selling. So in your case in your case, in your case, it's kind of like both these people were like they're not fully sold. They come in for the package. They're of the mindset that you're just going to spend $97. So if you do it your way, it's going to be similar to these people and similar to these people, I think, where they're going to get to the sales call. They're not fully sold. They're not going to be willing to part with like 3 grand right then and there. It's going to be really hard to do that versus what Fabulash is doing. They're sleeping on it. They're ruminating on it. They're getting the financing. So by the time they show up, they're already going to buy. They came prepared to buy. So that's the difference.
So
So
what is she's doing? She's got this personal story. I remember you talking about that what it's done. So let's say somebody signs up for the $75 shot. My lady in Houston calls the customer. What is the conversation going to, how's she, like, oh, I'm glad you signed up for the $75 shot. Can't wait to offer you the financing and the $3,000 package. What's she doing?
So literally, that's where me and Aman are right now. So I will play this really fast for you, maybe.
TLDR, and then I'll is there a way to fast efficiently without too much time? So now you spend 6 hours a day.
There's too much here. So basically,
understand.
So basically what's happening is when I looked at all this data between these 3 and then other clients, where I'm at right now is I told Aman, take these people that she's had a conversation. She's a shark. She's doing something different. She's doing something different. It's working. And this is just 1 month. She's done this many, many months. I'm like, there's something going on here. So what I'm doing now is Aman is going through the calls. So if this is a lead, this is a lead, this is a lead, this is a lead, we're talking about the ad level, discovery call level, and we're doing is we're creating some kind of a thing to figure out what happened here, what happened here, what happened here, to see ultimately what is she doing that's resulting. Let's say this person bought, let's say this person bought, let's say this person. What is the commonality between this person, this person, this person as I'm going and studying their behavior? That's what I'm doing. Now I know it's the discovery call, and so we're just doing it just to see if there's something that we miss with her. So I'm really studying her microscope, but the other thing that Aman is in charge of right now is like going through each of the discovery calls, and he's literally feeding them into Adobe Premiere and getting them transcribed so that we can see what the conversation is, so we can kind of figure out some kind of a script that she's using and see if there's a pattern with the ones that are winning. And then from there, we are going to engineer that script with everybody else to get everybody to say the same thing. So I think
I would love to have access to that. So he does have her calls. He's listening to her calls to find out what she's doing.
Yeah,
because
so
that would be, I'd love to if he would share them. I'd love to listen and just see if I pick up.
Yeah.
Is she getting, like, Alpita gets into a whole conversation because she offers packages too at varying costs. And depending on what their answers are, she'll go to semaglutide or tirzepatide. Tirzepatide is generally for people with, you know, they got higher goals, higher weight loss goals. So, and she and I are going to actually, I've asked her over and over to record a call so that I can listen to how she's getting these sales. And she hasn't been able to get it done yet. So she and I are going to, I said, okay, well, if I call you tomorrow and I pretend like I'm a tough customer, would you role play with, I'll role play with you. You be you. And I'm going to try to get you to, I want to hear these things you're saying. Cause that's the same thing. I want to analyze what she's doing so I can
So-
tell other people.
Lesson for the future, like that, you start somewhere. With her, she's too far gone. You really have to set the expectation from the get-go, right? You really have to set that where all your clients have to record all their calls. They
Yeah.
have, it's mandatory. You have to do it. So just moving forward in the future. Yeah, go ahead and role play with her, see what you can figure out. But like with her, I promise there's some level of genius going on there. If you can convince her, here's what I would say. I mean, I don't know if you think this is malicious or not, but if you can convince her, say, hey, look, we're gonna consider using some AI and this and that, but I need a bunch of your recordings to feed into the data, that might get
Oh,
you.
she's totally
away.
open to it. She's totally open to recording the calls. She just hasn't done it yet. So, you know, kind of like I haven't recorded any of my wins calls for you. I just kind of and haven't done the video for Cam. You just got to keep prodding. But she's absolutely A-okay with it.
Yeah. You got to make it, you got to force it where it's not that though. Like, for example, with you, you know, I'm not going to give you the boot for not, you know, creating a testimonial video. With her, she knows you're not going to give her the boot for that. What I'm saying is they have to feel like you're going to get the boot moving forward. So that's just a lesson for you in the future. You have to feel like they're going to get the boot. They must do it. It's not something you can get around
So
to.
with this lady with Fabulash, do you think I mean, it's got to be in her discovery call questions. Something she's hearing that clicks. That
there's something. I asked Aman, and Aman says like and I've met her, you know, I've talked to her. She speaks with a lot of passion. She's very friendly. She's really pours into people. Like she cares. She genuinely cares. The difference between her and then what we're seeing with these other businesses, the ones that came in where they have a business, they don't like working the leads, they hate working, they hate talking to people, they dread it. Those people don't do nearly as well as the ones that are genuinely passionate. Like, let me help you. How can I serve you? Like genuinely caring. Like Karen, those people are crushing it.
So maybe on my end in the future, one of the discovery questions, I mean, I do have in my discovery call, one of the questions is, do you have someone who's able to nurture leads, whether it be you, front desk, or virtual assistant? But maybe one of the questions should be is, how passionate are you about doing that? I mean, it's one thing to, yeah, I can make the calls. It's another thing. Well, yeah, I love doing that. I mean, there's a difference there. I mean, I know for myself, if somebody calls me and is interested in my services, I know what I'm going to put. I'm going to put everything I got into telling them who I am. But I also know if there's a certain call that comes in and I can hear, and I, you know, like the two calls I got the bookings I got this week, one of them I didn't even let it advance to the discovery call because in the text she was sending back to me, she told me she didn't have a space, didn't have a website, didn't have social media. I texted and said, could you even afford 30 to 50? No. So I just said, well, we don't really need to do a discovery call. If you want a website, I'll be happy to help you build that, but you can't do what I'm asking you to do. So I'm getting much more picky on the people I'm allowing to even get to the discovery call. But I think, you know, I feel like I need, as much as Alpita is like, you know, pulling on the time, I need people like her. I want people like her who have that, like there's blood in the water. I got to go get that person.
Yeah, she is an excellent example of like if her and our client Karen, very similar, in that they have that it factor required to work the leads and get them to spend max dollars, right? So
I may try to figure out something that'll help me identify those kinds of people in the discovery call, because all of them sound interested, but there's got to be something I can do that will say, "Oh, I see the Alpita flag. There it is." You know, or the Karen flag, whatever. Okay. Well, I'll get on the ads. I know I said that last week. I'll get on the ads. I want to talk. The other thing that I haven't talked to Mel and Laney about in Houston is that offering financing during their discovery call. That's different. I've not even thought of that.
Me and when Aman told me that she was doing it, Aman came to me, she's like, dude, I think she's freaking crazy. I don't know why she's doing it. She shouldn't be talking about prices and all that stuff before the sales call. And I agreed. And then she was just slinging deals left and right. I'm like, okay, well, we need to step back and like respect what's going on here and take a closer look. And I think there's something to that. I think it's just different. It's a different offer. It needs to be treated different. The sales cycle needs to be done different, I think.
Well,
What I told Aman, by the way, just so you know, since you're in the med spa space, I told him I was like, if you are selling Botox, if you're selling something like fillers, then yeah, you want to be as vague as possible on the discovery call to just get them to the sales call and then just do your best to try to sell something on the sales call. Versus something like this, um, it's a medication, it's an injection, it's something else. Like you got to have that conversation beforehand. There's just more to it.
well, this is so Alpita, as soon as she got the legit script thing, she wanted to design a new ad and have that ready to go as soon as we can get it verified with Facebook. So here's the new ad we created, but I did do some research in the
I
Facebook.
like that, by the way. That is really good. That's what we did for the tattoos. Lose weight now, get tattoo now, pay later. That's an angle in
Well,
itself.
that I hadn't seen in all my research of other like Ivam Health and all nobody put anything like that. And she found some company and she was saying, look at I can't remember what it was, but she's like, look at their ad and see what you think. Well, she liked this. She liked the little 275, now 99. So I replicated that. But what she didn't pay attention to was this little section that said, you know, lose weight now, pay later with these little options. And I told her, I think that'll be a moneymaker for you because people will look at that and everybody knows it's going to be more than 99 bucks. But if you're saying right then, right there, you know, you can pay later on these bigger, I think that's a good thing to have there. So that's going to be on her ads going forward. And I think it'll really help. By the way, she must have gone in and added some of this because she has access to that. But anyway.
If I were you, if you want to learn a little bit more about that, by the way, I would go into Rich's stuff in our program. Go into the tattoo marketer program and then go into the trial course. And he has a video where he breaks down the tattoo now pay later. He literally goes over a discovery call script. And so that might be something you guys might want to play around and leverage.
Rich, you said in the course.
So so if you go, it's not the summer marketing cheat code. It's the tattoo. Here, I'll share my screen with you really quick.
This all here.
So if you come in and you come into tattoo marketing cheat codes, you come in beta course. He's got some stuff here. He's this stuff right here, how to get started, get results, understand the tattoo now pay later offer, why we don't automate things. Like just there's a lot of like really good stuff. So he basically figured out his whole thing was get this thing now pay later. And so when he came up with this, I was like, oh, you can apply this to so many different industries, so many different niches. And so his secret sauce is the script that he's using on the discovery call. So I think you can potentially apply this with Alpita. But then like the angle completely changes. It's not even about the $99, not even about the 97. It's not even about the price point. He doesn't advertise any price point. He just says, get tattoo now, pay later. And everybody clicks on that crazy. And then on the discovery call, he kind of explains, hey, we use this and this is how it all works. So I would just say study it, see what you can get from it. And then if you have questions or you want to bounce ideas, let me know.
Okay. I remember Rich. I remember you having me watch some of his sales calls at the very beginning. So that's good. He's got his own course now. He's blown up. That's good.
So yeah,
that's all I had. You're updated now on me and got the new ad running. And like I said, I'm getting kind of antsy. I really want to run these Houston ladies ads and see if I can get results because that I'll probably have a whole new set of questions on. But if I can get them going and start getting them results, and especially if you and Aman can figure out what that lady's doing, I'm going to try to figure out what Alpita is doing. You know, of course, Alpita is a little, well, no, they're both, that lady's running semaglutide too, right? Okay. So that whole plan is just simply, everybody knows I think anybody who's even done even minimal research on those shots knows you can't just do that one or two and be done. It's like a long thing. So yeah, I think if I can get their expectations, like, look, you're not selling a $75 shot. You're selling, the goal is to get a 6-month thing. But putting it in the discovery call is interesting. That's interesting. So I would think that'd scare everybody off, but who knows? Okay. I appreciate it, Koshik, as always. Thank you.
All right, I will go ahead and move on to the next person if that's everything, Jeremy, if there's nothing else. Cool. All right. Who we got next? Keith, you hanging in there, man? Yeah, are you falling asleep yet? Okay. All right. So who do we got next? I think we got MJ and then Ryan. Guys, can you give me just like literally 2 minutes? I'm gonna run to a restroom really quick. I'll be right back, guys. Give me just like 2 minutes. Mason, do you have any? If you have something you want to share with the guys.
Nothing necessarily I want to share that would apply, just because I'm so niche down into what I'm doing.
Mason, can I add? I did talk to my friend who owns the gym,
Yeah.
and I told him about you. I told him that you were like you were like, I'll just teach you what you need to do for him. He was interested. So if you and I need to set something up on the side, if you can help me help my friend, that might be another niche that's worth looking at eventually someday. So
I mean, whatever you want to do, man. Like I would rather, instead of servicing the client, I would rather you work with them and get the cash instead of me.
yeah, well, I appreciate that. My only fear there is I don't do it as good as you and end up getting my friend mad at me, but
No, you'll be fine. I mean, I'm pretty much working with Ryan, like pretty in depth, I guess I could say, and I'm kind of just giving him the whole blueprint of like my entire agency. So I mean, in terms of like holding back on information, that's not really going to be an issue for you.
Just so he knows, you know, that he's gone through all the Alex Hormozi. He's like a big Hormozi disciple. So he's got a lot of the stuff Hormozi's talked about. He's got his book, and like he gave me
So I
history.
can, yeah, so I can give you some ads, but someone you may want to talk to inside the program as well is someone named Jorge, because he's learning something very specific to gym launch as well.
Okay.
I've
Yeah,
got.
my friend Jesse did do the whole gym launch thing. So
I'm about to share like $30,000 of value with you guys real quick. You guys ready for it real quick?
Yeah, I am. You guys can stay quiet.
So this is Hormozi's discovery call script and sales call script.
Oh, yeah, let's take a look at this.
It's nothing crazy. I'm not trying to sell like, but this is literally from their gym launch program. This is it. It just blows my mind like how simple this shit is. It really does. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around why it works so well. But that's the discovery call. And then this is the sales.
Is this like the in-person sales script or?
Mhm.
Got it.
are you going to be putting that in the value drops by chance?
I'm not about to drop $30,000 worth of value for free like that. Get out of here.
Well, then I'll just slow down this recording and recreate it. I'm just kidding.
No, you guys
Go
take
ahead,
it.
dude. Take it.
Take this, study it, when you guys have time.
In the rules, was it Alex Hormozi that says business has no rules, bro? Take that shit.
This was Jorge. I haven't had a chance to watch. I don't know why I'm cracking up, but he recorded himself doing these calls. I think he was trying to be inconspicuous. I think that's why it's so funny.
I fucking love Jorge, dude.
Oh, Jorge is so funny. So anyways, yeah, there you go. $30,000 worth of value. Where are we at? Who do we have next? Were you guys in the middle of something? I'm sorry if I didn't mean to interrupt. Mason.
No.
Okay. Okay, I think so. MJ, you're next, and then we've got Ryan. What's going on, MJ?
Good. I currently at the stage where about to hopefully start, I guess, a bit of recap. Where in building, she had to rebuild her website. So I was pretty much working on that with her. I'm currently building the website, and I've been using this platform. My second time using this video website called Wix Studio. So that's where I rebuilt the website in, and I'm just making some changes right now. So after this, we should be looking towards starting up running ads and doing some other stuff again. So kind of like just getting back into things. I even forget like, man, I'm like, what the heck is the LTP? And
Pixel.
yeah, it's like I have a lot of refreshing to do, and like cost per lead and all that stuff. So yeah, it's wild. So I wanted to. So I was thinking that, well, so if we start doing that, the two things that came to mind is, can I actually, so the things I'm trying to maybe avoid or run away from, if possible, is maybe not getting into a Go High Level subscription if I don't need to. Like I'm using like the Wix Studio platform seems like a decent platform, right? To be able to, I haven't dived into it a lot at all. So if she's already paying for it to build her website, I could use some features of it in terms of tracking the ads and doing all this stuff on the back end too. So it's not an extra subscription on top of, Go High Level to do that. But I know, okay, the value for Go High Level for me when I was thinking about it is like, well, can I do that? Why not? Is of course the ability for the nurturing aspect, which is the huge part, right? Like, someone comes in, being able to automate a text message that goes out to them, you can have your number in there, and regardless of whatever platform they are coming in through, whether it's Instagram or Facebook, like you can easily reach out to them and whatnot. So I'm thinking, okay, well, I mean, if I, first of all, how could I build something that is maybe away from the nurturing calling aspect of it, right? Which is time to do, right? Either between myself or her, and figuring that out, whatever cost that might be. So, but I build something that's either, which is what I put in the question, like a sales page or something that's kind of like automatic, and I'm just figuring out like that system, trying to make it work to get people in, and then we upsell and all that. So my plan, hopefully, like this year when we start, is what I want to be able to crack is obviously like getting people in, right? Being able to crack upselling them and the membership stuff, right? So that's kind of like where my head is focused at, within this time. And then anything else that maybe could come from that is really what I'm thinking about, to try and dial in and see how best I can do that. So I'm thinking, how can I run the ads, use the features that this platform already has, not tack on an extra subscription for Go High Level if possible. And if so, like what could that look like for me building an ad system to getting people coming in to show up if I'm not nurturing them? Because it's a local business, right? And
how big are they? Tell me more about, like, is it just her? Does she have staff? What's the current revenue right now? What's the goal in terms of revenue wise?
It's a very good question that I should probably know, but I didn't. Well, I let me see. I don't know what.
The main thing I can tell you very quickly, like if you do instant forms, like I already know pretty much,
Right.
and I can try to like show you, I can educate you where you can logically see like, oh, I see why. But it really boils down to like, what does her team look like? Does she have like a few staff members, or is it she's just running it solo operating? That's kind of the main thing.
Right. She has a few staff members, so she has 4 locations.
Oh,
Four
okay.
locations. So yes, at pretty much every location where I am right now, she owns all of them, right, in my city. So she has 4 locations, and she has staff members within all of them. So all different estheticians and people that are doing services in all those locations. I know she also has receptionists too for all the locations as well. What else do I know?
You definitely, then I would just tell you right now, you want to go instant forms. You want to go instant forms, go high level, both of those.
Instant forms and Go High Level.
You want to go traditional based off of what you've shared with me. So can I just share some stuff with you maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
So your thing was, I guess like, what are your main questions? Like, hey, can I go to a website and get a purchaser as opposed to like working a lead? And then can I use our website as opposed to using Go High Level? Like those are kind of 2 questions I have heard so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was explaining this to Aman the other day. And because he was saying like, Koshi, we were thinking about like doing Hormozy 6-week challenge. He was thinking about let's do messenger ads as opposed to instant formats. And so what I was explaining to him, and I'll explain to you now, is basically you have so the 3 variables are quality of lead, the cost of lead, and then staff. And then energy. So energy kind of goes here in terms of staff. And so what happens is on the upper right-hand corner, you have like purchaser funnel, and then you have like a lead funnel, and then you have instant forms, and then you have DM ads, and then you have follower ads. So if we move to the right here, what happens is your costs per lead goes up as you move to the right. And then on this axis, we have your quality per lead. So what happens is when you move in this direction, what happens is you need more energy and you need more staff. Okay, so now things are going to click for you and you're going to see. So do instant forms work? Yeah. Do messenger ads work? Do purchaser, like it all works. So on the very bottom, you're going to have follower ads. So are you familiar with follower ads, or I can quickly explain to you?
Yeah, you can explain.
So this is within the new course material, by the way. If you refresh the course, log out, log in, week 4, the social funnel, Instagram growth funnel. So this is a lot of what Mason was doing. So you run follower ads. What's going to happen is you're going to run ads and you're going to ask for people to follow you. When they follow you, you're then going to start a conversation with them. You're going to try to push that to discovery call. Then you're going to push that to a sales call. So this is the very low end. The CPM is like $1 to $5. CPM will tell you oftentimes about quality. So the quality is so low here. And so what happens is the cost per lead is super cheap. The quality, as you can see, is super cheap. And so what happens is you have to have a lot of staff. Why? Because you have to have every single person that follows, who is going to follow up them, who's going to set up the call, who's going to set up everybody. So then if we move up, then it's your DM ad, which is like, hey, if you're so-and-so, Hell Island, you want to do this thing, click the button below, DM me this thing. So your quality is going to increase. Your CPM is higher. The CPM here is like $1 to $3, $1 to $5. Here, the CPM is like $30. CPM, again, tells you who they are. So now if we consider the lead quality, it's going to be higher, and then the cost is going to be higher. And so why would somebody want to pay more? The reason they want to pay more is because they don't want to have as much staff, maybe. Maybe they're scaling up and they can't have 100 setters inside. Maybe they want to spend $1,000 per day, and so that means they have to have a bunch of setters. They don't want to do that. Now you're going to move into instant form ads, which is like what you are doing, what Aman does. This is where you want to be. This is a sweet spot. Why? Because what happens when somebody sees an ad, they opt in. You don't have to have a conversation. If you ask, for example, Mason, he's going to tell you Mason will tell you this. Ryan will tell you this. Both of them are doing DM ads. Whenever they get a lead, they have to have a conversation. How's it going? Where are you at? What's your goal? You have to create pain, and then they sell the call. So here, a follower and trying to sell something for the ground up. This person, so you have to message this person to get a conversation. This person is messaging you to get a conversation started. So it's easier, but you still have to create the pain and everything. Here, it's just phone call. So you're skipping this step and you're skipping this step. You're going right to a call. And then this is a lead form. This is basically where you're driving traffic off of social media, which is what you're talking about right now. So this costs even more. Your quality of lead is going to be higher. CPM is going to be higher. Your costs are going to be higher. You need less staff here because they're going right to a website. Again, it's just a different intent. And then this is what I do. And this is what you were asking about. This is the highest level, which is all of these levels, you're getting leads. This level, you're getting a purchaser. So your quality is the absolute highest. You pay the most. Me, I pay like $80 for a lead. It's insane. It's a lot of money. And so your quality is the highest here. Your cost is going to be the highest here, and you're going to need the least staff here. So why am I saying what I'm saying? What I'm saying is you don't need to be up here. Why? Because guess what? She's got staff. Making sense on this is what I was asking about staff. Because you have staff, you don't need to be up here. She doesn't need to pay a premium. The only reason you would want to be here is if you're trying to run a very lean team, you want the highest quality caliber of person, but more importantly, the people that are doing this are charging a premium. Instead of, if they were coming in for like a $2,000 thing, these people are charging like $10,000 because they can afford it because of how much they're charging. So for you, this is the sweet spot, which is instant form ads. If you want to experiment with DM ads and follower, that works. I've seen some med spas do this. I think this is worth exploring if you want to do it, but I think you're going to be fine here. I think for you run the instant form ads, you do the go high level stuff. And for you really focus on the back end, which is the memberships, the subscription. That's what you have to focus on. So you're going to use the instant form ads, get people in at break even or slightly profitable her staff is going to be able to work them just fine. And then you, the secret sauce is, again, remember that video you sent me with the memberships and all that? This is where we have to put the time and energy in, right here, and seeing how we can get people to sign up for these things. And they're going to be chilling after that.
Yeah. So I guess where would I need the go high level? So if I do the instant form ads and it's with Facebook, for example, and they put in their email name, phone number, I know that comes into go high level. And I'm guessing you're saying that if their staff is in go high level, they see that number that comes and they call them, for example. So if that was now just turned around to being in Facebook itself, I've not looked at that before. Is it more difficult to call somebody straight from Facebook if you have a lead that comes in versus go high level? I'm still trying to see, if I cut out go high level, is there anything, bad, or where would I start pulling my hair out?
So when they go into the instant form, right, that's the ad that you ran before, right? You have experience
Yeah.
running. So
Yes.
whenever they fill that information out, did you have that information go into go high level, or did you not have that information go into go high
Yeah,
level?
it came straight into go high level. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you would be doing the same thing. You would basically get in, and then you would get that information over to go high level. They would see it and they would work the lead. They would use go high level, and you have access to the data. They have access. It just makes it work so much better. If you just couldn't use their website, if that makes, I guess I'm maybe not understanding your question.
No, I agree with what you said. I was just wondering, I'm still thinking about if I remove go high level to get the number to call,
Yeah,
what would that look like if they just looked at
okay.
their Facebook, for example, for the name, phone number, and what have you?
It would be chaotic. The workflow would just be chaotic. That's the problem. So I see what you're getting at now. It would be chaotic. It's not worth the hassle. It's not worth it. Not even close. You need the data. You need the data. You need to organize. I will tell you 100,000. I will take it to my grave. It's a non-negotiable. It's like being in a room with like toxic metal and arsenic. You don't want to be there if you can have help.
Yeah.
It's showing up.
I know.
It's showing up to a professional video shoot using your iPhone.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good thinking about it. And not even an iPhone. This is like an iPhone 3.
Bro, it's fucking Android.
An Android. There you go.
Yeah, no, I have
So it's not-
no worries doing that. I was trying to see what other routes I could take to save that extra cost. I know she also does have a CRM that they use for the spa, and not too familiar with how it works, but I know it does take, names, numbers, and stuff like that too as well. If there's already cost going into something that could be useful, could I just run the ads, attach it to what's already on ground, and go it that way? It's basically what I was trying to solution.
So Aman has a client that's relatively large as well. I think they do like $4 million a year. It sounds to me like these people that you're telling me about do pretty well as well. And she has like a CRM and everything, like just like you're explaining. But again, she uses Go High Level. And if you just saw the amount of data, the amount of ads that they run, and how much stuff is going on, you can have your internal system, but you cannot go with.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what I was thinking about. So, okay. All right. So we can make the ads, do that part, and make sure that the receptionist and the people that are front desk can hopefully work those leads that come in through. And then we're also we're trying to figure out the memberships on the back end too, and how we can funnel that. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it piece by piece, step by step. Once we get there, just making sure that we can at least get the ads running, the offer, and whatever packages that we want to create on that back end, at least to start. And then look at the membership stuff once that is launched and working. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. That's pretty much it for me, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So just keep me up to date, one step at
Yeah,
a time. Or,
I will. Slowly getting back into it.
I start stretching. Stretching, MJ. Stretching, getting
Yeah, I'm stretching. I'm stretching. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything else that's brewing in your mind?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty much it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna move on to Ryan. If you have more questions, let me know, or if you want to hang out, or whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, I think I'll head out now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
See ya.
All right. Take care, guys.
Mr. Cameron, Daddy Cameron in the house.
See this? You see this thing? I freaking made this. This is my own recipe right here.
Let's go.
She looks like a 9-year-old man, but she's kind of cute. Oh,
Like a 9-year-old man.
feast your eyes, gentlemen.
What's her name?
Marley with an I, Jade Lackey.
Marley Marley Jackie.
This is my
Marley Lackey.
this is my baby Koshi.
It's crazy. It's like I was thinking about this, Mason, when Cameron sent over those photos. Like, dude, we've had like Cameron have a baby. We've had Rodarte have a baby.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
I thought it was cool. Kind of weird, but cool. So, it's
Yeah,
like
no,
a-
it's. I don't think this should be. I should be like more thorough on who's allowed to have kids. So this is not okay. Like I'll be fine, but like this is ridiculous.
I don't know
How are
why,
you
but,
doing?
like, for example, sometimes right now, like especially in like the business that I'm in, because we talk to so many women every day, like there's always like nuanced cases of like things that they say, but for some odd reason right now, like every single woman that I talk to is like they don't just say they have it like they've had a C-section, but they're like, I've had three. And I've got that message, I'm not even kidding you, probably like 5 times this week. They're like, oh yeah, I've had 3 C-sections. And I'm like, wow, like why do I keep hearing that? I've never heard it for over the past year, but now all of a sudden everyone's getting cut up. Like it's weird.
Yeah, she didn't get a C-section, thank God. But yeah,
Hmm.
pretty wild.
How are you doing? You getting sleep or
No.
you hanging in?
Uh,
No. Remember Ryan? Remember you when you freaked him out a month
Bro,
ago?
Ryan gave him a speech. You know it wasn't gonna be good because Ryan started the speech with oh man. Like oh Cameron's cooked. Like you see that stuff. I was like, oh no, like
I love it though. Like 1 hour feels like 12 hours. I'm getting some sleep now. Now we have a good routine going on, but like these first 4 days was just like, what the hell? How do we keep this weird thing? Like I keep forgetting her name. I don't even remember her name.
No,
Like,
when I asked, maybe you're
I
like,
kept calling her like, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's like I don't know you. It's like you've been in someone's stomach forever. Now you come out here and you expect me to remember your name. It's like I'm like get that thing sleeping. It's like she's crying too much. I don't even. Sometimes I forget her gender. It's like it's a baby. It's not a boy or a girl. It's just a baby.
baby's just born. You're already looking for a value exchange. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, she's a cutie though.
how's the missus? She all right?
Yeah, she's great. We're getting. I think we both love it. I think we got this in the bag. It's not gonna be easy, but it's like from what Ryan told me, it's gonna be like that. But we're a good team, so and we both love her, so it'll be good.
Great.
You seem pretty chill, so that's good. You seem pretty chill.
Yeah, I watched the last day's coaching call and it's like, let's mark the time here. Cameron's freaking out right now. I literally watched the call just to find that part where it was my turn, and it's just like, oh, going over testing. Oh no, this is a labor. This is bad.
How early was she?
37.5 weeks. She had to get induced. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny too because I was like, I thought you just went in for tests. He's like, bro, me too. I'm like, okay, like, all right, go do your thing, bro. Don't worry. Like,
Yeah, dude, I had like a pair of extra socks for like a 4-day visit in the hospital. I looked like a homeless man walking around there getting nice chips and whatever. Yeah. Yes, I did.
All right.
you just got a client too, Koshi.
Huh?
Cameron, tell him what you did.
Oh shit.
You want to take her? Sorry, one sec. Nice take her. I just wanted to show her off for a second.
Oh shit. I just saw, yeah, Cam. My man just closed his 4th deal. Shit.
Dude, this guy's funny, bro. You can't. I don't like Cam. You're funny.
Thank you.
If I knew, I would have given Mr. Cameron a round of applause, man. Let's go. What is this? You said you charge how much? What is this? $2,083? Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, it was my first. This was like a weird one where I talked to this person like when I got those 3 clients like almost in a row, and they kind of just ghosted me after they were like, let's do it, let's do it. They ghosted me. Went back into my funnel. My next conversation with them was like, yeah, dude, I've been trying to find you for months. Like we were ready to go, and then I don't know what happened. I was like, you just stopped communicating with me. I didn't say that, but that's what happened. Then he was like, yeah, dude, let's go. Like, let's go with $2,000 a month, and let's go with the $2,083 plan, and then prepayment plan if they like it for the first month, they can pay off 5,000. Um, and it was just the weirdest exchange. So it wasn't like a full step-by-step system to get the monthly payment, but I got a monthly payment. So however you get it is whatever. I don't care. But
Yeah, let's go. We got 4. Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll circle back. We'll circle back. We'll deep. We'll go deeper.
cool.
But
Yeah.
Mr. Ryan, what's going on, man?
Yo.
How you doing?
Yeah, all right. All right. I need to get an ad to this Jess chick. Kind of said I was going to do it today, but obviously I was waiting for this so we could all have a conversation and deep dive with Mason and everything into it. You mentioned this morning about utilizing Mason's ad, the one that's killing it. Looking at it, a little bit hard to send that script to Jess because it's kind of specific to what Lauren's doing as far as like
You're talking about this one? You're talking about this one?
yeah, that one. Yeah, because it's kind of dialed towards nutrition and having like a nutrition cheat sheet and stuff, which means it gives Jess an extra step to then have to go and create something like that to fulfill that kind of thing. Now, if you're saying, hey, look, just use the same structure as it's sweet, then we just need to change up the wording, but keep the same structure, I guess. But I'm getting a little bit confused on this one for some reason.
We'll go deeper. Okay, so which part? So first of all, which part are you confused on? Yeah, which part are you confused on?
Basically just creating a script that's kind of generic enough that I can reuse it with a few little tweaks, but then specific enough for Jess to start running her business.
Okay.
Start getting some bloody some clients to her.
Okay. So I don't know how Mason's gonna feel about this. I don't know if he's gonna be down with this or not. If he's not. Mason, when you guys give away this lead magnet, like, do you have the conversation if I can see it? Like, are you guys giving away and then going into creating the delta and the gap where you guys like creating the delta gap and maybe not even giving away the lead magnet?
So, I mean, we are always giving away the lead magnet, but like, to be honest with you, we're not like sending it right off the bat just because I haven't automated it yet. So you don't necessarily like need it like right off the get-go. But generally the way that we do it is I have an automated setup where once they DM the keyword, it says like, what does it say? It's like, hey, hold on 1 second. Let me actually pull it up so I don't want to butcher it for you.
Can you share your screen? Is that cool?
Me? Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, unless it's top secret.
I guess I can share.
Hey, I shared 30 grand worth of shit today, so
I know. I would just hold on. Okay, let's see.
I've just while you're looking for that, I've just started designing up some static ads as well. So I've just jumped into Canva and starting looking at doing that. So we could start that process too.
I'm waiting for Gile level to load, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, again, if I don't know how Mason's gonna feel, I'm always Ryan. My mind is always like, take what works, put fuel on it, and then fix it later, iterate later. And Mason's kind of even telling that right now. He's like, dude, don't even fucking worry about the lead magnet, right? It's not even really like nobody really. I don't know how many other people digest it. So where my mind goes to is this: is like, let's just see what Mason's doing, and then when it comes to that lead magnet, like you can literally create it for them. You can create it for them. You can use ChatGPT and just to have something. And it doesn't even matter. Like it's not even about the lead magnet. It's just about getting a DM. And you know it yourself because you've done some of these conversations. It's about creating that gap and then hopping on that call. So, and it's about you educating your personal trainers to have the right mindset of that. So, anyways, what do you got going on? So if we hop in.
I'm just jumping to the beginning of the conversation right now.
Okay, sure.
So, they say a keyword. We shoot this message off like 30 seconds later. It just says, hey, I want to make sure you don't have to wait to get access to my metabolism guide. What's the best email? Send that over. They respond to an email, and then I just go straight into the conversation. So it's just like, perfect, I'll get this sent across. Love to see if I can share more specific guides. What's the main goal for the next few months? Mainly losing fat or getting toned. And then basically we just go through our normal appointment setting process. Ryan, if you were smart, you'd be writing down every fucking word on the screen. Just a heads up.
This is recorded, right? Because I'm coming back to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, just from there, like without even sending it. So, like, for example, you could see it get sent. I sent it like 3 days later, and I already booked the call, and I was already on the call with her. She's already booked for a sales call, and she hasn't even gotten the sheet.
See?
But the reason I was able to do that is because I built the gap so goddamn well that, like, by the time we got to the conversation, she didn't even really care about the cheat sheet. She just wanted to talk to me more about her specific problems.
Exactly.
And like, to be honest with you, man, like if I show you the cheat sheet, it's nothing spectacular, bro. Like it's literally just something nicely put together in Canva that I made. And it's literally just this.
Yeah, for now, like literally something like this, bro, is fine. Down the road, you can make something really good, Ryan. Down the road, you can make something really good that's really captured well, that has like call to actions to DM a keyword, and we can figure all that shit out. But right now, this is like, dude, you're looking at it. It's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. So when you say that thing, so first of all, you said that thing of like, oh, I gotta put in this, do this other thing. I can't do the lead magnet. There you go. You can do the lead magnet.
This is what I will say. Like for your like I asked you to send the client's profile that you closed. Like does she only work with women or like what's the
No, she's not specific in any way. So
okay.
she has no niche at
So you
all.
tell her so basically that's your job then. So your job is to tell her she needs to pick one. And when I mean she needs to pick one, you should just pick it for her. And when I mean pick it for her, I mean you just use exactly everything that I've just done.
Just do what Mason's doing, literally.
Literally do the exact same thing that I'm doing.
Yeah.
All you
My
need to
question
do, all you need to do is give her the script of the ad.
This one that Kashik showed.
Yes. So give her the script of that ad and then tell her to basically say the same damn thing, except change the keyword at the end and then just obviously have her face and film it differently. That's literally it. And if you want, like, you can just download the ad and then just send it to her and say, hey, this is exactly what we're going to recreate, but we're going to use your face.
Okay.
So my question for you, so this is a litmus test. So what would stop you right now? So this way I know what we need to address. What would stop you from, so you have the script, you know what to type, we can type it up, you can type it up to me, send it to me, and then I can revise it, but it's literally just the exact same thing. She could say literally word by word, get it over to her. What would stop you from doing? There's nothing that would stop you from doing that, right?
No, it's just the lead magnet, just having a physical lead magnet for her to send. That would be the only thing that I'll need to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Thoughts, questions? What are roadblocks that we have to get through? Do you see any roadblocks right now?
No. That's it. If Mason's happy for me to just download that bugger, send it to her, send her the script with the few keywords that are different, and quickly make up a lead magnet that was fucking similar to that. Then
Your job is to your main job is to sell the personal trainer, right? On why this logic, just like literally what we're doing with you. Like before you came in, you're like, oh, I don't have the lead mag, I don't have this, I don't have that. And then as you see it, you're like, fuck, I didn't even need lead mag, right? So just how we were able to get you to believe something, we need it's your job to get her to believe so that she just fucking does what the fuck you say or tell her to do.
Just tell her to do it. Yeah, just tell her to do it for sure.
Tell her to do it, but make her convincing so that she understands. So she doesn't have like, I don't have a lead mag, I didn't create this. This isn't me. This isn't my niche. Like, just you don't want any of that shit.
Yeah, I think that's easy. That's easy because I delved into running women's for her as well, specifically. So both the PTs, I went into it, and they'll responsive to it. They're like, oh yeah, okay, makes sense. But it's just that they hadn't worked. Like they didn't because they hadn't selected a niche, but I guess because they hadn't found the particular perfect one yet. But they both were like, oh, I need to have a niche at some point. I was like, that's
the
fine.
part. That's your coaching program, or well, that's your marketing fee, I guess.
Yeah.
That's when you can start to deep dive. Really, what you're doing right now is just proving your shit works.
Yeah.
And then once you prove that your shit works, that's when you can sell them on that. And then you're like, okay, so a part of my program is I'm going to teach you how to niche down, how to do this, how to do X, Y, and Z, so that you can now do it for yourself with anyone you want to.
Cool. Okay. Yep, that's fucking sweet.
Mason, you know that? Remember that Zach guy?
Yeah.
His niche is women, right?
So he switched. Yeah. So he switched.
Dude. So one thing I'll tell you, Ryan, that I think I could be wrong here. Mason's closer, he's playing closer to chess, but like I really think like selling women on personal training is way easier than selling guys. So if you have a dude selling to other dudes, that's hard as fuck. If you have a woman selling to other women, if you have a dude selling to other women, that shit's easy. Like I've seen one guy who I know is crushing it. He's selling to other guys, but his marketing angle was so disgusting. He's a partner of Tanner Chister, and all their ads are like, "Hey, I'm an NXXL NFL football player. If you make 150 G's a year or more, I can help you because you probably, are CEO of a business and this and that, and you need respect." Like that shit works, and they're crushing it. But other than that, like that, I don't know. It's just the
I don't
average dude
know.
trying to sell other guys. I don't know, man.
I think I think they both have their perks, but honestly, dude, like I have I have a lot of confidence now in like if I had clients that are just like male selling to males, I would have really good confidence that I'd be able to do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, like I mean, personally, from all the experience I have, I would, because I think like back in the day, I was just like that these types of ads that are running are a little bit harder for males to perform just because there's more competition within the space. But because I think that the strategy that I have now is so damn good, I wouldn't even like compete with a lot of the people out there in the male space. Um, Plus, I think something like I just know how to make really good offers in the fitness space now to like make you stand out from like the majority of people.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, I just want to share that with you where I think Ryan, you'll get to obviously that level that Mason's at where he's like speaking with such conviction, confidence. But right now, where you're at, just to get the ball rolling, don't be shy. If I were you, do not be shy telling everybody just go after women just so you have like a really simple formula. Does that make sense? That's ultimately what I'm getting at. To make it easy on
Yeah.
yourself at the very beginning until you get more expert.
No, I think I know how to do that too. I think I know how to present that and get that across. So that's fine. All right.
Cool.
From there, a lot of the DMs I'm getting aren't very qualified. Getting some really random people in here, eh? So, and I've just upped my ad spends.
Where,
Can you
what's
show
your
us
Facebook
numbers?
page?
What's
Oh,
my Facebook page?
Yeah, I want your Facebook page just to have it so I can look at your ads. But then Mason had a different question. I think he was looking at your numbers specific, but I do want to look at your ads.
Yeah.
Because the what you're talking about, like the solution is that. The solution is the creative, the copy. So I need to look at your ads and see what you're saying.
Which is what I thought. So the ad is the exact same one that um Mason did. The
So
free.
so what about the other one? You had like a New Year's one, you had something where you're like
Yeah,
thinking
I had
about
a New Year's one.
wait. I want to say something that's really important. So I think I saw your ad again on my feed, Ryan, and I watched it, and I don't think it was the same exact script that I used. So I think there was a point. I could be wrong, but maybe I'm tripping. I don't know, but I would double check. I think you say like you're an agency that helps fitness coaches like grow their Instagram, and I was talking more about making them money. So I would definitely take a look and make sure that you have the exact same thing.
let's
You're
pull it
right,
up.
word for word, man. But
Let's pull it up really quick and I will just let me just see what you got going on. I'll give you some feedback if your issue is quality. Because I would say Mason is good as a starting point, but it can definitely be optimized for sure.
well, if I can, all good. I'm happy to do it. Uh, Preview. Fuck me. Share this one. No. You guys can see that all right?
I can see. I can't hear it.
Yeah. How do you preview this guy?
Click on so where it says destination. Click right below where it says destination on the right hand, right there, and yep. Instagram post with comments, and then yeah, you can unmute.
You create content to grow your.
Fuck yeah.
You create content to grow your.
That's okay.
I will help you create content to grow your Instagram. Take that content, edit it for you, run ads with the content that we create with our paid ad strategy, and book high-ticket consultations right into your calendar. This is a free, no-obligation trial to show you what we can do upfront and help sign new clients into your program every single week. DM me trial to see if you're a good fit, and I'll see you on the other side. If you're an online fitness coach, my team and I will help you create content to grow your Instagram. Take that content, edit it for you, run ads with the content that we create with our paid ad strategy, and book high-ticket consultations right into your calendar. This is a free, no-obligation trial to show you what we can do upfront and help sign new clients into your program every single week. DM me trial to see if you're a good fit, and I'll see you on the other side.
Cool. I think Mason was asking you for your numbers next, and that's where my mind is as well. Do you have your numbers? Like, do you have an Excel with your numbers already on it? Or if you just
no, I need to go back through what I watched your video, and for some reason it just didn't click. So I need to either go back through, rewatch it, and then ask the questions that aren't clicking. But I've got it up here, man.
Yeah.
As far as
I would know like how much you spent, how many leads you got. And I would say like how many of those are qualified?
Hard to know now because half of them, which I thought would be qualified, looking at them, got a couple of hundred PTs that look like they've only just started, a month or two ago. And you're like, well, these would be fucking perfect. But then they just don't reply. Fucking ghost. I sent a note and then I sent a voice note and nothing. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, the last two that came through, which are like, oh, these guys will be good. Watch their stuff. And I was like, hey, look, watch your page. You got really good content on here, giving good information, but here's where I think we could improve as far as how offers work. Start with your avatar and basically just give them an outline process of this is what an ad should look like that would convert for you. Basically just free information. But then they just no reply, nothing. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
So what you mean in terms of like qualified is you're not talking about necessarily qualified, you're talking about the setter script. That's what you're talking about. Does that make sense? So it's like
I'm getting some weird, like there's just some weird people who are commenting free trial and then either ghost or like their accounts are private, or they're just like no names, like they're just weird.
Mason,
people.
what's brewing? So I've got some thoughts in my head, but what's brewing in your head from what he's sharing with you?
Like I guess what specifically? Like what do you mean? Like what direction do you want me to go with it?
What do you think there's a problem? Where do you think the problem is? So what Ryan is saying is that he's running those ads, he's having some conversation with some people, he's sending the voice. I don't know if you heard what he said that he's sending. I think there was some stuff he diagnosed there, and then he's saying that people are not responding, they're ghosting. That's one problem. The second problem is like he's just getting like weird fucking profiles that are like, I don't know, like this person doesn't even
I remember when I was running those. So I did get that a lot. Like I did get a lot of people in there that were kind of like, some people kind of did that thing where they were like, no, or like they respond to my message. And then I had some people like come in that didn't look like fitness coaches at all. But then I was generally getting like pretty good leads. But the thing is this is what I did realize. And I think, you could be really numbers focused on this, but like when I got someone that I looked at their profile and I knew that they were like a quality lead and they responded, I always was able to get them on a discovery call and was like always able to get them on a discovery sales call as well. So I don't know, it's kind of weird, but it's like the people that do respond to you, it's like really hard for you not to get them on like at least a discovery call or sales call when they're responding. So it is kind of like a volume thing in a way, because I remember getting a lot of people that I knew weren't going to be a good fit, but like when I did get someone good, I mean it worked out pretty much to entirety. But what you can do, and I think like these little things can help. Obviously maybe changing up what you're saying in the voice memo, but a lot of people that are in the fitness space like really give a fuck about Instagram. And like your profile right now isn't necessarily optimized like everyone else's in terms of fitness. So they might come to your page and be like, who's this new Ryan kid on the block? And then your like Instagram profile doesn't look as good as it needs to be. That's definitely one thing. In terms of like how much that's doing, I don't actually know, but I know that that's 100%. Like I would put my life on that's definitely something that you can improve and something that's actually gonna help you get better results. And then what else was I gonna say? There was something else.
Go ahead, Mason. I'm gonna ask you to do something, Ryan, here in a second.
What's up?
No, go ahead, Mason. You had one other thing that you want to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. Yeah, definitely upload a bio, put better content on your Instagram page, or at least like try to make it look more fitness oriented. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. I would also like film an ad, pretty much like similar to what you have already, but film it in a more like outdoorsy, like gym space. Because that's gonna feed the algorithm to show that video specifically more to fitness coaches. Because when I filmed my ad, I was in a gym. And I think that helped me out in terms of my results because I was in the gym and kind of Facebook, like, it's so smart, bro. Like Facebook and Instagram are so smart where it's like if you're filming your video in the gym, it's gonna show it to people that go to the gym and are always in the gym. Where yours is like a really nice video setup, but it not really anything to do with like fitness in a way. So I think that and having your profile not have anything of like you in the gym is kind of a little bit of a throw off for people. And it could also be throwing off the algorithm in which the platforms use to send your video out to people they think that are actually going to respond to it. So that I guess those are my 2 points of feedback.
So what I want you to do, Ryan, is hold that. Okay, hold like what Mason said. I think he made a lot of valid points. Now a lot of some of those things might not address the core issue that you have. Okay, I think I know what the core issue is and we're gonna confirm, but like everything he said is valid. Like filming at the gym, valid. Optimize the profile, valid. All those things. Here's what I think we should do. What we should do is we should pull up your Instagram, pull up 1 or 2 conversations where you're like, dude, this mofo should have converted. He looks like he's good. And then you're just bewildered in terms of like why they didn't move forward. And I'm willing to bet that Mason's going to uncover some stuff for you. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, that's
All right.
also true.
I'm willing to bet. So what I'm alluding to, it's most like the setter conversation. That's probably what it is. So pull up one that you like you're dumbfounded, like what happened there.
I just stopped.
RV online fitness coach seems like he's probably a good one. I mean, off of just a rip. So if we
Fuck, that's one I shit the bed and I probably scared him off a little bit because
let's scroll up to the top. Let's take it slowly, and then Mason. I'll let Mason do his thing. He seems like he already kind of has an idea of what's going
on. This one I shit the bed because I hadn't. He needed to organize a date, and I didn't have a calendar link ready. I didn't have one linked in Go High Level, and he was asking specifically about Calendly. So this guy's Aussie, by the way. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna quickly make a Calendly and just say, hey, look, here's some dates, and we'll try and make something work. But he hasn't had a chance, so you can just go through it real quick.
So, hey, I'm interested. Can I get more info? Hey, Harvey, thanks for reaching out. Easiest way, show you how it works on Zoom call. Let me know what time, how long, da da da. Okay, I'm sure Mason's got some thoughts. I've got some thoughts on that. I feel like I can improve my content and start using paid outreach. Da, da, da. So that's a good. I love that he's saying that.
This is a great fucking lead, bro. I love this. I'm loving what he's saying. A couple things that but I mean, do you want to
play the voice? Place the voice. Let's just go through it, Mason, really quick, and then you can chime in with your thoughts.
Hey, Harvey, so I just checked out your page. There's a fair bit to unpack there, man. So, and I'd run through that with a Zoom call. If we can get on a Zoom call together, man, if that works for you. It'll be a lot easier because then I can show you it all. But the first and most obvious thing is I need to show you how to make like video structure when you for posts, the post structure and how it works. So basically, to give you a rundown, you initiate the post by calling out your target audience, whether it's skinny guys, fat guys, wanting to put on muscle or look better, get abs, whatever. And then you run through a couple of things, train this many days or this many weeks, and you'll start to see a difference in energy, etc. And you go, and then you can finish off with your offer and your call to action, which is something like join me for a one-on-one 6-week training program. Just send me that whatever in the DMs.
Yeah, I'll play the next one real quick.
So basically what that ad structure is, it's calling out the target audience, it's saying what they need, it's their solution. So you're hitting the pain point, you tell them what their solution is to their problem, and then you say, join me because I can help you fix, or I can offer you that solution. Work with me for that solution. So that's how your structure needs to be presented on your posts. Currently, none of your posts are really like that. Some of them give really good information. Some of them call out, but then don't make you come across as the solution or even give them a call to action. So then they're not, there's no guidance to come to you. Well, it's not obvious anyway, and it needs to be quite obvious and quite like in the face for them to start doing that. So that's a good work on right there. But as I said, there's a fair bit to unpack. So I think jumping on a Zoom call is probably going to be the easiest way to run through everything for you.
So he said that. He said, "Do you have a link to Zoom link?" And then let's scroll down a little bit, see what you're saying here. I just used
Calendar linked.
It's like I was using it because it was my head, and so check out the calendar and then I'm doing it manually, and then is there a good time Monday that works for you? Here's a link, mate. Okay, have a look. Cheers. Do you have availability over the weekend? Yes, this weekend is a little tricky, but either Sunday morning, yeah, I like your whatever. Yeah, it might be a little bit difficult. I'm busy around those times. Hey, bro, let me know what works for you, and I'll try around it. And then, so this was Sunday, and then today's Monday. So maybe has he seen this or he has not seen it?
So today's Tuesday here, right? So that was Sunday. So that was 2 days ago.
Okay. So this one you definitely.
I don't think he's seen it.
Oh, okay. Sometimes they
No,
do. They just don't click on it. Well, you can see it and then not actually see it. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like you can see, like for example, if somebody messages me, if I don't click on it, it's not going to show a scene, but I can actually still read it. So possibly he saw it and he's just not like going into the funnel. That being said, that's a pessimistic view. I don't want to be pessimistic. I don't want to be
Go
negative.
to his profile and see if he's posted since then. That'll give you.
Yeah, so he's got a story that's posted. So if you click on that, it'll show. You'll see when that was posted. 16 hours ago.
Stock there for Ravenpack fam. Get orders in. Get orders today.
So I'll let Mason chime in. Here's what I will just say initially. Again, I think it's better that Mason kind of gives you specifics. Here's what I'll say. I think he's fucking laying it up for you. Mason will probably think the same. So he's telling you, he's pushing for the call himself, like without even you pushing. He's like, yeah, bro, like he's saying to you, I want to do ads before you even sell them on ads. He's telling you, I want to do ads. He's telling you, book a call before, like he's telling you, hey, do you have a calendar link? Right. So I like all these different signs that I have from him. That being said, does it follow the typical structure? No. And so what I mean by that, like the thing is like even though you're not following the typical structure, you're still fucking getting the W with him, which is like this is why it's like a layup. Does that make sense? Like what I mean by that is like you have to say something to get a certain output, and you're not saying the exact thing, in my opinion, that you should be saying, but you're still getting the output. So that's why I say it's a layup. So what I mean by that is if it were me, again, I want to let Mason chime in because he take it from him more than me regarding this. But what I would say is if we scroll all the way to the top, right? He said, hey, I'm interested and can I get more information? Say, hey, Harvey, reaching out. So I would not go into the Zoom call for me. Again, listen to Mason, but for me, what I'd be like, yeah, for sure, bro. And then I would maybe have something I would say. I'd be like, yo, just really quick. I guess like can I ask you a few. So now I'm gonna go right into the delta. It's like for sure, bro. I can get you more details. What exactly is your goal though? And then I'm gonna get him to talk about Hell Island, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, cool, man. So He messaged me, okay, Hell Island. Got it. What's your goal? I'm sorry, Heaven Island. Oh, bro, I'm trying to get here. Here's where I'm gonna be. Oh, sounds good, bro. So like, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? Or I'd be like, okay, so where are you at right now? So I got to figure out what he's doing to get there, or I got to figure out where he's at. Heaven Island, Hell Island. So he's like, yo, bro, I'm trying to get here. Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds good, bro. Like a lot of my guys are trying to get to that number. Um, so I guess like what are you trying to like what have you done so far? I've tried this, I've tried that, I've tried this. Okay, so this is what you've tried to get here. Okay. I guess like where are you at right now? Just so I have an idea of like what we have to do from like where you're at to here. So he's trying to get a 50K. I'm at 5K. Okay, got it. Okay, so you're at 5K. This is what you tried. And then from there, it's like, all right, bro, like based off of this, I do think we could help you out, man. Like it'd be really as simple as da da da, pretty vague. You got like would you be opposed to like hopping on like just like a really quick like 3 minute call? I can like give you a little bit more detail. Is that cool? He's like, yeah, bro. And then from there, I'd be like, okay, you free right now, bro? You got like 2 minutes like right now? He says, yeah. It's like, all right, cool, man. Like, do you want? And then I don't know about Mason. This is something I do that works for me. I'm doing a different niche, but I specifically ask people like, dope, do you want me to call you through Instagram or do you want me to call you through your phone? I like to even give people a little bit of permission. And then from there, if they're really comfortable, I do this on purpose to psychologically get them to come close to me because I could have not asked that question. When they then do is they just give me the phone number. So now I'm like building that closeness with them. Again, that's just something that I do. I don't know. Mason probably doesn't do that. They probably do different things in his program. Um, and then yeah, I would be on that phone call, bro. Like that's how I think I would have handled it. But again, I mean, Mason, what are your thoughts on like what would you do and what are things that jump out at you when you look at this, bro?
Yeah. So the reason I said this is a really good lead is kind of the example that Koshik brought up is this being a slam dunk, where like you're saying all the wrong things, Ryan, but the person is like ready to like get on a call with you, which is really cool. And that tells me like this is a really good lead. This is definitely a huge opportunity for you. That being said, the way that you're starting off the conversation is where you're already like asking for a call. So for example, what you're trying to do is basically almost run a conversion campaign, but essentially the first step is, putting them through this IG DM ad, which is not what you want to do. You have to build a little bit more trust and a little bit more of like figuring out.
Really, really quick before you continue, I can maybe I feel like Tanner Chitter's guys do a really good job of this, but like I know I feel like I understand where you're coming from, Ryan. Like I get it, which is like value, 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 right? You're giving a shit ton of fucking value. Literally before we even hopped in here, you like the words that came out of your mouth. I was like, yeah, I gave value. I don't think this is about giving value. I don't think it's about giving education. Here's something I shared with Cameron the other day. I'll give it to you as a golden nugget, is always be agreeable in the DMs. Sorry, Mason, I didn't mean to take over, but this is a really quick golden nugget. So if somebody tells you like, yeah, bro, I'm trying this, it sucks balls. And you're like, yeah, bro, I fucking hate that because of ABC. If somebody tells you, I tried this, it's starting to work, it's like, yeah, bro, that's a good move. You know what I mean? And because of this. So just a small little thing. See what I'm doing there is you're being agreeable, but you're not giving a shit ton of fucking value. You're not giving a shit ton of educate, which is what you're doing. You spent like 4 minutes doing that. Like, hey, man, you need to have this thing and this is how you do it. Da, da, da. For me, I think that's not the right move, especially this early in the conversation. But again, sorry, I didn't mean to hijack that, Mason. I just want to throw that in there really quick. Sorry, bro.
So really like what we follow is it's called the RAQ method, and that's what we essentially do through every DM that we send. So we repeat what they say, we acknowledge them, and then we ask a question. So for example, right here, hey, I'm interested in this info. Can I get more details? Thanks. I would say something like this. So repeat what they're saying. So, heck yeah, man, I'm glad you're interested. Would love to send you over more info. I'm acknowledging what they're saying. Now, the question I would ask is something like, have you ever ran ads before? Or is this something you're looking to do to get way more leads? Question mark.
Still.
Right? Because then this guy will now tell you, like, yo, have I ran ads before? Or am I looking to run ads? So I'm qualifying him a little bit off the bat, but I'm also getting like what his goals are, right? So it's like after he tells me like, no, man, I'm looking to run ads. Well, clearly my next question is like, awesome, dope, dude. Ads are like the best thing that you can do to grow your business. That being said, and then I can go into my next question. It's like, what, like, are you trying to get more clients with the ads or where are you at right now? They're like, oh man, well, I have 6 clients right now and they all came from organic, but I haven't really gotten ads to work. Then you're like, Yeah, man, dude, ads can be tricky if you don't have the proper strategy. Do you mind if I drop you a quick voice note to tell you a little bit more about the offer? And then they're like, heck yeah, man. And you're like, yeah, dude. So essentially what we do, and then you just describe the trial again, and then you can pitch for a phone call. And it's like, yeah, dude, like I definitely want to start you off the right foot, and you seem like someone that would be a good fit for us, but I just want to make sure on a phone call, blah, blah, blah. Then you can qualify them more from there and then book the sales call. But I'm really building I'm building the gap. So like before I book a call, like I always like try to draw a diagram or like a graph. And like what I do is this. So there's really like three things that you need in order to book a call in the DMs. The first thing is you have to know what their goal is. Right? So you need to have like before and then like their after or like where they want to be. Then you need to figure out what their struggle is. What is the big issue? So essentially what I do is I ask questions until I get all these two things. So I get the where they're at right now, where they want to be and what they're struggling with. And then the third thing that you need in order to book a call with someone is the reason. Okay. So essentially if they're like, hey, I want to get to $20,000 months and they're at 10, right? And they're struggling with consistent lead flow, right? The way that you pitch the call, like it sounds like stupid that I have to go over this, but like people don't do this, which is crazy. And it's like, yeah, man, yeah, man, would love to help you get an extra 10K per month in your business by running ads to solve your lead gen problem. That being said, do you have time for a 10-minute call so we can kind of explore that and show you exactly how it would work to get you there? Then they're like, duh. Right? It's almost like a no-brainer because they've already told you where they are, where they want to be, and then what they're struggling with. And because they believe that this is the thing holding them back from getting them there, the reason for getting on the call is this. Does that make sense? So from basically what you're doing right now is like, hey man, I'm interested, I want the details. And you're like, yeah, man, it'd be better if we talked on a Zoom call.
You don't know enough about Hell Island, Heaven Island, and the struggle that's prohibiting him from going from Hell Island to Heaven Island. You
So
need to know Heaven Island, the struggle that's getting there.
And the thing is, as well, is like
you got to get him to say it. You got to get him to say it.
Exactly. And the thing here is this, like when you're providing this free value, like I actually do this, not in the DMs, but I do this on the discovery call. Because then I'll tell them like, oh, with our strategy, what we do is this, and this is the results that has gotten. And then like I get them like impressed and I get their mouths watering and I'm like, that's how I book the sales call, right? I'm giving them the reason to get on the sales calls. And the sales is like, yeah, dude, I can show you exactly specifically how this would work for someone like you if that's something that you wanted to do, but you let me know. And they're like, yeah, man, like that sounds great. That's what I'd love to do. So the way that I like to envision this, Ryan, is like, imagine you are a fitness coach, like actually a fitness coach. You're not a business coach, you're a fitness coach or whatever, right? And someone hits your DMs and then they're like, yo, I'm interested in losing 5 pounds. I'm interested in losing 10 pounds. I haven't been able to get off. And then you drop me a voice note and you tell me exactly how to do it. Well, like, why else do I need you? That's another vibe that you can give off as well. Or it's like, oh, I've already heard this thing before. Or it's like, I just clicked on this ad to get more details. This guy is trying to get me on a call with him. That turns me off too. I thought I was just going to get more details.
Now I see where we're going wrong. And I've done this with a couple of people. So
scroll all the way down. Another
Let's
thing,
couple of
this is huge, bro. This is huge. I've never sent a calendar.
Yeah.
I would never send a calendar for a discovery call.
Yeah. Mason, would you, in this case, like, you know how like you and Lauren, like you just like agree on a time, you just call. Would you recommend doing the same thing here?
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah, dude, exactly.
Does that make sense, Ryan, what we're talking about right now?
So essentially, instead of sending a calendar, Ryan, I'll be like, dude, you have like, I gotta get running to the gym, but I have time in like 2 hours if you were able to jump on a call.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when he said like, yo, do you have a Calendly link? I'd be like, heck yeah, man. But I actually do have time today. So just to save ourselves some time, do you have time in like right now for a 15-minute conversation?
So we can do this live as you guys talk.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Mason, what would you?
Let
But
me
I
see.
think it's another
So-
one of those.
So yeah, I guess like Mason, what
I
Bruce?
would go on the DMs and say, hey, how long have you been a fitness coach for?
That's
And
been
so-
my go-to.
So Mason, there's a lot of psychology behind that question. Like, Ryan? Why would that be a good question to ask?
This one, how long have you been a PT for?
Yeah, why would that be a good question to ask?
One, what you confirming whether or not they are actually a PT, so you're qualifying them off the gate. And then it's I guess it's one question for them to be like, yeah, I am, and then you can dive into detail. You know, how you doing? Are you in person, not online? Are you wanting to go online?
Because sometimes as well as like this guy could be on a different Instagram account. Like he has multiple Instagram accounts on his phone. He's just logged into this one and he's got the ad, or like this is his personal account and he has a gym account. Because that's also very common in the fitness industry where people have two accounts. They have like a personal account and they have like their gym account.
Yep.
So that's something that you probably should consider as well. Like obviously this guy doesn't look like one, but he could very much come back to you and say like, yeah, man, check out my Instagram account. Because I've also had that happen before.
And Ryan, all these things that we're going over, bro, here's the thing. Like, you're gonna get better and better at this, bro. Like everything that Mason's talking about. Like, I mean, Mason, you probably done like fucking like 1,000 of these conversations, like probably hundreds.
Wait, go to this one.
But one, this guy, yeah, bro, this guy was interesting, and then he just stopped fucking talking. He has two. He
Scroll
has
down.
two online fitness coaches. One's Arabic and one's fucking English, and he needs someone for English. But he's like, I did run some ads with Jay.
I just want to read this. Or is that it?
That's it.
No sales. Scroll up. Okay, that's all I said. Interesting.
Basically, I asked him here if
I've worked with this guy before. He's a kind of a nightmare, bro.
Yes, that's what I thought. So, and here I was asking him, I was like, were you wanting them to like do the whole closing and everything for you, or were you wanting them to bring the leads to you so that you could still, find out your client's goals and work with them and close the deal that way?
One that like
But then-
wanted to do it his way. It was weird.
Or this one, Mason, guy that wanted you to close for him.
Yeah.
This guy, oh no, I didn't reach out to. Yeah, fuck, I thought he would have been good too.
He could have been my second, like Lauren Koshik, but it was just I knew it was gonna be a headache if I even tried. So I was like, no, fuck that.
I remember, I think he said that. You said, yeah, you gave it a shot, and then it was a nightmare. And you said, fuck it, right?
Yep.
It's so funny that happened to you, and then he clicked on Ryan's ad, which was the exact same.
Same exact fucking ad. Same exact ad.
So that's so interesting. Like it does draw on a certain type of person, free trial, whatever. That's interesting.
I think this guy might have just been bullshitting, but oh no, maybe not. He's throwing some posts up. Wonder if I reach out to him again. There's some other ones.
The other thing to understand is just like you're going to convert again 3 to 6% of the leads. So just kind of keep that in mind. That's why I was always asking you about numbers as well. So if you got 100 DMs, we want to convert 3 of those.
Yeah.
And so if they don't come back, then yeah, like I experience this a lot running DM ads as well. You have a lot of people that just don't respond, or you look at their stuff, you're like, yeah, this isn't my kind of people. But anyways, Ryan, so we've gone over the console, the stuff inside a little bit. Like I said, like, would it help you to run another ad? Like I said, would it help you to optimize your profile? Like I said, I'm sorry, like Mason said, like I said, all those things are valid. Optimize your profile is valid. Running another ad in a different scenario, valid. But it's really, I think these scripts, I'm sorry, it's really like the setting, right? It's doing this over and fucking over and over until you start noticing pattern. It just like fucking clicks for you, bro. And I promise it will. It'll just engrave for you. It'll be second nature. And the other important thing, just so you just keep this in mind, like whatever train we're doing with you, bro, right now, like you have, like how we're helping you right now, you have to understand it so well that you're going to be the Mason for them.
because they're not going to fucking get the damn conversation. They're not going to understand the bridge, where they are, where they want to the bridge. You need to be able to help them understand that. So again, it needs to click for you to help it really click for them. So just kind of keep that in mind. Be mindful of that. Be patient of that. And of course, we're going to give you setter scripts and like we're going to do our best to just give you stuff that just like converts for them. But just kind of be mindful of that. But anyways, what's brewing in your head, bro? Like questions or what else like do you want us to like delve into? Or what else do you think we should delve into?
Nothing. I think that's enough. As far as getting the ad to Jess and reframing how the setting scripts, reframing how I'm replying to everyone.
Yeah.
100%. And I guess I'll see how that goes for the next 48 hours. As soon as I got that ad back and up and running, I'll hit up you and Mason again about targeting and running the actual ad itself and the details in there. Or I'll make a loom of what I think it is, and then you can correct me.
So a loom on targeting?
Yeah, of the actual ad. So setting up the ad. So for Jess. So like the target.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
that kind of. I'll make a loom once I get that ad sorted.
Cool. Mason, what
But
are you anything like unique in terms of the ad, or are you just like in terms of targeting, are you guys doing open targeting?
Ryan, what are you doing in terms of targeting? You just got you have a interest stack, right?
for me to pick up clients.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's interest, there's careers and stuff in the actual ad itself.
Yeah. No, your targeting's fine, bro. I mean,
No. Targeting for his clients. So what are you and Lauren? Yeah, what are you and Lauren doing to get her DMs? Are you guys doing open targeting? Are you guys doing something else? That's what he's
nah,
asking.
bro. I got some audiences.
Okay.
I got sauce, man.
Good. So yeah, when I get that ad finished, sent back and edited up, I'll run through that with you and we'll go through that.
How long is what are the stipulations of the trial? It's like a month long, or what are you doing exactly with her?
I said like 2 weeks.
Okay. How much are you spending on ads for her? 500?
Yeah, she sent through 500.
Okay, 500. Okay. That should be enough to get like one close. If she doesn't shit the bed, she's pretty decent. Would you agree, Mason, about $500 ad spend?
Yeah, absolutely.
You should definitely have like
$500 in ad
multiple.
spend. Here's the thing, this is what I will say. If they close a deal through the trial, they're very much likely to move forward with you.
Bro, they better.
But what I also will say is this. If you book them calls and you do a very good job at hyping them up that every single time before they get on a call, this is an opportunity to make 2 to 3 bands, and they just can't close the calls, then it's like, don't worry, because nothing's going to change. And inside the program, I'm going to help you with your sales specifically. So it's like, you came to me with the problem of, hey, I can't get leads, and now I've gotten you the leads. Now the next logical thing is like, well, how do I sell them? And that's the problem that I solve too. And it's like, I can't teach you sales overnight, but what I can guarantee you is that over the next 3 months, right? If you can't make your 5K back, I'll work with you for free until you do.
I think so. When I was doing the trials, Ryan, I was doing it 24 hours. So literally, I would get people to pay $250. I would onboard them, launch the ad here, and then I would hype them up throughout this day. And then the next day, I would literally try to sell them. So it was, you know what I mean? So they couldn't close the deal by then. So what I had to do is I had to do what Mason's saying, which is hyping them up. I told you about this. I had to hype them up and let them know, hey, man, you got a really good lead or whatever. Just like, again, you show up these leads and you're like, dude, these are some really good leads, right? Same thing. They have to experience that. So for them, I think it's going to be booking the sales calls. I think if you can do that, then that's going to really excite them. Okay. Now, here's the thing. You know how you feel today as we're going through the discovery, when we're going through your setter stuff, and as you watch I can see in your face, things are clicking for you, oh shit, I can see this. I can see this makes sense. What Mason's saying, what Kushik is saying is making sense. You see that feeling that you have of okay, I feel like I'm moving in the right direction. So if you want to write that down, remember that you have to give them that feeling.
Right.
If they do these sales calls and they just fucking shit the bed and they feel deflated and they're like, I can't do this, it's actually gonna do the opposite for you. So if you get them sales calls booked And if they don't close, and if they don't feel closer, and if they're not having epiphanies, then when you try to sell them, like make sense saying like, oh, this is what my program is for. This is what I'm gonna help you with. In their mind, what's gonna happen is they're gonna think, I'm just gonna experience more of the same thing. I've already proven that I can't fucking do this shit. If I just pay this guy 5 grand, it's gonna be a waste of my money. Does that make sense? So they have to have belief and hope that they're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, that they're gonna get better. It's imperative that you either do that or you help them make money within the first 2 weeks. They have to either close a deal or they have to believe that they will close a deal. One of those two. Super important.
I got that. All right, I got to jump. I got someone at the door.
Really important too, Ryan, is have them record all their calls.
Yes.
Right. Got it.
Okay.
All right, sweet.
All right, see you.
20 minutes.
Mr. Cameron.
Cameron.
Daddy Cameron in the house.
Righteous is probably like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Like, I just called him Daddy. That was mad weird, right?
We call him Daddy Cameron because he just had a brand new baby. He threw I don't know where the baby is. He probably got tired of it.
He did not throw the baby, bro. Yeah.
Congratulations, Cam.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I don't have a baby. She just calls me daddy because I'm crushing these deals left and right.
Good left and right. Cannot take that away. My man just came in with this fourth close an hour ago, so cannot complain about that.
Oh, Righteous. I remember talking to you, like years ago, bro. Or I feel like it was like so long ago, dude. I remember it's crazy too, because I remember like everything about you. Because you're like, yeah, dude, I'm in car sales. I'm like, dude, I remember this. I remember this guy. I don't know if you
Yeah,
remember talking to me,
man.
dude. I remember getting on a call with you.
For sure, I definitely remember, and I really appreciate you even taking the time to hop, on the call because I know you guys are extremely busy. So, but yeah, I'm still at it selling cars, and I'm jumping in the game, and I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna follow. I'm gonna do it, bro. Fuck it, I'm going all in, bro.
No, you're doing good, bro. You're doing good. Hopefully, the time that I can see it, man. I can see in your face and see your body. You're inspired and you're motivated, and just keep the energy and just keep pushing, and you'll be good, bro. But yeah. Mr. Cameron, though, like I answered a lot of your questions. Where do you want to take it from here, bro?
Let me see. I think the main thing, yeah, I think you said that you would be able to send me something that you and Amon kind of have going on right now for the Excel sheet. I'm into the numbers and stuff. Like you kind of said, like I hate the numbers, which I do, but like I'm starting to get into the groove of like just doing it every day, and it's kind of becoming a habit that I'm starting to not mind. So I was just kind of wondering if there's another Excel sheet that is strictly for just getting those 4 key numbers to ensure that your client's happy and that your business will thrive. But I guess you said that Amon has something where there's like 2 Excel sheets where you get those numbers and you put that into a separate, different Excel sheet. Like there's 2 just to get certain numbers that are necessary to get those 4 numbers. Is that right? Or
Yeah. So, basically, what I was trying to help you understand, I was using an example. That wasn't like exactly what we do. What I was just trying to help you understand is like there's no like how you go into your Excel and you just like type in the number of ad spend, and when you type in the ad spend, it just gives you the cost per click, the cost per lead, automated. We don't have
Yeah.
that 4 key numbers.
Gotcha.
4 key numbers. So your cost per acquisition and your cash collected are going to be, so those 2 numbers we will have on your KPI sheet. So those 2 numbers we will have. Then if you
Right.
look at the third one, which is it's the 2 times parentheses or whatever, we have to calculate that manually at the end of the month. So you have to see how much cash your client makes total, and then we plug it into the formula.
Okay.
So don't worry about it
Cool.
right now. Don't stress about it
Yeah,
right
no, I'm
now.
not really too worried. I was just kind of wondering if that is a thing, that'd be kind of sick, but yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Come back at the end of the month. Let's go. Just remind me, or maybe a sticky note at the end of the month, and we'll do those numbers manually together. Okay. We'll just do those numbers.
Okay, sounds good. That'd be really nice. That way, like I could just figure out manually how to do it all. That'd be sweet. Yeah, I got an onboarding tomorrow. I just had a call like at 4, which is 6 p.m. your time. That's why I was late. But yeah, I got him. I didn't even have a sales call with this guy. He just kind of pushed me off to I got pushed off to him. So I have an onboarding with him tomorrow, and then I guess he's got like so basically this guy's kind of a henchman for one of locations. Shimmy is the name of the guy who owns 4 different companies, and this guy named Jesse is the guy that just paid me,
I remember.
and he's kind
I
of of his location. Okay, so I guess Jesse's saying that he has a few people in the Philippines that do all the communication and stuff. So in terms of Jesse, he's gonna be in the field a lot of the time. So when I educate how this is all gonna work, I'm gonna try to. I don't think I'm gonna need the people in the Philippines to be on the onboarding call, because I think it's way too late notice anyways. It's tomorrow, but I think it'd be really nice to have them on the launch call where I kind of go over the whole ads, the copy, what they're going to expect when a lead ops in, what notification is going to get sent to who, and who's going to get that notification, like all that stuff. Do you think it's necessary for them to be on the onboarding call, or is it cool if I just do the launch call so everyone's on the same page as to where you need to move people in the pipeline, what the login info is for Go High Level and all that?
I mean, I don't know, like the way you do onboarding launch calls and you and Aman, I don't necessarily do that. It sounds to me like, I mean, what's the difference between an onboarding and launch call for you? I mean, to
And
answer your
on
question, it's yeah. Like you want, if I were you, I would definitely have all parties. It sounds to me like neither of those two guys are going to be working the leads, and they have people in the Philippines that are going to be working them. Is that correct?
Yeah, it sounds like that.
Yeah. So if I were in your shoes, first of all, I don't know that that's like the best. What I would say is ideally what you would have done, and it's okay that you haven't, is like have course material for people to watch that
Right.
explains all of that stuff. This way you don't have to hop on these calls and explain, because that's the whole purpose. I know this is not the question you're asking, but like you will not be able to scale your business until you solve issues that this kind of stuff does not get in your way, if that makes sense.
Right.
The
Yeah,
fact
I haven't even thought about that to create course material and what to expect to replace along. I haven't even thought about that. That's just been kind of part of my SOP for when I get people onboarded. Um, yeah, because Amon taught me that, and that's kind of what I've been doing, and it's been working. But that makes sense to have something pre-made that they can just watch, and it's the same thing every time. So,
yeah,
um,
if I were in your shoes, it's you have the sales call, you have the onboarding call, and then after the onboarding call, there's a video for them to watch or a course for them to go through, and that's fucking it. You don't do anything else. And you just
right, can you say that again? Sorry, real quick.
yeah. So in ideal case, you have the sales call, then you have the onboarding call, and then you have to structure it where at the end of the onboarding call, they watch a video. So at the end of it, they go to the page, just like you did. They watch a video, and that literally does everything that needs to be done to have ads launched.
Right, right. So like, okay. I have
That
stuff like that, so I get the assets that I need, like on the kickoff form. That's where they can watch all that. Like it's like how to get access to your assets, so we can go there and launch ads for you, like the actual physical technical stuff. But you're saying the actual, I don't know. I'll figure it out.
what I want you to do is I want you, like, for example, right now you have a launch call where you explain, here's the ad and here's what's going to happen. Here's da 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 da, right?
Yeah,
It's not possible to
it's
have
crap. It's so bad, but yeah.
is it not possible to have a video or a series of videos that explains that?
A series of videos to replace the launch call. Like when this happens, this is what you can expect.
The answer to that is obviously yeah, right? The answer to that, like whatever you explain in person can be explained through a video. And so that means that you do your onboarding call, there's a video for them to watch. In that video, one of the directions is here. So the next step that you need to do before we launch ads is to understand exactly how the system works. So what I want you to do is I want you to log into this course and then watch this video, this video, this video, this video. Once you watch these videos, then what I want you to do is I want you to DM me the keyword ready within Slack. When you DM me the word ready within Slack, that's how I know you have everything you need to understand exactly what's going to happen. And then we will launch ads for you within the next 24 hours. Does that make sense? So they do the sales call, they do the onboarding, you prepare them. Here's how, mindset, here's how to communicate with you, all this stuff. They watch this video after your onboarding call is done. They go to their course, da 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 da. Then they DM you keyword, and then you launch.
Right. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The reason I think right now why it made sense to me, why we do like onboarding then a separate call for the launch call, is because I like to have all their stuff built out. Like because on the kickoff call, or on the kickoff form, they give me all their info, so I can actually start getting approved for A2P and building out the CRM for them. That then by that time, when it comes to the launch call, I can show them like their ad, their logos there. I can actually put in something that they'll get an internal notification. But before that, I don't have anything set up. So that's kind of why the launch call worked out, because I could actually run through the automations. Like, all right, I'm going to opt into the forum. Tell me if you get a text. I'm like, yeah, I got a text. It's saying new lead. Exactly. So that's what's going to happen when we actually launch, and it's a real lead that comes in. Same exact thing. So that's kind of why it worked out that way.
So do this. Obviously record your onboarding, obviously record your launch call. I can't promise you I'm going to go through the whole thing, but I'll at least try to skim through it. And then if I can see anything where we can trim up the fat and just make it easier for you, then I'll let you know. But I think I understand where you're getting at. I do think I understand where you're getting at. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it should be like, I think it's gonna get better where I think I should be at a point where I can just make some pre-made videos and it's gonna be the exact same for every single person. And the day that that changes, I'll just make a new video, I guess. But right now at the very start, it was kind of nice for me to actually run through with them because I wasn't even sure if it was gonna work. So maybe now the launch call is not even necessary because it was just so changing. I didn't know if it was gonna be like that forever. I didn't even know if that was gonna work when I did the launch call. I was just kind of telling them what's gonna happen for this first experimental phase. But yeah, I don't know. I'll just play it day by day. But if I get like a decent system, I'll just make some pre-made videos and put it in the course and do exactly what you just said there.
Cool.
I think the other thing was for the like how to infer the that one call that I had with that one guy, Jose, like the guy who was like, yeah, I'm just gonna. It was just so weird to me that the call went really well. But maybe he was the type of guy where he's just gonna say yes, yes, yes because he's so uncomfortable with saying no, if that makes sense. Like he gave when I hit him with before I even hit with the price, and I was like, just give me a hell yeah or hell no. Like after I ended that part, he was like, hell yeah, and I was like, oh, already a hell yeah, it's glad to hear. I haven't even given you the price yet, but that sounds amazing. And he's like, yeah, man, like hell yeah, hell yeah. Like he was so into it, which just made it kind of weird for me. Maybe he was just trying to end the call by saying hell yeah, like let's go. And then as soon as I went to the transaction part of it, he's like, no, I need you to send it to my work email. I can't get to work because it's a snowstorm in Dallas. And then I was like, all right, like I couldn't get him to do it. I sent him the Stripe link on his phone. He's like, no, just send it to my thing. I was like, you can do the transaction on your phone. I'm telling you that right now. He's like, no, like let's just send it to my work email. Just send it to my work email. Like I'm going to my office. I can't do any of this stuff without my work email. I'm like, we're on our phone right now. And he's like, yeah, no, it's all good. Just send it to my work email. Like it was just such a weird thing where
I harped on you about that a few weeks ago, and
yeah,
I
you
remember
did, yeah.
you telling me like, oh, he can't pull out of the garage, Koshik. I'm like, bullshit, motherfucker. Okay.
Yeah.
You were like, he can't get out of the garage, Koshik. I would I'd sell him, but he just can't move. I'm like, sure he can.
Well, okay. All right. My thing, my thing was like, my thing was like, why would you even text me something after we've already ended the call? You know what I mean? Like to me, if he's just trying to get out, just ghost me. Like why? That's what made me give me like a little bit of faith. I was like, why is this guy even reaching out to say no again when he could just say nothing because he's already out? So what's
I
the
think
point of
what
like telling me
I
the
think
garage?
him is like he wants help. He saw you. He doesn't want to burn the bridge, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a girl that's not going to be completely. Huh?
Sounds like a crazy ex-girlfriend, man.
To me, it sounds like somebody that just doesn't want to burn the bridge. You know, like I've had that case where I've had like literally, I told the story the other day. Is like I had a thing book with the doctor for my mom, and it was 250 or like it was like $50 to like book the deposit, and then the actual doctor appointment was like $500. And I literally waited to the day before to pay the $50 to, and the reason for that, I'll be honest, is like I just want to see if there's another solution before I committed to that. And so it's like I'm just not, and I'm not gonna be a dick. I'm not gonna burn the bridge. So I feel like that's what happened with this guy. He wasn't fully sold. He wasn't fully convinced. There's something there. He's either not enough pain, something is going on, uncertainty, doubt. There's something there. He wasn't fully sold, and he just didn't want to burn the bridge with you. And yeah, he had. That's all it is. It's uncertainty, doubt. That's all it is. And then now he's ghosting you. I'm guessing. Um,
Yeah.
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 So what does it go back to? It goes back to collect the deposit. That's it. That's how you know for sure. And you have to have a good reason. We can work on that, but I think it's the tone out, it's the energy that you bring. That's what works for me. I don't know about you. But it's like the tone out, like, hey, look, let's cut the shit. If you really want to do this, man, I need to know. That's my way of knowing. And if somebody really wants your help, they're not gonna like for me, if that doctor told me like, hey, dude, like I need you to put that deposit down, and he was like super dead serious, like I'm gonna fucking put that shit down. I'm not gonna like lose that opportunity. Does that make sense? So I think the same would apply. So the lesson there is push for the deposit.
Yeah. Okay. It was a big learning experience because I rated that call like a 9 out of 10 on my Excel sheet, and then I was like, and then at the very end of that like whole explanation, I was like, but let's see if he shows up to the to the call it too. So I gotta make a couple tweaks to that, but that's how good I felt about it though. That's it. Just kind of I think I was on a high. Like, of course he's gonna be there too. Like he's just not at his office, so why would he stay on the call seeing it too? Um, yeah, I learned a lot. The other thing though for that was I was so sure that he was so down. Like he's like, hell yeah. Then I gave him the price drop and he's like, honestly, dude, I'm more of like a monthly guy. Like I'm gonna want to test it for the first month and then we'll see. So I'm gonna go with the 2083. If that's cool. He's like, yeah, man, absolutely, that's cool. So I'm just gonna send you an email, and that's when he kind of hit me with all that stuff. But like, oh, I can't access that because I'm not on my work computer. I can only do that on my work computer. I'm like, well, send me any email. I can send it to any email. And he's like, no, I want to just do it on my work computer. I'll be in my work office there. I'll be there in the afternoon. That's kind of when that whole thing started right after. But he was just like such a hell yeah. It just kind of threw me for a loop. Like, why would I ask for a deposit? It just seemed like there was no need. So it's a big learning experience. Like, if I didn't learn this now, I'd learn it later. But that's kind of why I had not a single thought about asking for anything because I was like, we're good to go. Like, he's just got to be at his office for whatever his reasons are. But yeah, that does make sense that he just wants to not burn the bridge and he just wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shitty.
I would just
but
say
whatever.
now you know. Here's the thing, like now you know going into every single call how important it is to get at least a deposit. So I don't care how fucking awkward it is. I don't care at all. And so you should start that. Start the very beginning of the sales call, right after the discovery call. Start the very beginning of like, if I do all this stuff, can I at least get the payment, right? Or is there like a hailstorm? Or is there something that would prohibit that from happening? And if the answer to that is yes, proceed. If the answer is that is no, something's fishy, you got to deal with that before you move on. So literally, again, again, you might say I already did this, but like, on the call, I say, hey, at the very beginning, like, hey, so you can do, do you have access to $1,500 liquid cash right now? And I pay attention to their body language. And I'm saying, and so if I'm not fully confident, I'm like, okay. So when I say liquid, I mean like liquid, like right now, like, like we can deploy that as literally right now. And I look at their body language. They say, yeah, okay, then I'm moving on. So you got to be crystal clear about that, man.
Right. Yeah, yeah. I love doing I'm kind of scared and adamant to these sales calls, but every time I come off one, I'm like, I want to go again. Like fuck, I want to go again so bad. What does liquid mean? Liquid means like you can spend that right now, like you're able to spend that. Is that what liquid means? Like it's right off the top, you don't need that.
Like liquid means like liquid, like, so if somebody said, oh, I got 10K in Bitcoin, that's not liquid because they have to go to the exchange, they have to sell it, this and that. I mean, like right now, you transact right now. There's nothing you have to do.
Yeah. The word I use is like currently, like do you currently, and I have
Yeah.
the word currently. So it's
Yeah.
kind of the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think the other thing I wanted to ask was
If I were in
I've
your
been,
like,
yeah.
just real quick before you move on, in that particular case, like the energy you have a certain type of energy. If I were you, if you could go back and reverse in time, what I would have done in that case, and here's the thing, he wouldn't have fucking bought anyway, okay? But what I would have done is I would have completely shifted my energy to like, you're kind of serious, and it's like, oh, this is kind of awkward. That's what I would have done. I would have shifted my energy and like been like, hey man, like you wouldn't say the words like let's cut the shit, but it's like, hey man, here's the thing, man. I need to do this. I need to know that you actually want to do this. If you don't, I don't even know if I don't think you would say it. I don't think that. I'm not even speaking English right now. You shift the energy and then you go, hey man, here's the deal, man. I do a lot of these calls and whatever reason is, I would need a deposit to know. This way, I'm not chasing you down, whatever. Again, I hope that doesn't come across disrespectful. Is that something we can go and take care of right now? You can just, give me peace of mind. And if he gives you some bullshit, bro, like, like there's something's off, man.
Yeah, that's kind of
I
been
think
my last
and
two calls.
I think what Cole Gordon does is if they don't pass the shit test at that point, then if they don't pass the test right at that point, then you can start like now being confrontational and you can go like, and so let's say you give me some bullshit. So I change the energy and you still hold your guard and you're still lying. I'm like, dude, didn't you like say earlier like you wanted to like do this thing? Like you told me that and then you told me that, like now we're doing something different. So what I'm doing, I'm calling you a liar. I'm legitimately calling you a liar. but I'm doing it in a nice way. So think about that. Happy-go-lucky Cam, okay? Completely shift the energy when he gives you bullshit. If he still doesn't play ball, I'm calling you a liar in a nice way. Like that's how I would have played it.
Right, almost like you're confused in a weird way, kind of, but like you're stating facts. Like you told me this and now you're saying this. That doesn't align with what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it awkward at that point.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, that's a good tip actually. Yeah, that's kind of been the vibe of some of the my recent calls is like there's always some sort of weirdness type thing, or like they're trying to pull out or they're stalling. It's like I really learned the big lesson just standing my ground and be like, hey dude, like we give everybody one of these calls. I'm not gonna be chasing you down. If you say like you don't have the money now, you're gonna call me in March. I'm not gonna reach out to you in March. If you don't reach out to me, next time you'll see me is probably one of my ads. Like, but we're just gonna end this call right now. Yeah, I think I just gotta be more stern when it kind of gets into that realm of like they're just like trying to, I don't know. I don't really know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
all that energy, but it's not moving forward. So yeah. All right. The other thing I wanted to touch on was I tried to think of ideas as to what I could do to like instill the fear of God into somebody, and I'll kind of tell you what I've thought of. It's nothing specific, but to me, it would be just showing them the system that kind of like it tells them and lets them know how much time I've saved for them. Like I've spent like multiple like half a decade and like $100,000 or whatever testing all these things and building this whole system that is completely done for you. That'd be the number one thing I would say. Like all this time spent, you don't have to do a single thing. You just got to reap the benefits of what the system's built to do, which is get you inside people's houses. And then
That doesn't instill any fear in me.
all right, that's all I got.
Because when you do that, when you talk about the half a decade, 100,000, what that does is it just makes me appreciate something if I'm a grateful person. Think about it. So you say I spent half a decade on this, all this stuff. It doesn't make me think I don't need to spend half a decade. It doesn't make me think that. All I think is, okay, awesome, dude, like great selling proposition. What would put the fear of God into me is if you were to explain to me like, hey, this car has an amazing, awesome vehicle, but like on and rain, it's like terrible. And if you go one thing to the right, like your car will fuck up and and you'll end up in the hospital. Like I've seen 9 out of 10 times. So now what am I gonna? I'm not gonna want to fucking turn right. I'm not gonna even want to fucking drive.
Right.
So you're talking about something completely different than what I'm talking about. You're talking about making people like, oh, be grateful for this thing. No, no, no. What you need to do is you need to say something where it's like, I don't even want to fucking touch that, dude. I don't even want to try that because that's gonna hurt me. So I say something like, for example, one thing that so if I said to you, hey, so can you run the ads for my ad account? And then if you told me like, hey, so what I've noticed is that there's a lot of stuff happening with Facebook hackers, and we had a client literally lose $100,000 overnight. I just want to be fully transparent with you. And this isn't the first time I've heard it. And so I would just to see what I'm doing. Now it's like, nah, dude, I don't even want to run the ads for my ad account. Fuck that. I'm not even risking losing 100 grand. There's a very big difference between those two examples and what you just gave.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Is there anything else that you think? Because I think I'm just going to take what you're saying and then build something off of that. Like that encapsulates what you're doing. Is there anything else that you think I should create in terms of like ideas as to what I could say that would I even do more? Or maybe like at a different part, just kind of throughout, like you need me and you need me. You're gonna die without me.
Yeah. Yeah. I try to insert that everywhere as much as possible. Any opportunity you can get.
Okay.
Here's what I'll say the best part is. It's what I just gave you that advice a little bit vague. I would say maybe try to do that a little bit more when it comes to explaining a mechanism all the way from the ad to the sales call. So try to that's where maybe you can put a lot of fear into it.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll try to make some stuff up and then I'll send it over to you. See what your thoughts are, like where I'm gonna say it. I might even just like send a loom of me presenting.
The best, I feel like, what we're doing here is like it's valuable, it's gonna help you, but like And what I'm saying to you is like we can't really act on it, but like what would really help me help you is if I looked at the sales call and I was able to specifically identify, or you were able to identify and tell me like, hey, Krish, here's what I'm saying. I'm really fucking myself. And then I'd be like, yeah, dude, you're totally fucking yourself. Here's how you should reframe it. Like that's where you would get the best value.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, I don't know that you know. I don't know that you know.
Yeah.
I don't know that you
I don't know
know
that I
when
know.
you
I know. Yeah. I don't- Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that you know the parts of the conversation where you were saying things that made the lady go, oh, I'm just gonna do it myself. I don't know if you know where you gave it away. But if you could identify that and share that with me, then I could be like, okay, here's how I would have said it different.
Yeah. Yeah. She was at, yeah. Okay. Just
There's a-
without diving into the call, my guess is that she was giving me such specific questions as if like she has a perfect campaign, but there's this thing. She's contacted Facebook a million times. She was speaking from someone it's like I was speaking to myself who was having problems and I was giving her as much value to fix those problems, which I should have just kind of read a little bit like, oh, this person's already got a marketer and it's his wife. And his wife is asking me all these questions that she needs help with, and she's telling me she's had all these other perfect campaigns that have done excellent, but there's this other one that they just can't figure out what the problem is, and I'm telling them what they should try. And then after that, I think they just took that and ran with the solutions. So I think that right there is like, why would they pay me $1,000 when they could just experiment with that $1,000 and put it into ads and test what I just told them to solve? But yeah, that was my first time hopping on a call with somebody who was there just taking notes. I thought the notes was like, oh, this guy's paying attention in detail, but I think he was just like, I can't this I'm taking every single thing I can down so I can do it for myself is what I think it was. And he had all of his marketing team there to also take notes and pick my brain and see what else they could do. I was just trying to give as much value as I could to prove my status and my like competence when I think he was just it worked in their favor pretty well. But I could have given him crap. I was lying out of my ass the whole time. So I hope they burn.
Either either what happened is they came to you and either you told them stuff that made them feel really confident, like they could solve it on their own, which I actually don't think it might be the answer because it sounds to me like you didn't actually know what the fuck you're talking about. So I think what happened is when you're talking, they actually had uncertainty, doubt, and that's why they didn't move forward. Actually, believe it or not. So that's how it actually happened. So
All right. Okay.
does that make? I don't know if that.
Yeah, no, it does.
Um, just another tip I'll give you is think about your experience with, like talking to that duck cleaning guy that back in the day who said Google Ads is where you want to go. By the way, fuck that guy, right? You ended up being wrong, right? Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
So remember when you had that conversation with him and you had him, and then I think you had this guy from Pakistan. When you had a conversation with both those guys, did you not come there prepared to take a shit ton of notes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever somebody comes to me with a shit ton of notes preparation, I already know like, they're not there to be sold. They're there to get data. Somebody that's there to be sold is very vulnerable and very emotional. Like, bro, I'm in so much fucking pain and da da da. Just keep that in mind.
Gotcha. Yeah. And what do you what's the way like do you hop on the call? That's when you see that they're writing things down and they're like, oh, this guy's sucking me for information. Like I can tell he's got that thing in his eye where he's just gonna do it himself after what I give him. How do you handle the call after that? To or should you just kill the call and just like use it as a practice round and move on?
Yeah.
Just know as you're doing it, like this guy's probably not gonna go. I can see his pen, but I'm gonna still crush it as he's in front of me. Let's see what I can do here.
I think if I were you, it's up to you. It's just now that you have the wisdom to know this, how do you like have fun with that? I would say if I were you, I would have fun with it. I would be. It's kind of like playing a game of chess. You're already like 5 steps ahead. You already know exactly what they're doing, and you can fuck around and just have fun. Like that's I think what I would do if I were in your shoes.
Right,
because you're not gonna sell that person.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of the only thing I got going on. I turned my ads on Monday. I had like 5 calls, 2 calls the next day, and that all just went up in flames because we got to the hospital like 8 a.m. and I was like, I'm not making these calls. So I had to turn off my ads because like I don't know when I'm gonna be back.
Saw your ads were off today. And so I figured it was the kiddo. So I don't know, like what's kind of the game plan now? Like
That's the thing. I got like my first like 6 over and over hours of sleep last night. So we're just like starting to get into a systemized thing where it's like, okay, if I bottle feed, because it's like 3 hour increments where, okay, if I wake up at 3 a.m. and bottle feed, the next 3 hours, maybe you can bottle feed like Dakota, and then we can have like 6 hours of sleep for both of us at least, maybe 9, depends how long we have. But I think we're starting to get to a point where we're getting the amount of sleep that we need. And I'm taking Mason showed me his calendar, and it's like breakfast at like 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. or I think it's like 6 to 8, gym and eat, and then it's like lunchtime, dinner time. Um, KPIs is always in there. I think I just need to have a structured system so Dakota knows exactly what my day is looking like so she can work around it. I can have some baby time, I can eat, I can still take care of myself and also work a lot. And then in the evenings, I'll just be baby time and weekends for baby time. Um, so I'm just figuring it out. I don't really have an answer for you, but I'm working on it.
Okay. Yeah. All good. I mean, whatever me and Mason can do, it's a little bit of a challenge when you try to figure out the timing thing.
That's just that, bro. Like, I mean, you just had a kid, man. So it's like you're never really gonna be able to structure something out where you're gonna be able to follow it to a completion. At least not really too much more anyway. I see Ryan nodding his head no because he understands, right? So you can try your best, but at the same time, bro, it's like I just always make sure, like after my last sales call of the day, that I just update all my KPIs. Um, and generally that's at the end of the day. So it kind of gives me, time to do that, and then I'll just go in the next morning. So I'll actually update KPIs every day, um, in the morning and then also at night. So when I update my KPIs in the morning, that's specifically from the night before's ad performance or the day before's ad performance. So I'm never gonna go in at the end of the day at like 9 o'clock, like right now, at least for me, and then type in how much ad spend I spent. I'll never do that. I'll always record that in the morning, first thing I do when I wake up. The last thing that I do is I always update how many sales calls I take, how many discovery calls did I take. That's at the end of the day. So when I'm done taking calls, I update all those numbers, and then I wake up and I'm like, okay, how much did I spend yesterday? How are my numbers looking? Okay, cool. Let's go throughout the day, and that's exactly the process that I follow. So I always update my numbers every day,
That's good to know.
and once at night.
Yeah, do you do that just because like if you can save time at the end of the year tired, just put in what you have fresh in your mind of like how many calls you did rather than when you wake up the next year, like how many calls did I do? Did that person even pick up? Like it's fresh. And then in the morning do numbers.
Yeah. So I think that, but it's like you got to remember, like I have appointment setters too. So like throughout the day, they're messaging me all the fucking time, being like, I booked a call here, I booked a call then. Here's this time, here's this time, here's this time, here's this time. So like instead of updating my KPI sheet, like I just do it at the end of the day as well. Because like
Okay.
every single time that I book a call, I can't go in and drop everything and update my KPIs. So I mean that's something to keep in mind too. But from where you're at right now, like you can just do simple things in terms of like, well, how do I know I took a discovery call? Well, you can go to your forms inside Go High Level and then click on your calendar called discovery call, and you can see when they're booked and scheduled.
Gotcha. Okay.
That rhythm every single day. Like I have a notepad inside of my KPI tracker, and it tells me how to get the information that I need to be tracked and where I can find it. So it's like, where do I get the inbound information? It's like, okay, it's from my setter. And then it's like, when do I get this? It's from this person. So I kind of have like an SOP of how I get the information as well.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, that's super nice to know. Thank you. Ryan, do you have any advice in terms of like how are you scheduling these calls? Because like you're I don't get it.
Just when you can, man. Genuinely, just when you can. So like my early mornings, I either have to get up before the kid. I mean, it's a little bit different because my one's older, right? So she
Right.
kind of wakes up at the same time, and we kind of have a set time when we pick her up from daycare because she goes to daycare, so I've got the whole day, right? And then at night time, it's tricky because they can go to bed at any fucking time. But honestly, I've got no advice for you there. Sorry, man. It's just
Okay.
it's when you it's just honestly when you can. Like sometimes it's good to do it right then and there. Other times you're like, I'm fucked for the next 48 hours type situation. I need to book this at a certain date because I'm tied up family time, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't got a better answer for you, man. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. But
Alright.
at this stage, it's tricky.
All right. Cool. All right, that's it for me.
Swinging back to you, Ryan, then. Do you
Yeah,
have
mate.
anything, bro?
Nah, just I'll just flick back to the message. And I'm just going through his cheat sheet. I'm just gonna alter a few things just so it's not a direct copy. I don't know, I just feel bad about it.
You're good,
But I've
bro.
written out, cheers. I've written out the script. So I'll send that through to her. I'll send her through the video, and then I'll just give her some points and be like, hey, do this, this, and this. So the video's not exactly the bloody same, like as far as the visuals.
I think
And yeah, just send her all the shit,
they're
and
like,
then was that?
I think Lauren's video, she was like running around doing a bunch of crazy shit. I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah, yeah.
what she did was actually pretty hard. What I was saying in my voice note too is like, if she wanted to like sit down, look at the camera, and just do talking head, like that would be like more probably within line of what she could do. Because if she was running around, there's probably a mic that was connected to the phone, and she probably did weird shit. I don't know. Mason can probably talk on that.
Someone else.
This
Yeah,
would be like this would be the basic. If you wanted to be more fancy, you could have like where the camera's up here, she talks, and then she has the camera here, and and this way you cut it together, and it's like more like energetic. So, anyways, I won't spend too much time here, but like there's just I don't know how hard it's gonna be to get her to film the stuff, is what I'm saying. And so, just be mindful of that.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying? I think you were just talking about like what you're working on.
Yeah, pretty much just what I'm working on, man. I'll skip that away. Yeah, I'll try get it to film a couple of different angles and stuff, just to make it different. My only concern was that, if it's not like identical, because Lauren's one's real high energy. If we put one that's not high energy, it might not convert the same.
For sure. I would say energy is super important. Super righteous energy, bro. That's one of the things that was on my mind when I was looking at this stuff. Righteous, bro, you need like 10 espressos, bro, before you film next time.
Yeah, let's do some
Oh
caffeine.
yeah. Yeah, for sure. I already know.
You look like you had like you sold like 3 cars and then record your video.
Dog, man, that's how it pretty much was. I was stressed out, man. That's why I was like, dude. I was like, run some ads, man. Run some ads. But the more I actually kept filming, I got it built my confidence. I started seeing where I was going wrong, which was like I was like I was like for sure clean up and everything. But yeah, I need 10 espressos.
But Ryan, anything else, bro, that you want to chop it up about?
Nah, man. I think this is enough for now. Yeah. That's
cool. Mason, do you have anything for Ryan, bro?
Not necessarily. I think you really have your next steps. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Fuck yeah. You mentioned changing on my Instagram, or at least being more fitness specific or fitness mentorship specific. How would you go about doing that? Well, just like a few examples. Because obviously this is just my normal main Instagram, which has got everything, which is sporty as fuck, but like it's nothing specific to like
I'm gonna
running fit.
I'm gonna type to you in Slack a couple business owners that help fitness coaches, and then you can take a look at theirs, and then you kind of formulate your own.
Yeah. Are they like personal ones though, or are they kind of just like their business ones?
What do you mean?
They're exactly what you want. Personal trainers that are business owners.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a few of those. We can send you so many that you can just look at. If I were you, I would just take theirs, see like some of the highest performing ones, and then do that. Also, I just created content, bro. I just created content for you on like pretty much what you're talking about. I just posted that last night, which is brand new Instagram to optimize return on ad spend. Like it's an hour long. I go super in depth in terms of like the top 12 posts, the top 3 pin post, a lot of stuff in there. So you can take some time to go through this. Also, like Mason will send you some profiles. And I throughout this, I share a lot of examples of personal trainers. So you can actually literally go in their profile and just like study what they're doing. So yeah, just
I guess, I
go
guess
ahead,
my
go ahead.
question was do I make a whole new profile to start this so I still have my separate one, or do I just use this and then make like a
I would-
separate one, like for family one type of situation?
If I were you, I would use what you have right now because you've got some social proof, you've got things staggered. Again, if you create a brand new one, if you create a brand new one, personal trainers, think about it. Personal trainers are like hip to Instagram. So if they see that you create a brand new one, that's going to throw off trust and be like, this mofo just created a brand new Instagram. He's brand new to this business or whatever. They're not going to trust you. If you use your existing Instagram, you've got some social proof and this and that. You've got staggered posts. I would do that. I would take your existing one, tweak that one, and then if you want to create another one that's more personal for just your private stuff, then do that.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, that's yeah, that's what my question was. Me.
Cool.
Okay.
But yeah, just message me and Mason, remind us, and then we'll send you a bunch of Instagrams you can go to. And again, you're okay.
You've
Sweet.
done it.
Perfect. So what you'll do is literally, bro, just like go to their Instagram and like see like the top few posts and then just recreate them. I should, but like your three top, like I would be worrying about your top three posts. I really like what this guy does, by the way. This guy, Mason, this is the guy that like stole all my shit.
Well, I know it's funny too. The Instagram has now switched the profile feed, so it's not squares anymore. So those thumbnails are gonna be fucked up for him.
So, Ryan, this guy, he stole Cinemarketer and then he stole my headline, and he works with videographers.
Bro, that's so scummy, bro.
Huh? You know what the funny thing about this guy is? He went inside the full-time filmmaker group, and like 4 years, he was like,
Talk shit
"Who
about your
cares who tweaks program?" So this guy like studied my shit, decided not to pay me, and then just like ripped all my shit out.
literally first person.
But anyways, what I do like about what he's doing though, I gotta give him props, is this, right? I fucking love this. This is fantastic. And I share within this video how I would do it. I didn't even watch this video, but I share like specifically like how I would say, what I would say to keep people moving. That is something you can work on, Ryan. I think is really important actually. You could fucking like, and from there, you can literally make this like about the free trials. Like you can make you just go through the content, but like, who am I? Hey, if you're a personal trainer that is either online, you're either a personal trainer that's doing in person or you're online between this number, you're trying to scale this, congratulations, you're in the right place. My name is Ryan, and here's what I do. Within 3 days, we did this. Within 5 days, we did it. Within 7 days, we did this. And the way that we did that is something that I call da 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 da. If that's something you'd like to learn a little bit more about, that's what we inject into all of our clients. And not only that, we do it for free. Da, da, da. If you want to learn how it works, click my next story. And then boom, you go into the next story and you share a little bit more about how that works. So here's how it works in a nutshell. Now you might be so step 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 4 is what makes it all tie together. Now, if you're wondering exactly how to do that, well, here's my secret sauce. Watch the next post, and then boom, I go in here, and then I'll have the call to action, get them to DM me or click the link in my bio. This is literally what I would like. This would be fucking killer to put in your Instagram. So don't stress about it right now. I just want to plant some seeds. That's something I would be doing if I were you. So you set this up to do a bunch of trials. It's like a mini funnel within your funnel.
Yeah, fuck, love that.
But yeah, bro. Anything else that you want to chop it up about with me and Mason?
Nah, I'll let you guys have some dinner and go to bed, man.
Sounds good. So if that's everything, then Richard, Righteous, you want to hang out for a little bit since we're here, and then I can kind of walk you through what some of these guys are doing. Is that cool? Got a few minutes?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, cool. All right, then I'm gonna run through this with Righteous. I'll see you around.
Yeah.
Mason, if you want to hang out for just like a quick 2 minutes, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm chilling, man. I'm eating. I don't know if you guys were hearing me munch, and that's why Ryan said something. But
what are you eating?
Dude, I got some chicken over rice right now. I got some salad in that. Dude, I'm eating good, man. That's all you need to know.
If I see your food, I'm gonna start riffing on your food, man. I'll just keep cracking jokes.
Dude, Righteous, you know what this guy does? He sits
What'd he
around
do?
all day. He sits around all day and he waits for me to post and like just criticize me. Oh, I know those are just, like stainless steel pans. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong with I just like my food will be like, you eat that? That's not even a ribeye steak. That's brisket. And I'll be like, bro, like my case, man.
Bro, I just go to
Oh.
Instagram. I just go to his Instagram. I just troll all day. I'm just a hater on his Instagram. I'll just give him shit.
The video, okay, I don't know how to golf, but I posted a video of me trying to hit a golf ball, and I'm pretty sure this guy just like commented like PFFT with like 3 dots. I'm like, bro, what is like? Come on, man.
No support. No support.
Dead ass. Like we're
No
supposed
support.
to. We're looking at my profile, see a comment from Kashik. I'm like, fuck, I don't even want to open this.
Getting bullied by Coach Sheik, huh?
I gotta put him in his
I feel
place.
bad for you, Mason. I feel bad for you, man.
I got all time, man. You know how it is.
I upgrade my kitchen pans to impress the guy. You know what I mean?
He's got to make it hard for you a little bit, you know. You're having too much fun with it.
I don't know exactly what I want to go over with you, Ridge. Oh, I'm sorry, my eyes are burning. Righteous, I don't know exactly what I want to go over with you, bro, but I'm just gonna kind of like go off the top of my head to kind of get you caught up to speed. Mason,
Okay.
I can give you some context too, man. So Righteous hopped in years ago. He's been following, kind of checking out stuff, and then I don't think before he even purchased anything, like me and him hopped on a Zoom call like a long time ago, and he wasn't able to move forward with the coaching program back then. Back then, we were talking about the coaching program. And then he still hadn't purchased anything. And then I think a year or so later, he decided to hop inside 7 Days Via Marketer, Cinema Marketing Cheat Code. And then, I've just seen Righteous like just click on stuff. Like if I post something, a course material or something, he's kind of there just checking it
Always
out.
liking it and
Yeah.
commenting.
And so I'm like, okay, I kind of just like noticed. And then again, got asked to go high level. I can see he's been, paying for the subscription, everything like that. So it's like I know he's putting in work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so when I saw that, I just, and what it really prompted, Righteous is in Ohio. So I saw I saw my ad on my feed.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, so he's been top of mind for me. And so that reminded me to reach out to him. So I'm like, okay, I see him run the 6 week sales funnel. And so I just want to reach out to him and just, help him out and all that. So I just want to share that, get you all caught up to speed, Mason. That's all it was. So anyways, man, like here's basically what people experience right now, Righteous. Basically, people buy this course, okay? And for me, man, I spend about $80 in paid ads to selling something for $150. So average I spend 80%, spend about 150 bucks, not crazy profit, doesn't change my life or anything like that. And I don't do it for that reason. I just do this to get a little bit of trust from people. Then from there, there's like upsells and downsells. There's a 7 Days Video Marketer, there's a Cinema Marketing Cheat Code course, there's the Facebook, there's all these different things. And again, all of that is just to like get people in through the door and get them to trust me. And then what I do, bro, is I send everybody a Loom video. Right. So again, you didn't experience this because you didn't go through this cycle. Everybody gets like a 15, 20-minute Loom video. And in that, and by the way, they book a call with me. Right. The way the funnel's created, they book a call with me. So they buy whatever they buy, they book a call with me, and then I send them a Loom video. And in that Loom video, I basically explain, hey man, here's the deal. On that call, what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about our coaching program. That's really the purpose of the call. If you don't want to, well, that's cool. Just opt out, message me, cancel call. But if you are interested, cool. And so then we do our coaching program, which is what I invited you to. Okay. So that's what you're in right now. So within our coaching program, I'll tell you what my goal is. My goal with the coaching program, bro, is not to make people a bunch of money, straight up. Like that's not my goal. My goal here, bro, is I treat it like a boot camp. And so my goal here is just to find my Michael Jordans, my Kobe Bryants, my LeBron James. I want to find the people that are GOATs. And I pour my blood, sweat, tears into people. And you've seen that. It's like I will do whatever I can. Mason will do, we're really tight-knit community and we pour into
a call right now.
What's
No,
up?
for sure.
Yeah,
We're 4 hours into a call right now. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah,
yeah, like literally, y'all started the call at 6, and I've been watching all the calls. I've watched them once. I went back, watched them. I'm like, yo, I'm picking up something every single time, and it's so much value within every single call. It's like there's no way. I'm like, if there's gonna be like a community that I'm gonna join, because I've seen a couple out there, because you've even mentioned a few people that are like beasts, like Ravi. I even started watching some of Prob's videos. You mentioned him in the call, and you said that he was getting people to like 500,000 or something like that a month. I was like, what the fuck? Like 500,000 a month? That's fucking crazy. So I'm just like, yo, what they're doing is, I mean, is great. You know, what I mean, it's unheard of. You don't really hear people talking about stuff like this, and just, you know, what I mean, hopping in these coaching calls is crazy. This is unreal for me, by the way. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm just sitting here like, bro, I'm usually behind the scenes, and now I'm actually talking to you. So this is crazy.
You know, again, you put in work, and I respect that, and you can't really deny that, man. So, that being said, man, just really quick, let me wrap this up because I just want you to see like what we're doing here and why it's all important. So basically, what will happen is, um, it's a 3-month coaching program, and then from there, you know, people either die or they win. It's one of the two. And if they die, they die. But I know we're doing everything we can to help them win. And the thing is, what we're doing here is, if you look at the center marketing cheat code, this is where the niching stuff comes in. The center marketing cheat code. And so again, by the way, so what I typically do is I hop on a sales call. Okay. So again, people booked a call with me. I hop on a sales call, and they either move forward or they don't. And then what happens? They hop on an onboarding call with me. Okay. So the reason I bring this up is you didn't have a sales call with me. What we need to do is we need to have an onboarding call. So you and I have to still do this. Okay. Does that make sense? That's why I'm sharing this with you. So I do
Yeah.
an onboarding call with them, and then we start the actual coaching call. So me and you didn't get a chance because it's just so fast. So I still need to do this with you. Then we start the coaching process. Again, we're going to be here with you, help you out. You know, I'm going to be here with you. Again, on average, 3 months long. And then what happens is after the 3 months is done, either people die, or usually what's happening is people do another 3 months with me. Okay. So they do the 3-month coaching program where they're just kind of like figuring shit out straight up. Like 3 months is like just enough time to just start figuring some shit out. It's not enough time to like make world renowned money. It's like they make their money back, you know, break even, whatever. But really they need to do another 3 months. And then when they do this second 3 months, usually by now they're pretty good. So usually what happens during this first 3 months is this. And so I've got this shit like dialed in to a T. So again, you'll experience this. I'll give you a video to watch when we do your onboarding. But like, this is the journey. So people do their onboarding with me, then they launch a 6-figure 6 week. They book their first sales call. They might close a deal on a niche that they're not interested in. They might close a deal on their issue. Then they're going to niche down. Then they refund the client, or we help them get the results. Then they start the process of niching down. We have like a bunch of stuff I'll go over with you on another day. Then what we have is like, we have this like 7-phase process down here of scaling to 7 figures once people have niched down. Okay. And so that's like one way you can view it. Another way you can view it is this is, for me, I'm just trying to get people to hit these milestones. And think about like, you know, a baby says mama, dada for the first time, they crawl for the first time, they walk for the first time. So it's like, I'm trying to get you to watch the workshop first, then build your 6-figure funnel, then get your first lead, then book your first discovery call, book your first sales call, conduct your first. And so this is the first 3 months journey. Okay. And then this is the second 3 months journey. And then this is month 6 to 30. So it's like, I've already got this plan. I already know step by step what people need to do to get to a certain level. Okay. And so my job and Mason's job is just to force people to hit this. Like, for example, you're forced to go to school. You're forced to eat certain things. You're forced to go to high school. It's what's good for you. So we have created a program to force people to do the thing that they need to do. So as I share this, as I come back here, so what we're trying, so again, people buy the low ticket course. That's just a way to get them in. Then sales call, then an onboarding call, then the coaching starts. Okay. And then, like I said, they do the coaching call. They do the coaching with us. They either die or they do another 3 months. And then from the 3 months, they'll do another 3 months. And then from there, and then I do profit share with them. So this is what I typically do. Okay. So I'm sharing stuff with you that people typically don't see. Do the 3 months. They need another 3 months to re-up. So they're 6 months total. Now, when they're 6 months in, now they have enough skills where I can bet on and be like, yo, you're in the game for 6 months. You're making enough money. You don't have to pay me a single dime no more. Just we operate off of a percentage deal. Then they come here. So this is where Aman is. You didn't meet Aman today. Aman is like a business partner of mine. So for me, I look like I sell courses and coaching program. I'm actually really in private equity. I'm with all these, the reason I pour into people is because they become my business partners. So Aman is my business partner. So this is the head of the octopus, would be the center market Chico, which is like what we are. And then the tentacle would represent somebody with a particular niche. So let's say, for example, let's just say this said medical spa. This says dentist, but it says medical spa. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to help Aman grow his medical spa agency. But the thing is, everybody has their own octopus as well. So for example, I'm going to help you first sell to dentists. So you have your niche, you work with dentists, you help dentists get results. Then what happens is you go to videographers. Hey, are you a videographer that works with dentists? Are you trying to work with dentists? Here's how I scale my thing up. And then so now you just work with videographers. Then you work with agency. Hey, are you an agency or do you not have a niche? I'll help you. I'll show you how I scaled my thing to $1 million working with dentists. Then you go to 95. Hey, are you 95 trying to get to full time? I'll show you how I do it with my agent, how I did it with the agents. So you build a business here once, and then you literally have all these different people you sell the business to, like the business idea too. So everybody has their own octopus. And so this is the business I'm actually in. And so the reason this is important is because if I help somebody, let's say make, $200,000 a year, and then we split the profits, I can profit $100,000 from this single person that I'm a business partner with. I would much rather do that than sling a $47 course. The $47 course doesn't really do anything. This is where I make my money. So this is the ultimate like vision. This is what we're doing here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, now that you explained it like that in the detail, because I've seen this post before, but it just went over my head for sure. And now that you go down into it in depth, it makes more sense for sure. 1,000%. It makes 100 more sense to, be private equity. You know what I mean? Because it does look like, for sure on the outside, like it's just course, like people are just enrolling in this school community at this point, but it's much more bigger than that. Absolutely. So now that makes sense.
My goal is not to sling a bunch. You got to sling courses because only a certain percentage of people are going to be your Kobe Bryants. My goal is how do I get as many of those as possible that I just, it's the goal is I sit down and every Monday I'm speaking to leaders. So I'm speaking to Aman, who's does MedSpice and he scaled his thing to $1 million a year. I speak to, Ryan, who's done his thing for personal training. And so I'm speaking to leaders and they got their own organizations that they're running. Kind of an idea. It's an idealistic view that maybe things could be like here in, a year or a few years time. But I just kind of want to give you like the vision. I think what else do you need to know? So basically what you and I are missing is your onboarding. So again, we're not gonna do it right now because it's a little bit late right now, but we'll find another day, maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I'll kind of look at this tomorrow or Wednesday. But I want to share with you just really quick, just so you can kind of have an idea of what to expect. So yeah, this is basically the onboarding, bro. So it's about an hour and a half call that we got to have. And what I do is I go over some mindset stuff with people, right? So these are like 10 pillars of mindset. Then I go over all of our communication. So remember I said like, oh, you're going to figure out how Slack works. Like I literally will break all this stuff
Yeah.
down. Exactly how it works. So how does the general channel work? How does this channel work? How does the wins channel work? Then I go over how we use Loom. Then I go over how we use Zoom. Then I go over how we use Trello. Like we have this thing called Trello. Everybody has their own personal Trello board for you when you niche down. How do you write your scripts, your ads, everything? I go over these milestone videos. So I have like these cool videos for you to watch at the end of the onboarding. So basically the purpose of so like let's say you do your onboarding. You watch this video and this video takes step by step what you need to do to hit your first milestone. Again, Obama data, walking, whatever. Your first milestone, I'm sorry, it's this video. Your first milestone is getting your ads launched. So if you watch this video, this will tell you like go inside the course, do this, do that. And then if you follow the directions, you're gonna have your ads launch. And then you come back and say, Kaushik, I got my ads launched. And then from there, I'm like, okay, yo, watch this video now. And this video is gonna tell you everything you should do in order to book your first sales call. And you say, hey, Kaushik, I booked my first sales call. Guess what? This video is for you to watch to do everything to hit your next milestone, which is closing your first deal. So this way I don't have to keep explaining stuff to you over and over. It just keeps people grounded. So again, I'll go over, you'll have access to these videos to watch as well. So those are the milestone, so that's Trello, milestone videos. We use Excel. So, another thing you'll notice is if I come into, everybody, like for example, Keith, if I come in, everybody's Excel sheet is pinned. So I can see all of your ad spend. I can see how many leads you're getting. I can see your discovery calls. I see your sales calls, so I can critique your sales. I can help you out with that. So I don't have to keep going back and forth with you on, yo, send me that sales call. I have it all in one place. What else? Yeah. And then again, we just go over these milestones. So like literally week by week, what the goals are that we want you to hit. So you're not sitting there wondering like, oh, am I behind? I'm not on schedule, whatever. And then we just have like this really quick expectation section. And then after that, bro, that official coaching starts. And so that's what I typically do. So that's what the typical person's experience is.
Yeah. Makes sense.
What's that?
I said makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. So I might be missing some stuff. I'm running on ease right I'm running on fumes right now, but um I guess so I think you're caught up to speed a little bit on like what the typical person experience is. For me and you, we have to do your onboarding, and then after we do your onboarding, yeah, I guess we'll just like help you out, man. We'll help you out. We'll do what we can for here for weeks, the best we can do. And that's pretty much it, man. It's just there's not really much more to it than that. I guess what's brewing in your head, or what's going through your head, or do you have questions, comments, concerns, bro?
Um, I really don't have any. Well, let me think. So it has been a lot going on since I have started launching the ads. Let me think. I had a discovery call with a tattoo shop, and he kind of wanted to see like some results of like what I could do for him, and I didn't really have stuff. So I'm like, now that I am running ads, I was thinking that after I have like my first sales call and I actually close the deal, I could kind of show him the results of what I'm doing for myself, and show him that I can do that, something like that for him as well.
Forgot to show you this. This is important. I don't mean to cut you off. This is something I go over on my sales call. So here's what we typically do with the guys. So this kind of is like what I went over with you, but like first people watch some course material, then they build a 6 funnel, which is what you've done. Then they close their first deal. So you haven't done this yet. This is the phase you're at right now. You're at the phase 3 of closing deals. Okay. After that, here's what we actually do. So here's how I help people niche down. This is what I want you to focus on. First, there's a video to watch. It's like the workshop. And in this workshop, basically what happens, it's all about scaling 7 figures, and it's a room full of people that are doing 20, 50, 100,000 per month. So it's crazy numbers. And so people can only watch this after they've closed their first deal. So you haven't done that yet. When people close their first deal, that's when they can watch. The reason for this is because if you don't, when you close your first deal and you see a kid who's doing 30, 40,000 a month, you're like, oh, he's just doing the same shit I'm doing. He just did more volume. Versus if I showed it to you right now, you might get a little bit overwhelmed, right? So you watch this video, it's on scaling to 7 figures. It's like the workshop, but it's only 2 hours long. Then we have a quiz that people go into and you actually answer a bunch of questions. So it'll ask you things like, how many business owners are there in the United States? What is the average price point and all this stuff? And basically what happens is it's going to report a number to you on a scale of 1 to 30. The higher the number is, typically objectively the better the niche is. Then you get feedback from me and I tell you like, yo, Righteous, here out of these 3 niches, here's the one I would do and here's why. Okay, so what I mean by that, here's what it looks like. Sorry, I should have gone over this with you before. So this is Kyle. He was in our coaching program. And so he came, he said, Kaushik, after I did the exercise, here are the niches. Roofing is, there's 81,000 business owners. Here's the reason why I think I should do it. Niche score was 24 out of 30. Here's real estate, all this information, 20 out of 20.3, and then car dealerships. Okay. And then based off of that, I give everybody, advice. I tell them like, yo, here's what I think you should do. Now you might say, Kaushik, there are these numbers here. Like, why don't I just do the highest number? And to that, what I would say is, we had a guy, his name was Ryan, and he had like he had HVAC, and he had dentist, and he had Kairos. And so I think it was dentist was the highest, and then Cairo, and then HVAC or HVAC. And what I told him was like go into HVAC, even though it was the lowest score. The reason for this is because his dad owned an HVAC company. And his dad was kind of like an authority figure. He would like go on stage and speak and stuff. So I was like, go help your dad and then get your dad to refer you to his other HVAC buddies, help them out, get them all results, and then get some testimonies and then run ads. By the time you run ads to close more deals, you are already going to be at 10, 20,000 per month. So do that instead of trying to do chiropractors and dentists where you got to compete with everybody. You got no case, so you got nothing. Let's use your dad for leverage. Get some results with your dad first. So that's why what you want to do is you want to basically get some feedback. Then from there, what I do is I connect you with a niche expert if you're doing a niche that we already figured out. So for example, if you said, hey, Kaushik, I want to do duct clean. I want to do, let's just say duct cleaning. What I would do is I would give you the sales funnel for duct cleaning to get calls. I would give you the sales script to close duct clean business owners. And when it comes to actually getting results for duct cleaning, we would get you that. So basically this shit that takes like 2 years to do, we're going to do that shit in like 7 days for you. So hopefully that makes sense. This whole phase is basically you figuring out what industry you want to go into. And then once we figure that out, then phase 5 is we build first of all, what we do is we build your niche funnel, then we launch ads to it. Then I help you in terms of like how to sell to your niche. I help you in terms of getting results for your niche. And the first goal is just hit 10,000 per month consistently. After that, we start creating course material and shit like that for your clients. So again, let's say you say, I want to do personal trainers. Me and you will work together to create course material to help out your personal trainers, your clients. Now, I also want to share this with you really quick because we're talking about niche funnels. So you met, for example, Cam today. Is this? I feel like I had more stuff here. Members. Oh, I know what I'm missing here. Give me just a second here. Mrs. CMCG partner agreement. No. Man, I just retitled this recently. Oh, here it is. Okay. So let's say, for example, you want to do med spas. Okay. So this is like the funnel that works for med spas. So this is the opt-in page.
The database of this information that you have here stored is actually fucking crazy.
Huh?
I said this is actually crazy. Like all of these niches that are like pretty much on a platter. Like it's actually nuts. Like I don't think people understand like how valuable like just that one little note document is. It's literally just like $1 million, bro.
It is.
No, I know how valuable it is. Trust- I was pulling my hair out trying to figure out like, yo, like just to getting leads. If you're not running ads and you're trying to scrape leads, that is terrible. Like if you don't have like an efficient way to do it. So I was like, yo, this is and every single niche is different. So it's like you gotta know what you're doing. So
Aaron, I know Aaron runs ads on TikTok, so I don't know if he's still doing that, but
Amon's not running his ad. I want to show you his ads. Cam's not running his ads. Okay. So here's what I want you to imagine. Okay. So so this is Aaron Soares' ads. It's not popular right now. I think he turned off his ads. Okay. Here's what I want you to know. I created that ad. Okay. I basically took that ad, whatever he recorded, I wrote the script out, gave it to him. Okay. And then he filmed it. That ad, people click on that ad, and then that goes into this opt-in page. We'll get you 1 million views in 9 days or we work for free. And so these medical spa business owners are going to come to this page and again, work with Aaron to build all this stuff out. They click, boom, and then they get it scheduled and they go to this page. This is a thank you page. So Aaron's got a video here, again, scripted out, everything like that.
Congratulations on taking.
And this is it. This is the niche funnel. So when you talk about the niche funnel, this is it. So everybody has their own niche funnel. This is what Mason was alluding to. So for example, Cameron, this is who you saw earlier. This is his opt-in page that I helped him create. And then this is his thank you page I created.
I can show, hey Koshik, if you want, I can show an ad that would be like an opt-in ad for like an agency or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a second though. Give me a second. But yeah, hold on to that thought. What I'm trying to help you understand is for the 6 figures and 6 week sales funnel, right? Just everybody has exact same ad, exact same fun, exact same everything, right? For the niche funnel, I spent about a month for every single guy building it from the ground up. So me and Cam built this offer out together. And then that comes to this page. And again, me and Cam worked on this video and all this stuff down here. So every funnel is slightly different. Does that make sense? It's like an overall template, but the contents within it change.
yeah, it makes sense. Like you got literally everything from A to Z mapped out for dentists, duct cleaning, like whatever niche that you have in there, you got it literally mapped out. I just have to plug and play like the 6 week 6 figure sales funnel pretty much.
Let's say you said to me, hey, Kushik, I want to do dentist. What I would do is I'd be like, okay, Righteous, here's the ad that you got to run in order to get book calls with dentists. Here's the opt-in page that you got to get them to. Here's a calendar page, thank you page. So launch that shit, and then you're going to start getting book calls with dentists. And when you close a dentist, here's the ads and funnels and everything you're going to run to get them results. So everything from A to Z for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 1000%. That makes sense. Like literally everything. You just plug and play.
Exactly. So as I say that to you, that's all like phase 5. Okay, so phase 4 is like we figure out what niche you want to do, and then phase 5, either I give it to you or we build it together. So if you said dentist, because I already built it out, I'm just gonna give it to you. If you pick a niche that we haven't done, I gotta build it out with you from ground up. So for example, me and Cam, we didn't have anybody doing duct cleaning before him. So me and him had to build his entire client acquisition funnel and service delivery from the ground up. But if you came and we said, hey, Kushik, I want to do duct cleaning, guess what? I'm just gonna give you Cam shit now. So hopefully that makes sense. So phase 4, you pick a niche. Phase
Yeah.
5, if we already did it, I just give it to you. If not, I build it from the ground up with you. So I wanted to share that with you because you said something along the lines of like the 6-figure 6 weeks and the tattoo and stuff. You're going down this rabbit hole. And what I just want you to know is if you want to go down that rabbit hole, we'll start to go down that rabbit hole. But if you're interested in more in the niching stuff, again, I don't know if you are, that's where most people just go, is what I'm trying to get at. Most people like do all this niching stuff that we're talking about. But
Right. See, they just pick the niche and stuff. I see what you're saying. Instead of going down the rabbit hole, I got it. I got it.
when they're in your shoes, they close a deal just to say, yo, Mason, Koshik, I know how to close. I know how to do this technical stuff. Now that I've graduated, let's do a niche together, bro. Let's move on to niches. That's what most people are doing. That's what I'm trying to help you understand.
Okay. Okay. That makes more sense for sure. So I thought it was a little different. It was just like, I mean, it kind of is that way, but it's more so like you've already got it mapped out. They're not building it from the ground up per se, unless it's like somebody like Cam or if I pick a niche that's not in the course type stuff. So now that makes sense. I think it would be definitely easier to just for sure pick out a niche and then just, run that, learn the technicals, get result. I mean, close some deals and then, move forward from there for sure.
For you, step by step, here's what it would just step 1 is you and me just keep consulting back and forth until we help you close your first deal. So whether it's a tattoo, whatever it is, we just help you close your first deal. That's the step 1. So me and you gotta get better sales. So for example, when you say like, hey, Kushik, I got results or whatever, that was a conversation that you had from way before when you cold DM'd him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't even worry about that. Like, I wouldn't even worry about trying to go to him because again, like you're thinking, like the way you're thinking about it is like, yo, if I close, I'll make some money. But you got this machine that just works. You don't got to even stress about that kind of stuff anymore because you're gonna have so many leads.
Okay.
So if I were you,
Well, let me read. So what I meant was I had a discovery call with him and I booked the sales call because he was interested in actually getting more leads. And his revenue was decent. I think he's around like 13,000 a month and he's looking to get to around 20. So I'm like, the revenue was right there. And as
what's the name?
far as
Name?
his name, Iggy. His name is Iggy.
Okay. I thought
Let's see if I can pull up the name of the shop.
I think what Koshik is trying to do is to get you to run an ad to the tattoo shop so he can get a really cheap tattoo.
Okay, bro. You said run an ad to the tattoo shop?
Mason was cracking a bad joke. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God.
Oh man. I don't get the insiders yet, but I will eventually. Yeah, Aeon Tattoo Studio is the name of the studio. And his name is Iggy. He didn't put in his well no, I didn't get his last name because I got him off of like Code DM. He responded and I ended up getting a discovery call and I booked the sales call and then like at the end, like after I believe I did the let me just pull it up. Well, I made the offer to him, like with the Lamborghini and the Honda Civic. I did that script, and I booked the sales call, but he asked for me to send like over some results of like work that I've done type stuff. So that's why I was thinking of having something created. But I see what you're saying too. Like, what you're saying makes more sense. You know what I mean? Just picking it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's a tattoo shop. I mean, it's not going to change anything at the end of the day. So.
What I guess like before I even like say what you should do, I guess it's just like so let's say we got 4 weeks together, okay? Let's say we got 4 weeks together. What would you like to accomplish within these 4 weeks? And then because I have a specific thing I tell people like, hey, launch the funnel, close a deal, and then niche down and then do this. But the thing is also keep in mind, like those people, like I said, they got 6 months that we're doing shit together, right? For you, let's just focus, let's say baby step. Let's just focus on these 4 weeks. What would you personally like to accomplish in 4 weeks?
I would definitely like to accomplish 4 weeks. That is a crunch. And I would say 2 to 3 deals. 2 to 3 deals would be like realistic because I'm running ads. I'm definitely getting leads, so it's definitely coming in. I was like, yo, I'm gonna just keep it running. Just keep it keep it running. And then if I get enough, if I close 2 deals, I'll probably or 3 deals, I'll definitely like turn it off and then just kind of go from there.
Okay. So if your goal is like, hey, I got 4 weeks, I'm gonna spend with Kaushik and Mason, these guys, and I think the best use of my time is to just learn how to nurture these leads and close these leads and maybe get 3 deals, collect some cash. If that's what you want to do, if you feel like that's gonna be like serve you at the highest level, then cool, let's just do that. Let's just stay at the 6 figure 6 weeks, do what you can to close some deals, and then at the end of the 4 weeks, maybe you're in a different position. Maybe you're like, hey, you know what? I've done this. I got the hang of it. Maybe I want to niche down. Maybe you do. And if so, we'll talk about that down the road. But if you just want to focus on just these 4 weeks closing a few deals, then we can do that. And then do my best, Mason, our best in terms of helping you get them results so that they pay month after month after month. What are your thoughts when you hear that? Do you think that, by the way, I'm not saying that's the right move, or wrong move. I'm just like trying to feel things out and say, like, hey, I'm trying to figure out what you want to do, what you think is gonna be the best thing for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think that will serve me to the highest level for sure. Closing some deals. 'Cause at the end of the day, you're not gonna get any retainers if you ain't, not closing any type of deals, right? If you don't know how to actually transact on the actual call, you know what I mean? So, closing deals is definitely important. And just getting more work under my belt and familiar with like who I actually really want to work with per se, as far as like a client, because there's always something you might not like per se with certain clients. I'm not trying to be too picky, but just want to see what I would like to do. Like I know for sure, like I would probably like to shoot for some gyms. Um, Dentist might work, but like I haven't really shot for anything, or you could I might be focused on the wrong thing. I mean, when it comes to like the shooting aspect. And I need to just focus on, what could actually get me to the next level per se. So, cause like niching down, like, cause a couple people that I was like watching, like, and just modeling after, it's like Parallel Creative Co. Like when you sent me that, like years ago, like I was always still watching their stuff too. But I see that they're kind of they're doing other things as well. But I kind of wanted something niche down the way, I can, keep the leads coming in and actually grow my business for sure. Because I know that this for sure is something I'm gonna do full time. Because I'm like making these type of phone calls versus, like trying to sell a car or something like that. I got way more energy doing this, though, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, I wouldn't yeah, I wouldn't worry. Here's my advice to you. I'm going to give you the same advice I give people when they come into the coaching program with the intention of niching down, spending 6+ months with us. Okay. I'm just going to talk to you as if I talk to them, as if you've already committed to that. In that case, when it comes to these discovery calls and sales calls, bro, if it's got a heartbeat, sell to it. That's it. I don't care how much money they got. I don't care what it is. Just sell it to it because you need the experience. You need the experience to onboard people. You're going to fuck up. Your onboard is going to be fucked up. Something's going to be fucked up and you're just going to learn from it. So it doesn't matter how good or bad they are. It's like, imagine you're practicing talking to like 4s and 5s and 6s before you come up and approach a 9, 10 baddie. You know what I mean? Like get your practice in, get your bats in, get your reps in. That would be my
Okay.
experience.
All right.
Be picky at all. When you said I'm not trying to be too picky, don't be picky at all. Let's say for
Okay.
example, you take a client that barely got some money, you know that they're gonna pay you, but then they never pay again, they can't afford it, you're probably not gonna get them results in time. At least you got the transaction and maybe you learned something about Stripe. Like, yo, if I fuck this up, I couldn't even take the payment. So you learn that lesson. Then when it comes to your onboarding, you practice the onboarding with them. And then when it comes to like working with them, you learn some shit. And so now what's gonna happen for your second call, you're not gonna fuck up the Stripe thing. You're not gonna fuck up the onboarding thing that you fucked up the first time. Then your third, and you're gonna fuck up some things on your second one too. And then on your third one, you don't fuck up your first one and your second one. The shit you learned from the first one, the shit you learned from the second one, the third one, you don't make those mistakes. You know what I'm saying? And so by the time you get to the fifth one, that is a baddie. That is the dentist. That is the chiropractor. You're a smooth criminal. So that would be my advice.
Right.
So
Okay. That makes sense. Cause like even just running the ads, I was like, yo, I'm fucking up. I'm like, I found out like cause the very first morning I launched it, I was like, I think I had at least two people fill out the application, but I couldn't see it and go high level. And so I was like, oh shit, I done did something wrong. And then I was just watching videos, content, went back in the course, and I was like, damn, didn't have the sticky note on there. So I had turned this that sticky note in there in the form, and then voila, there's the when they fill it out, it actually goes through now. So I know that probably hurt me for a little bit. So like you said, like it's never going to be, you just got to do it. Do it, get the reps in, fuck it. Don't even be us. It makes sense. I got you. Yeah. That's
do
why
that.
I'm here. I'm like, yo, like I just, I need somebody to like you guys, y'all know, like you said, you got it from A to Z, no matter which route I want to go, whether I want to do the 6 figure 6 weeks or if I want to just this down right away type stuff. So yeah, don't even be picky. In that case, shoot, I just it down. Shoot, I thought it was all about what you like to shoot. But it's like, yeah, no, don't even worry about that shit. That makes
Let's
sense.
get there. So
All right.
my advice, bro, my advice to you is this: spend these 4 weeks just getting better at discovery calls, sales calls, failing forward. It's going to be a little bit of a tight crunch. Just endure the pain and learn as much as you can. And what I would say is make enough money that you can reinvest it. Like, don't be money hungry.
Yeah.
But like, let's say
Right. Yeah,
you spend, let's say, $500 on paid ads. Just try to see if you can collect $1,000. See if you can collect $1,500. Don't be crazy about it. This way, it's like I spent $500. I made $1,500. It's not about the money I made, but I learned a shit ton of lessons. Now I'm gonna take that money that I made and then spend on month two to run even more ads and learn even more. Just have that mindset. That's what I would do if I were you.
makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah.
The reason I bring that up, the reason I'm saying that, bro, is because of the thing you said to me earlier, where you're like, yo, I got enough ad spend for till the end of the week or something like that. And the worst thing
Yeah.
you can do is stop. I don't want you to stop your learning. That's what I'm getting at. I don't want you to stop your learning. I don't want you to focus on
Right.
money. I want you to spend enough money, make your money back, keep learning. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. Got you. Got you. Well, I got like two discovery calls tomorrow. And I got one Thursday. I'm pretty much lining them up. They're just coming through, and as I'm responding, and they're booking. So I'm like, yo, I'm pretty sure I'll definitely have some deals closed by the end of the week for sure.
Good, good, good. Okay, cool. Um, what can I share with you in terms? Yeah, what can I share with you? I guess, or while you got me and Mason, any question, anything that's brewing in your head, bro?
Really can't think of nothing right now. It was a little late too, so but I might if I think of anything, I'll probably write it down and keep it close by because I know we'll be in talking real soon. So and I'll just keep you updated on everything and stuff like that. So
Cool. So I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm running on fuse right now, but I'm gonna try to do. I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna send you some content to watch to get you even more up to speed. I know I try to get you up to speed,
yeah,
but there's probably some stuff I'm missing. I'm gonna try to send you some stuff. What I might do is I might just send you an onboarding I did with somebody. That's what I think I might do because I do the same shit with everybody. And if you just watch that onboard, I think that's gonna cover a lot of the stuff I need you to know about like how the systems work, how we communicate with you guys. I think it's gonna give you everything you need. Um, yeah, I think that makes do the trick. Anyways, I'm talking to myself, bro. I'm like talking to myself more than talking to
you good, you good.
so yeah, just keep an eye out, bro. I will try to get something over to you tonight, if not tomorrow. And then that content should make the rest of this process smooth. Because I know today's a little bit like we're kind of all over the place, but I think moving forward will be a lot smoother and we'll just be able to get a lot of work done. Yeah, more smooth. Cool, man. Mason, is there anything you want to share, bro? Or are you having like a food coma and you're like out right now, bro?
Nah, bro, I did eat all my food though. Yeah, nothing much, man. It's cool to see that you're inside here though, especially after
For
like I
sure.
remember who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's I'm glad to be here for sure. I'm super excited. I know it's like I'll be 11 o'clock, so I know y'all take this serious. This is put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it. So we definitely gonna make it work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Cool. All right, Righteous. All right, Mason. I'll see you guys next week, okay?
All right,
All
gentlemen.
right, man. Talk to you.